Words cannot describe how long I waited for this moment. How long did we wait? Oh, my decibels is insane. There you go. Just got off work, and guess what? We have a week off, baby. So, and you know what day tomorrow is? Time to go at 2.7 hours ago. My birthday is tomorrow. I think energy win, and I think vitality win. But we'll see. No Fnatic, sadly. No Sentinel, sadly. Gen G, sadly, no. And who knows who's playing in China, you know? How late am I? 36 minutes. Oh, it shouldn't have started.
Yeah, it's nice to be back.
Surprised us. Now let's take a look at the map pick and ban between Energy and XLG, because I know we have a lot of questions about this, and this is going to determine a lot on how this plays out.
Yeah, for me, the big narrative is going to be about that Lotus. Are Energy going to ban it or not? XLG love that Lotus. They've been running a triple Santi comp, and that has been
telling me this
dominating
dude
in
watched China region?
Yeah, I think that considering what Noman just said though, like, oh yeah, we just need to focus on
we're
shooting.
actually
Like,
in
honestly,
London.
I don't know. Like,
We're actually in
what
London.
does he mean by that? Like,
Timer
if we
for
do get
17
to see a
minutes.
Lotus, like, are we going to be seeing some funky
I mean, from
things,
interviews
you know?
I've seen, it sounds like what I was saying about that structure.
we're
I think
live.
sometimes,
Yeah.
My
instead of
bad.
overthinking it, it is a shooting game at the end of the day. Letting people off the leash a
Did
little
the
bit,
odds
especially with
change?
Raga. When he's in that domestic competition, he looks extremely loose. He looks like his aim is
that?
phenomenal, but when he gets to that big stage,
Oh
he
my
hasn't
gosh,
been
4
performing
minutes.
quite as well. And I think
Energy
it is a
still
little bit about Noman
favorites?
maybe being that he's not the IGL, but that
Vitality
leader in the
massive
sense
favorites.
of, you know, letting the boys off the leash a little bit.
Yeah.
Like
Let's check out
having
the
that aggression,
CS.
having
I
that
heard the
firepower.
CS
Stop
majors
thinking so
going
much
on.
about the strategy. Stop doing that eat me.
Yeah.
Just shoot some people.
That's what Noman was saying. He was saying it's a 5v5 shooter after all. In fact, let's go to the map ban picks now and see
Wow,
what
Sphere
they
shiz
ended up
on them.
with.
Alright, welcome and hello. So we're gonna conduct the map veto real quick, and we have XLG as higher C, so they will pick their side. So please go ahead and pick your side and please announce it.
Team B.
Right.
What? These guys are not Chinese? What the fudge?
Energy is banning.
And split.
No split, guys. I haven't gotten my pen out in forever.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze? Okay. They don't like Breeze. First pick. Why do you look at us?
Big Pearl.
Bro. Defense.
Pick defense.
Hey, what's XLG's map? What's XLG's map?
Pick Lotus.
Lotus. Oh.
Attack.
Attack. He was locked in.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Okay. It's between Haven and something else.
Ban Heaven.
There.
Decider is Fracture.
He said
Attack.
what? Fracture.
Alright,
picked
let me
attack.
give you a quick recap. We start with Pearl, XLG defense, then we have Lotus, energy attacks, and if we go to the Decider map, which is Fracture, energy attacks. Everything correct?
Yes.
Thank you guys, good luck.
What is this? What is this? China higher seed goes first. Oh yeah, China, you're number
Pearl,
2 seed.
Lotus, Fracture.
Energy, you're
We
3.
heard a little
But
bit of a crowd
Energy are
reaction
literally
there, and a
world
little bit of reaction
champs.
from you guys as well.
What do you mean higher
What are you
seed? What are
thinking?
we talking about?
I don't know what Energy are doing personally. I think that Pearl is a weak map for them. It looks, I'll be honest, horrible for them.
we
And then
can pull
also
up
letting that
since we
Lotus
have
through
all
too.
the time in the world.
And then
We can pull
Fracture
up
as well. I
Energy's
got so many
maps.
questions from Energy. It's like, I don't know what they're doing.
You look so worried about your predictions
Yeah,
right now.
I told them. I told them
EWC.
hi. Yeah, if we go to Pearl, a map where Energy have not looked strong on in Americas at all. I would
Energy
say
got
that XOG
shizzed
haven't
on.
also looked that strong at it either. So
Well,
maybe
they were banning it in groups. Like,
maybe
they
a
didn't want to
target
play it.
pick here.
Yeah.
But
Pearl
very
never
surprising
went
to see
to
that. And then we see
Decider.
the Lotus coming through. So Energy permabanning that split. It seems like they're happy to go to that
Energy
Lotus, and
ban
I'll be honest, I
splits.
do think that NRG are going to deal
Energy
with this
ban
triple Sentinel
Pearl, so
Lotus
they definitely
pretty
cook
easily. I
something
think that
out.
Americas has the best Lotus right now with those Vice Viper compositions, and I think they'll be fine. But I think across this map,
Oh,
there are
send ban
definitely
Pearl.
there are definitely ways that XLG can get into this map pool.
For sure, for sure. I think as well, what's interesting to
Energy
me is
pick
that
Pearl.
it feels like NRG have almost
They
gone
got
for the target
shizzed on
bans that
and
XLG
never
had
touched it
regionally,
again.
because even Fracture was kind of one of the main bans that XLG
Energy, you
had
don't
in
sell my
playoffs. But of course,
pick'ems.
we speak about the prep time coming into this event and how much they've had of it. I think when I'm
Speaking of
looking at
pick'ems,
NRG, and
I
we're
had
thinking
my
about
teams
the
are
Lotus
NRG.
specifically too in the composition that they're going to have to
full
play up
sense
against
undefeated.
if XLG do continue with that triple Sentinel composition.
Undefeated.
You're almost asking yourself
Global
how much
Esports,
experience do they have playing
and
against a
Vit.
composition like this, and
Those
how
are my
is that going to
advanced.
play for them?
Eliminated.
100 Thieves did play a similar like double
G.
Sentinel composition on that map, but
The
it's not
foot
like
looked
Triple
awful
Sentinel is something that you get to play against often.
in
I
EWC
do want to ask you
qualifiers.
guys what your
A
predictions
DRG,
are for this very
that's
first
B.
match, and has it changed now that
DRG.
you've seen the map, Vito?
And
I
Lev.
predicted 2-0 for NRG, and I'm
Okay.
going to stick with it despite the fact that I think they've chosen some maps here that they are very shaky on, and it could give XLG that in.
All right.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm giving a little bit of grace to XLG, but I am going 2-1 NRG. And like you said, I think with this map, Vito, there is definitely gaps for XLG to be able to get in there. And I'm curious as why NRG have gone for this kind of warrior map, Vito. It feels like almost not egotistical, but I guess in a way it's like,
Look at that.
are
That's
you
the-
kind of
that's the
doubting this
Berlin
region by
Tower
picking
right
these
there.
maps?
Yeah, it's interesting.
The
Like
Berlin
Pro for me,
Tower.
NRG, that attack
That
side,
is a
not
Red
many
Bull.
good pro attack side
That
teams
is,
right now, but they
Bonnie
run a
Blues
very good
Bus or
composition.
something.
They run the double initiator here, the only map where they kept with that style, but they don't understand what to do with the drones right now. They're not using them across the extremities to push out the chambers, and that is what XRG are running, is one of the chambers. And you need to be using these drones to take those extremities, not doing it.
Yep.
Lotus is going to be the highlight for me, though. Getting to see both teams, I think, two of the best maps in their pools, respectively, just going head-to-head.
I don't like when it peaks in the yellow.
Well, I have to agree with you on this, Mini. I end up predicting NRG on this. But NRG and XLG have been here before. It was during Masters Santiago, day one of Swiss, where NRG came out on top.
No
But
one
today,
remembers that.
XLG could get their shot at revenge. So please welcome both teams to the stage.
That's my main right there.
We're all believers, praying it's gonna go our way. We're gonna lift that trophy. Easy. No pain. All glory.
Who's we? I don't know. That's
Nah,
Phoenix.
Dreams don't move like that. Whiffed shots, white knuckles, wasted opportunities. Years of grind getting dashed by the same old curses. In this city, dreaming's gonna only take you so far.
Is that Harry Potter reference? Oh, I love me some fish and chips.
Feels good to be back. My last Masters was in Tokyo. I was scared I'd never make it again.
Where is Tokyo? Their jerseys are disgusting, by the way. Oh my gosh, foot.
When Valorant came out, I knew that I was gonna be a pro. I wanna be a somebody and have people remember me and my team.
It's the first time that a full Thai team has been back to an international since 22.
Feel like it's long overdue.
I've been in many iterations of Lab. Every generation is getting better.
Never watched a single thing.
我会向你们证明我是属于世界赛舞台的，我绝对不是过客。
After Paper X dropped me, people will stop believing in me. I'm going to show the world that Toronto wasn't a fluke.
Ended up coming into playoffs as the 4th seed. Only one chance. We managed to win. Kiko just refused to lose that day.
It's good to be home. Nothing beats a UK crowd.
体育竞技是充满偏见的。当你连续失败之后，
Who is this?
会
Who is
很
that?
让人回想起当初胜利的感觉。在一段时间后，胜利对我而言就像一场梦。
The demons.
When you dominate at home, but the world stage keeps sending you back empty-handed, it starts to feel like a curse.
Who's that pointed at? Who's that pointed at?
Playing in England.
Bingy
It
fishy.
means family. It means friends. It means pride. This is where the dream started for me.
Yeah.
I know what it feels like to fall short. But
Shit.
all it takes is one moment to change the story.
Oh, their jerseys are decent.
People can say what they want.
That's not valid.
Curses are just an excuse. And I don't do excuses.
Theirs is pretty nice. They got the
I don't really
classics
fuck
on.
it.
I like that. We waited months for this, bro.
The people that I care about the most.
Is that Kosh because?
I want to make
Is
them
that
proud.
Kosh? Oh my gosh, lay it on me, Kosh.
London, we have waited so long for Valorant to come to our shores, and now it has. It's time to show the world that we're ready. Are you ready, London? And are you ready to meet your teams? I don't know. I'm seeing some people at the back, and I can't see them on their feet. The super fans here, they're showing up. Everyone, on your feet, because you heard Kiko. Nothing beats a UK crowd. Nothing beats London. So if you're ready to meet your teams, make some noise!
Oh my gosh, they're locked in. Where is she going?
It's good enough for me, London. But will it be good enough for our teams?
Same walkout? Bro, these guys are not Chinese. Who are these guys? Maybe we should have watched China.
It's day one of VCT
Ooh, I like that.
Masters London. We got XLG versus the reigning champs, NRG. Now XLG has a lot
Oh, there they
to
are.
prove today. Mini, tell us,
Not why
why
I'm at.
does XLG struggle against Americas, and is that going to change today?
I think it's all about that pace.
Yeah, we've
I think
seen this.
XLG traditionally play with a much slower pace than the other Chinese teams, and I think the Americas teams are very mature, very experienced,
Happy
very
way.
structured at dealing with that. I want
Stop
to see
moving it.
XLG coming out with
NRG,
more
we're
firepower
coming.
and just
Happy way.
taking the
Who's
fight
Happy
to
way?
NRG today.
Yeah, I mean, we already touched on the fact that BO5 Grand Finals in China was so close. They're definitely a team not to be underestimated. And then, of
Okay,
course, we
NRG,
have to
don't let me
remind
down.
everyone of NRG coming here all the way from that lower bracket to be here is also not something to be underestimated.
Look how sharp
I think
that
both of
jawline
these
is.
teams matching up today is such an exciting opening game for Masters London.
Yeah, that's right. And we had our HyperX map select just now. The very first map is going to be Pearl. What are your expectations?
Neon, you were nerfed. You gotta get out of here.
Because both these
Okay,
teams
we're
have
gonna see the
not shown
comps.
high proficiency or high win rates on this map so far. I think there's,
Oh
there's
my
a lot of
gosh, what a
theory
unit.
for them to add, and I hope that the time they've had off that they have gone back to the drawing board and figured some stuff out. NRG in particular,
go.
because it is their map pit. After it being one of their weakest maps in their pool, I'm hoping that they bring out something new. Maybe a new composition or just some new theory on the map.
Yeah,
We
I
are
mean, I think
in
as well,
London,
when we consider their
baby.
time at Champs, right, we want them to be meta
And we
setters here,
didn't
and they
beat
have the
Kingdom Come
opportunity to be
Deliverance
able
too.
to do
That's
that
insane.
whilst playing in this opening game. I agree with you, Minnie. I want to see something new. I want to see something fresh. I'm intrigued
Why
to see what is
Sager?
Mada going to jump on.
I'll work
We've
out
seen him
GG.
play the Waylay and the Neon on this map previously.
Wait, what
Do
game
they
do I
stick with
bring
that
up
route,
if
or do they
there's a
go down
tech
something else?
pause?
I personally think he should just be on the Jet on this map. I think is a very strong agent for this map. We've seen it being popped off in APAC already with something in Primi, and I think you could just be inspired by that and keep it simple.
Yeah, that's
What
right.
game
and
do I
like you
play?
mentioned as well,
We can bring back a
maybe not for
classic.
this map, or maybe so. Seeing Phoenix on this map with the two English players here on the stage. would be
It just
really
load up
exciting. And of
Stardew.
course, Varga was another player we had our eye on. This guy, I don't know why he's always talking about not having confidence, because he's so goddamn good.
Yeah, he's one of those few players that when I'm watching the VODs and I'm looking at that mini map, he's one of those few players that drags my attention right to
Do
his
they speak
crosshair because
English?
His aim is unbelievable.
Are they
Domestically,
English
though,
speaking
I just
Chinese
wanna
to
see
you?
him have that confidence on the global stage.
Yeah, I think for
The
Raga,
baddies flew out. Wait, what's your age? How old are you?
Because he was that Neon merchant back in China.
What
but
map are we on?
honestly, when you consider the
Pearl?
mechanical
Yeah, Pearl makes
prowess that
sense.
He has, put him on anything.
And here comes Ajax Select. Are we getting what we wanted?
That looks fine.
We are getting that Phoenix, but
You got
it
the
isn't
Astros
though,
on
man.
Pearl.
It's going to be on Raga, which is a big
Interesting.
surprise there. I think that's going to be very interesting.
The
seeing
fade for
Nomad on that
Sova.
entry. For the
The
poetry,
Vise.
not the biggest fan, but
Vise over
hopefully Raga
Chamber.
can set that
You
one
got the
through.
think you have the
Energy
double
on the flip
duelist.
side, keeping with that double initiator
And the duelist.
composition, it looks
And I
like.
think you have double
But this
initiator.
time, Kiko
Because they're
on the
starting on
Vice. I'm a
attack.
big fan of Vice right now, but I think fundamentally that isn't the make or break agent here. I think NRG have got to have gone back to the drawing board and re-looked at their attack
Let me
sides.
check on my
I've
chicken
not been
strips.
impressed with these attack sides. I want to see the drones being used across the map to get a lot of map control. Stop going through middle at the start of the rounds. Stop doing B splits. Actually push off these extremities.
For sure. I think to touch on XLG and the kind of discussion that we had around Jet there, I think he'll be playing this very selflessly, using himself as that entry into sight, and Raga perhaps being able to trade off of the back of it. And I think as well the synergy that we see between Phoenix and Pearl on this map, particularly in those micro plays, especially starting on that defense, being able to take control of those extremities, like you're mentioning, Minnie, is going to be critical for them to be able to get a head start.
And I think one thing I worry about with XLG's composition going onto that attack side is no Sova drone. We have seen them struggle domestically against players like Kong Kong with that operator on the long B. I think Mada's going to just be sat on that long B, top boxes all the time, looking down with the scope, and I don't know how XLG are going to deal with it. They couldn't do it against Kong Kong, and I think Mada is just as good.
Well, Billy, with these Angels
Did they lock
right
in
now
that shiz?
coming through, you're saying it was a 2-1
No
NRG.
tech pauses.
You still think
No
that's gonna
text
be the case?
pauses.
I can't go back on my words, can I? I can't just change now.
No
Pour another
take
drink.
backsies. Now to kick off the match one of Masters London, we got Achilles and Paper Thin.
Oh my gosh. Achilles and Paper Thin?
Oh boy!
Oh my gosh, literally just suck each other off.
Baby, and I am excited. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin. We're going to be taking you through all the action here to kick off the event. NRG are reigning champions, going up against XLG, who are still looking to find their footing on this global stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy that once again on day one of Masters, just
Look at
like
my girl
Santiago, it's
Clove
gonna be
right
these
there.
two teams squaring off.
I'm not a
So
girl,
lot here
but
to prove for XLG
a
in
god.
particular, for their region, for themselves.
An
fans here in
immortal
London
god that
to do
Tristan
something to show
Braun
that there's
uses.
still some hope for this squad that's been making
8,
it to international
7,
events out of their region
6,
time and time again.
5,
Can't do anything.
4,
What a
3,
difficult opponent
2,
they have to go up
1.
against
We
in
made it to
NRG.
London, baby, and
Going
we
back to
didn't
the
die.
comp that was their bread and butter at Champions last year.
Mada, you're so dog shit, it's insane. You're ruining my pick'ems as we speak.
Tagged here, Skirtle around the corner. It's going to be Mada down first as Nomad able to strike. Splitting over to XLG, and that's just going to be a bit of a stalemate on the back end. As NRG will pump the brakes. They're going to cut the noise and then maybe slowly scale back up towards A.
This is going to be one of those things that NRG might have to adapt a little bit to, is that Phoenix that's going to be taking a lot of control over there at A. already causing a little bit of problems on top of getting revealed by Leo's haunt. So slowed things up, but XLG expecting a rotate. Instead, Ethan calls for the slight pause into a re-hit towards A.
Good read.
They're kind of going to be reading that this is going to be a split through mid, so they have some security because of that Vice Wall, but with all of NRG just slow walking forward up into this A site, this makes them quite favored here. It's the pressure going to be applied to WS Leo, tucked away at dugout. Nebula gonna bloom, he catches a glimpse, a couple shots gonna go ringing through, but unable to find that contact. The shock dart not gonna go deep enough to get the damage, but there's the reveal, and Ethan's able to collect one.
Mid.
However,
30 seconds left.
gets himself another elimination as Kiko will get taken down, and the spike now going to be committed to.
I need his concealment.
Ethan gets that in play, but
Hit my
3v4
keyboard.
try to hold the line.
Here we
Low
go.
health here.
Dash.
That's gonna be Brock and Scuba able to collect
1v2.
a couple kills, but now Scuba just down to
Scuba's
the
so
closer.
cooked.
Some damage gonna be found. Swing the corner, isolates it into a 1v1.
And you know he's tucked. You know he's tucked.
Lyser on the other side, the swing and the shots whiffing. Tucks back, wanting to try to get concussed through, but Scuba is ahead of it. Finds the headshot and pulls off the Red Bull clutch to rescue the round.
This is a really nice call and a really nice play from Scuba. Some great stuff from Ethan, though, being patient, understanding the map read, just waiting XLG out. They spread, he doubles down, and he still has this drone. Huge there. You know, a nice little timing for Leo, but he's not really able to get much out of it.
Why is Brock red?
When you're
What did
going
they
up
do to
against them
Brock?
With this composition is they're so disciplined with the drones. They'll take their time. They'll use one. They'll wait you out, and they'll save the
Remind
next
me in
one
6
for
minutes,
later
check
in the
them.
round, where a lot of teams might kind of overcommit them early. Energy very, very patient with this double initiator composition.
They're going to be leaning in towards the stack. It's going to be Leo alone on that A side of the map yet again. Drone only able
Holy
to spot
shiz,
out one.
Mata.
Meanwhile, Mata just going for quick entry through street.
Nice.
Push up, swing in the corner, Scuba. Not done yet. Is able to find that kill. Collects a weapon, but two very nice shots from Nomad. Will allow for those weapons to be recovered. And then
Who is
suddenly,
this
it starts
Nomad?
looking all the more rocky
Who
for
is this
NRG.
Nomad?
Down a player again.
Brother, you guys lost the
Pretty weak.
spike.
Trying to get back there, get to that spike, which is down in the back corner, and XLG can just hold the line here. You have a little bit from Kiko to maybe try to help you clear this, but it's going to be tough.
5 minutes. I'm
Just tossing that
geeking.
weaponry around. Trying to make sure that they have those guns in the healthier hands. Meanwhile, Leo slowly just joining in, ensures that there's not going to be this late
Losing the
flank coming
pistol means
through.
nothing if you win the follow-up.
And how are you meant to get back into this one for NRG?
What?
We'll find out.
It's going to have to be a 3-2-1.
Guys, do we not have
Swing in the
smoke?
corner, Jump peek going to be leading the way. Kiko the first to fall. That's going to be the Vandal down. Ethan is able to find No Man, finishing off that low HP Jet, but they are no closer to finding this round, to finding this spike. It has eluded them, and what a rally back, what a response. A MasterCard thrifty for XLG to tie it 1-1.
This is just crazy good stuff from No Man. Getting onto that entry duelist, some questions about it. How is he going to be able to thrive on that Jet? Well, if you're hitting shots like that with a Sheriff, and this team loves to get on their feet.
Come on! Let's go, baby! Come on!
It's got to feel good for No Man.
That's a massive swing round, but NRG are still buying into this. You see the weaponry, full half armors, and there's an Outlaw in the hands of No Man to wreak havoc.
That's a big commit from NRG there. Maybe a little over-eager to take those contact fights over at Long B. Maybe not expecting that there'd be that many players from XLG in the previous round, but still, a lot of damage can be done. Mata, one of the best waylays in the world, looking to try to squeeze his way forward. XLG willing to give up a little bit of space here, but playing for pretty fast contact.
Up and over the check in the dugout. Will just take that refract out the safety. Gets a spot on the one. So Raga going to be noted, but he's going to be able to find Ethan at the same time. Kiko going to be answering back. Raga now going to be taking down Lysor. Eliminated as
Dude,
well.
Mata, chill.
We get brought into a 3v3. And now a 3v2. Kiko, a solid shot. Displaces Leo. It's Happy Way and No
Why
Man
does
to try
Kiko
to get this
look like
retake
that?
going. But now you start becoming less favored with this Outlaw in play. But Mata, if he's just going to give you an angle like that, then hell yeah, you can find value. Rock will have that
1v2.
cover. Swing around the
1v1.
back, Happy Way. Once again, able to get that spike
Has
down on the
flash.
floor.
Dart.
Some minor damage suffered here by Brock.
Noted.
Clear of the recon. He doesn't have any additional utility. Trying to play his way back.
Gas!
Brock will just stand tall.
Why is Wei playing like he's on
Finds a
attack, bro?
3K.
Holy
We're just
shit.
going to be ping-ponging back and forth as NRG once again get the lead.
What a call here. To go for the force up. And the trades are really nice for Energy. A great bait and switch from Mata to tee up Kiko there over at Flowers. That was really nice. Use those sound cues a little bit against
2
XLG.
minutes.
And they fell for it when the smoke dissipated.
Who's
but
Jason?
No Man will have his Blade Storm coming into this round. Only a Spectre for Leo. No kills found just yet. Leo at times was just an absolute clutch machine for XLG. Over in China, Scuba and Ethan as well, just on the submachine guns. A little bit of a spot there, but that's just Ethan trying to sell a bit of a fake, trying to open up some space, but this is what makes this NRG comp so difficult. 2 drones on different sides of the map. You're not entirely sure which way they're going, so XLG just gonna stand pat with their 3-2.
Mind you, was also able to spot out at least the 2 players on that A side of the map. Given that the molly had been invested, Mata just trying to dive forward over towards Halls. Gets slowed up by the concuss, but he's quickly wrapping around the back here, looking for Lysor, and we'll be able to have him. Happy Way
Mata.
gonna be good for 1. Vice is going to be traded out on either side. The cards now going to be called
You're
in from
cooked.
Scuba.
1 knife.
Trying to make this site retake unassailable. Quick peek in, No Man unable to find anything, burns that tailwind. And Widely just have to wait this out. Meanwhile, Raga
Good
around the
flank.
back looks like he's going to be noted, as you do have the jiggle peeks here from Brock. Now they have the
Misses.
full confirmation.
He's got to hit it. Yuto
Onto the
comes
stun,
out.
The wall to fall. Cosmic Divide no longer in play. Raga getting closer and closer.
Nice,
It could be Ethan
nice.
striking out, finding No Man. Leo
They
now
forced
dead, and it's
huge.
all on Raga's shoulders, and he cannot
I
bear
gotta check
the
it.
weight. 4 players surviving. NRG now expanding this lead up 3-1.
And this is really nice stuff from NRG in terms of understanding some of their opponents' tendencies and how they can use that against them a little bit. So here they're going to split the initiators, get the info that the Phoenix is over at A. So far, XLG has been showing that they're going to stack their heavy side with the Phoenix. That allows NRG the comfort to keep pushing steadily forward towards this B site. Rely on Mata to be that sharp decision maker, that sharp aimer that he is, to clear that space for you in back alley. And he executes it really, really nicely. Here again, same setup early though for NRG. Doubt they're gonna quite commit to it the same. They're gonna be taking their time, looking for an early pick with Mata's rifle. Got a little bit of backup there to help him just in case. No Man will have the Marshal in his hands. Otherwise, it's just a couple bandits, couple sheriffs. Raga does have his ult. Ooh.
Okay, we'll be a bit off on that one. So Lysor able to just skirt away over to safety. We'll re-wrap back up in towards that tower position. They continue to scale forward here. Happy Way getting himself a kill, would have the Steel Garden online. Bring this back to parity between the weaponry. And the shock darts are not going to be connecting onto either of these thorns. So the full setup from this defensive Vice still going to be intact, as he will get spotted on the corner, but NRG maybe starting to reassess here. As they slow things down, they once again start backpedaling with the spike in hand.
They've given
Ow.
up so much map control for
There's
this.
so much
though.
shit on my
This is gonna
desk.
be a real mess.
Of this
XLG,
massive
a
bottle.
great counter setup here,
$7 bucks. I didn't even look at the price, bro.
NRG
Would have bought it
forced
anyway.
over towards this B side again, into where Raga is.
Not push these players out into the open. Will be able to displace him from the back. Halston, what a reveal! Unable to clear the dart.
30 seconds
Brock
left.
just lights him up. They collect the eliminations very swiftly after. Spike now to be in play, and Steel Guard be damned no longer available. And Scuba is watching the flanks. NRG are looking to get this 4th round win on the board in flawless fashion. We'll have Mata position forward.
can't
They have a
open it.
very strong idea of where Leo is at.
Oh yeah, this is the sauce. This is the sauce.
Just gonna have to wait him out here, but my word, what timing there from Brock.
I want to give him the freebie weapon.
Oh gosh, this sauce
Love
is
to
so
get that
good.
conversion pass
You
online,
haven't
but
had
Mata will
real
just go ahead, slowly slink their way
sex
back
if you
over
haven't
towards
ate your
B-Long, with
girl's
NRG
fudging
looking
clit with this sauce
very
on it.
on point here these last 2 rounds. Very concise. They now have a 3-round lead up. Out in front of XLG, who are going to be struggling as they go back into another bye.
Yeah, and I think this might be a good time for Havoya to call a timeout, because you're going to have a lot of big ults for both teams coming into this. So a really pivotal round in this half is looming already, where you're talking about how there's, you know, one away from a convergent pass. Well, guess what? Brock also one away from his ult from the Hunter's Fury. Ethan already has the Armageddon. So you're looking at a really strong round for NRG coming up potentially, but on your side, you have the Vice ult, you have Rarga's ult, and you have Lysor's ult, so you've got a bunch to work with. And I think this is a really opportune moment to take a pause, talk about how you want to play this round through, because I almost am a little bit worried for XLG in that round, because I think they might have tipped
We
their
get to
hand
see
a little bit with
both
some of those setups. It was a
Asian
really nice counter to what
Chinese
NRG
teams
was
play
doing. They just
today.
couldn't get any value out of it because of a well-timed recon dart.
So a lot of things needed to be shored up here. I mean, getting that first round win after dropping the pistol had to feel just elated here for this squad, but to they not be able to string anything together off the back of that, it has been rough. Let's go look at the Coinbase win condition here, and my eyes are going to Nomad. He's continuing to look good. He is the top fragger at the moment for this squad, and now he's going to be having that operator online, so he needs to be getting into solid positions, avoiding this double drone so they can actually get set up on hard lines to come away with value.
Exactly, and it's going to be something I'm sure that NRG is going to be aware of, keeping track of that economy a bit, thinking that, all right, well, we can use that drone, so is the idea here for XLG going to be kind of ping-ponging the op around the map? Show presence early, clear a drone somewhere. You know, you'll see players jump up on top of that box on Long B. I'm pretty sure that's kind of where Nomad's thinking right now, to get that early deep angle so you can clear those drones or clear a player who tries to cut through there and take control of that space early, and then rely on the combo on the other side. Ethan there.
Got grabbed, but he's able to avoid the molly.
Just barely.
Not going to be able to come away with that early value here. Drone just getting the spot out, and we're talking about it, that ping-ponging back and forth, and already it will be the pivot. The operator shifting back across towards this A side of the map. Meanwhile, scale forward. Arga here in Art throwing out that curveball, but the counter flashes in. He and Leo trying to backpedal, but Leo going to get dropped as Kiko.
Oh my gosh, that's Kiko, bro.
Raga now dead.
Time out, shut down.
Single kill as Brock will fall. Just quickly trying to scale in.
Hot noted.
Here at Art goes into the conflict form though, and the timing is just so catastrophic. Kiko finds that third. Nomad trying to stay dialed in on this angle. The Thorn's going to be popped. Slaughter's just boxed into the corner. Still down on the floor. Now, NRG still with that player advantage, but they're looking to take it away as Happyway starts to try to swing forward, but it's going to be Kiko taken out. As Nomad finds him on that stair side. Checks around the back, very suspicious about a potential lurk through water, but none to be found. So Spike is going to be in hand for Scuba.
You've evened the numbers up, so you have to be a little bit cautious here, have to be a little bit smart. NRG tapping, looking for a response. XLG happy to wait this out.
Now they have to commit to it. Mata just looking for that timing swing out of the Nebula, shifts away. And Happyway will be able to collect the kill. XLG looking good to secure this unless Scuba can come away with another Red Bull clutch. The peek in, and now Happyway will hold his own. A solid shot into the defuse. XLG double up.
No, this is really nice stuff for XLG.
Why are they standing?
And exactly what I was kind of hoping for out of this round, to see that op moving around, being really proactive from the get-go, not getting any contact at Long B. You're taking control of that orb. You're forcing the hand of NRG to the other side. And even though it looks a little bit shaky here for a moment, because Nomad is able to get there with that operator in time.
So do they speak English?
He's able to hold the line.
I think they do.
And stall NRG out. So I'd say, if anything, it's a little bit concerning here for NRG at times, because they're dropping that spike early. They're having a tough time like finding their footing to get those plants down, to get into post plants sometimes. So that's something that maybe,
oh boy,
a lot of these ults, and of course.
Yeah, Brock is bringing out the Odin. Let's see what kind of value he's going to be able to get out of this. It's something that he's not been leaning into quite as much so far this year.
He just had to prove that he could do it.
Yeah.
With anything. He's literally great with every gun that's in his hands. He has been absolutely
Oh my gosh, this is
stellar.
that
One of the
sauce,
best players
bro.
we have at this event so far.
Shock darts again, falling shy of the mark, unable to scout out this Vice util. It's just a bit of a change up here from Happyway to try to slow down the approach. Initial bait out on the wall. Kiko at the ready. We'll just be investing that Steel Garden for now. XLG going to be zoned away as they look to try to get their players in position for a swift retake. Are being placed. They'll run it back now. In play. Raga going to try to see if he can swing the corner, clear anything out. Meanwhile, the Armageddon's going to be called in over towards that tower side. Cosmic Divide going to be invested. Ethan eliminated. Happyway able to find that headshot, but look at the lurk forward from Mata. He's able to intercept up his own. Turns back though, and Lysor strikes him down as well as Kiko.
It's good.
Now going to be interrupted. Nearly taking a half. Counter concuss going to be sent through. They're going to look to just try to stick this one, and Lysor's got him covered. The defuse is in. And XLG with 3 players surviving, nipping at the heels of NRG, just one round away from tying it up again as Lysor secures the 4K.
Massive round from Lysor.
Astra ult was
And
too
a
much.
massive round for XLG, because both teams invest a lot of ults into this, and they're the ones who come through with the victory. Yes, you're going to use that finally use that Phoenix ult, and it gets a ton of value. You got Lysor's ult for the post plant, and he makes the most of it, nullifying that Odin by getting it stuck behind that wall so it can't just spam through. Really, really nice stuff, and able to absorb the pressure of the Armageddon hit early. That's a tremendous round here for XLG.
Well, we'll take a look at the Coinbase win condition now for NRG. Those coffers are being emptied here. Cash starting to get a little bit wonky. See Scuba buying down to 0. Brock at 150, unable to bring another Odin into this round unless Ethan wants to pass it over, but certainly felt like NRG were starting to run away with this map after breaking free. XLG showing that they have that perseverance. They do have the skill. I mean, they've made it to this global stage so many times. They want revenge. If you can find the victory here on NRG's map pick, you're going to be very well slated with Lotus on the horizon.
Well, it almost feels like it should be their time because they've been here so many times. Yes, they got through one time at Champions in the playoffs, but in general, they've struggled. They've been grouped every other time. And this is a team who's got shooters, they've got fraggers, they've got a good coach, they've got good ideas, but when they get to the big stage, in my opinion, it felt like they weren't playing with that same gusto, that same confidence that they had in China. Just a little bit of control here. Ethan doesn't want to mess with it too much. No man trying to find as deep of an angle as he can for that
Oh my gosh,
operator, and
that's
he
so
will
good.
be given that space, so XLG can have a pretty good idea of this. Prowler not going to find anything. Sararga going to feel comfortable to scoop up the orb. And
Oh my gosh.
that's NRG's go signal. They're saying, okay, let's get in there.
Salvo out. Ethan just going to be caught on that. They have the reveal, but just unable to get onto the angle fast enough to really find a punish. Lana just going to eat a little bit, pushing past. Wrapping around
Pushing
box.
30 more like.
Not be able to find much of anything, but look at the stack from XLG. 4 players in position. It's just no man alone over at B long with that operator. Is NRG going to try to up the pace here, but pretty decently favored for XLG.
5-3 take.
Volley of util, nothing going to be found. Saturate chucked into the back. Mana facing forward, trying to take that fight. Will end up losing his
Oh, that's
life.
nice.
The rest of his team picking up the pieces. Leo needing to deliver, but he cannot. Will just get picked apart, and now that operator to be saved. The timeout call looking good for NRG, who managed to persevere despite this stack from XLG.
Yeah, that is crazy good coordination here from NRG.
Oh my
Marina's
gosh,
there.
that's so fun.
They are thoroughly countered about as well as XLG can manage in that round. It did not matter. I mean, again, Mata giving his life for the cause. That's why you have to love him as a player. He'll just walk in and absorb some of that pressure to tee up the others behind him for success, and they knock it out of the park this round. Oh man, just going to be trying to hold on to this op. Looks like he's going to be given the opportunity. Scuba was kind of trying to suss him out over on the defender side of the map.
Holy.
He is nowhere
So
to
filling.
be found. Scuba will be one away from his ult. Leo will have the Nightfall coming in to the next round. Just everybody there knows their job on NRG. Ethan's right there to back up Mata. Brock's watching their backside. Kiko's got
Brock's
Ethan's
doing what?
back. That's just beautiful setups there. Great protocols.
Still though, these 2 key figures on XLG that have not been able to get the ball rolling. Leo got his first kill on the board in that previous round. Finally has his first Nightfall of this half. But
That's
right
too
there
good,
with
man.
him,
I gotta put that away.
1-7 for a player who should be dominating on this global stage. I need to see that activation sooner rather than later, as Lysor will just catch that straight dart through, but can backpedal out to safety.
It's always been the tragic story of Rarga, is he's slow to start at internationals, as good as he is domestically. When he finds the global
Is it
stage,
cake
he
time?
just doesn't seem to find that success.
Do I indulge in some cake before my birthday?
Start getting it turned around here.
Hell yeah,
I
they
was
do.
thinking, oh man, once XLG got that in their hands, it was really starting to turn around, but NRG able to flip things around a bit in that previous one. Getting a big win, getting the spot there is Scuba, but not able to find any damage onto Lysor.
But here comes the exec. Saturate out, Mata just gonna go diving forward once again. In towards Halls, clears it, doesn't see anything, but Ethan will be catching a bullet as Lightsour's able to find a kill as well. Scuba gonna be taken down, but Kiko holding his own. lurching forward into that smoke, comes away with 2 eliminations, bringing it back into a 3v3. The Nightfall now to be invested as Brock is isolated back at Halls, does still have that spike in hand. Not willing to go for the commit yet, and Mata trying to get this rewrap on tower, but Raga does shut him down, and he's anticipating this second layer from Kiko. He cannot stop him. 3 kills online, should be dead on this swing, but he still comes away with a 4th. Brock gets the finisher, and NRG now moving up 6-3.
Well, Kiko again was instrumental for NRG in their run. Yes, Brock has been tremendous throughout all of stage 1, but Kiko came alive as Americas went on. And this is him. He wins this round for them. This is a great read in some ways from XLG. They get a couple early kills and they want to try to just shut the door on the round, but Kiko had other thoughts. And then they use that Nightfall, and Raga reads that really well. He understands that Nightfall didn't hit anybody. There's a possibility they get behind me, and he reads it, but then Kiko just there to clean up the mess. Blade Storm again, but a crunch being set up in towards mid, and nobody going to be knocking for NRG. They're taking their time. That Vice Flash again, set up to counter that Phoenix Flash if they try to push through. Kiko though, starting to feel the heat.
And just a slow drift back around the corner, looking to join in with the rest of the team. Taking firm control over this A main position. That Flash going to be getting the confirmation, so the wall now going to be set up. Will be a quick trip from Raga. Is Mata nearby enough? Will start going his separate ways. Double back through Art. NRG considering a pivot. No, looks like it will just be a quick check around behind on that flank, but XLG now getting players in a position to re-crunch through that Art side.
Done a great job dodging a lot of the confirmed information here, but Leo down to 1 HP. Have his work cut out for him there at Secret.
Still does have that haunt available, but he sends it out early before the exec has really come through. Saturate over to the stairs. The dive in from Mata. Gets the spot out here. Wants to try to go ahead and
I love me some strawberry vanilla cake.
WSLEO gets taken down. 3 swings back into the site. They're just not really paying attention to him. He's able to find a second, but place where No Man able to peel back a little bit of the pressure, but now it'd have to be a monstrous clutch from No Man with these knives in hand. Swings out, finds a first, gets back around the wall, looking for that kill on Amada, but he cannot find it.
You know, I think we gotta sing happy birthday to me, right?
Lock up a lead at the half.
We gotta sing happy birthday to me. Pull up the happy birthday song. Yo, happy birthday to me.
Hey, seriously, when you come from shit, never pay for me clothes, I done drew fits. Late night drive, tell me put the roof roomless. Posted in a castle in the fourth because of brokish. Get me cool straight from Afghanistan. Then you proofs tapped in with the Taliban. SD kid, riding round, I don't give a damn. Fuck British party, niet de ludde fucking Kali man. I was breathing when you cool, laat hem liggen. Bad bitch, dark skin, tell her wiggle. Music and some money, I'ma never stop wiggling. Party till the morning, tell her never stop twiggling. Hit me telegram, tell me put the cop in X. Baby trying to talk
Wait.
Yeah, really lying, tell her drop another fucking text. House keep tripping, but I'm never rocking Monterey. Mix the walk up with my Sprite, turn it gel in it. Too many bitches in my hand, it's a pepper spray. Me and Esther in the cut, the cushions having me. I'm smoking backwards, I'm rolling backwards like that wedding cake. Here you got a pub, but what the fuck you got? Is it candy? Is it in? What's that what you got? Kissing Mary Jane, did she love me? No, we smoke dog pebbles, and we smoking on the Scotty rocks.
Yo, shout out my birthday, man.
Cure a 5th round win in this half.
That's some good ass cake too.
And again, I feel like NRG kind of committing a little bit ahead of where they need to. Yeah, you have the convergent pass, but Raga dodges it and is there to back up his teammate. Oh my goodness, Happy Way. That was pretty nasty. I will say this, XLG can put on a show with their flicks. Saw it time and again in China. Now you're getting to see it here on the global stage. See if they can get another one, make this 7-5, then you make me a believer.
Scale forward.
Ooh, this is
checking that club side of the counter swing comes in. He will be absolutely dead. No Man continuing to try to scale, and there it is. It's just a matter of time before they find him, and Mata will quickly connect with his skull. Peek in, sees Happyway on the other side, but just cannot get that off the sing. Steel Garden now to be invested here as Happyway desperately trying to backpedal out, survives with 15 health. NRG able to try to push forward and take control of this site, but WS Leo, he's got that Odin and he's using it against Brock. Brings it back into a 4v4, but the spike now in play. NRG looking for this 8th round win. XLG needing to get this retake going, but if you're just going to continue to spray and pray and be rewarded for it, then hold down M1, Leo. Push out
Oh!
Kiko. Oh, they all just line up for him. Looking for the 4K, now needs it. Flash set up the swing it from Raga. And he will be able to sit him down. The fuse is in, and XLG rescue the half by getting up the 5.
I mean, this is so encouraging to see XLG
Come on, Mada.
shooting
Stop
their
swinging
way
out
out
of
of
smoke
bad
like that.
situations. The early pressure that NRG is able to create there.
Was that
really
Boaster?
brilliant. They know that they've got Happyway isolated in back alley, so they throw the ultimate. They throw the Tejo salvos at the door to try to keep him pinned in. He just barely squeaks through. They give up some space, but it's the confidence. This is exactly what you want to see from XLG.
Rescuing this half in a pretty big way. If they can find the opening pistol, then who knows? Maybe they can just get themselves right back into this one. NRG, though.
What do we do at halftime,
gonna be
man?
now in front, but
We
let's go
really
ahead and
skipped
send
this
it over
part.
to Frankie as we go to the halftime. She's standing by with Valen and Trent.
I've found G2's Trent and Valen, and first of all, I've got an incredibly important
found them.
question.
Bro found them.
Valen, tell me about the English breakfast you had yesterday. How would you rate it?
Fry up?
Yeah, the fry up, man.
Actually, beans on toast wasn't too bad. It surprised me.
How did it surprise you?
It was like a little sweet, like the bread's good, you know. I don't know, much more than that.
Well, listen, you guys seem to be scouting out NRG because you guys sometimes get being accused of being region merchants in G2. Are you now determined to be NRG?
You
now
mean
we're here in
region
London on
merchants?
international soil.
Yeah. I mean, we're just watching to see what they do, really. We want to see the atmosphere of the game and the arena,
Wow, that
the
cake
fans,
took me out.
everyone here in London. We're just trying to scope it out.
How would you rate the atmosphere so far?
Oh, it's
Gay.
been great. I mean,
Whoa,
all the fans
whoa.
are seeing us. They're all being
Jesus.
friendly, so it's awesome so far.
Are you nervous about the prospect of potentially going up against European teams, given that we're in Europe?
No, I want to hear the European crowd. I want to face Vitality. I wish Fnatic was here, but they're not. RIP Boaster. But yeah, I mean, all the UK players, I'm down to play. Benji, Fishy, it'll be insane on stage.
We were doing so good till Cypher came in.
50-50, you know, only on the dance floor.
Only on the dance floor. Gosh, we are a few weeks away from the after party. And now what's the plan? You've got about 6 days before we see you play on that stage.
We're
Six?
just working on ourselves right now. We don't
Look
know
at
how we're gonna
them.
play, so we're just kind of fixing our own mistakes and watching our games back and scrimming.
Who do you want to play?
Ooh. Honestly, anybody.
Mm-mm.
For everyone.
Ready for everyone. Well, you've got the time to be ready.
Wait, sorry?
What did you say? Repeat yourself.
Oh, I said bring it on.
Bring it on.
What?
You heard the man.
Vitality, bring it on. We want you and Global Esports.
Oh, all right then. Well, we'll see you in a week, boys.
Holy shit,
I
man.
love the vibes that they bring out here to the arena, even if they're not playing on the stage at the moment.
Huh?
We'll get ready to go into the second half. 7-5, NRG out in front. But it was a bit of a rocky start into some stability, but a solid rally back from XLG.
Voss!
A few of these rounds, it just felt like
Wow, that
maybe
cake is
individual
filling,
players
bro.
and NRG were going to take over, but XLG actually had similar scenes. You know, you saw great plays from the likes of Lysor, Happyway, No Man, and then there at the end, Rarga coming alive. I hope that's a sign of things to come here on this attacker side, because NRG, one of the best defender side teams we have in the world. So this is always going to be a tough task. The thing that always concerned me about XLG, watching them in the lead up to this event, is if they can get the ball rolling on the attacker side, they're fearsome. They're so scary. They're keeping you on your back foot. They're not making a ton of mistakes. But if you
Holy
give them
shiz, man, I'm so full.
if they give their opponents a little bit of breathing room, they can get into
Yeah,
early
lie
options like
down
that,
type
and
of
all a
full
sudden,
right now.
Things really start to slow down and start to shut down for them. And like the desk was talking about before this is a very slow attacker side team. They really like to take their time. And NRG surely aware of it. This is kind of interesting though. Leo trying to sell a little bit of a fake here.
The push forward, clearing out that vice wall, the swing in. Kiko just kind of dancing around. and
That's
hoping
Yo
dink, but
big.
It's going to be WS Leo taken down. Kiko holding his own. Scoop on that quick little
Dude,
corner
Pistol
check.
Round is so goofy.
Spot out, seeing no man should give solid enough information to
They don't
NRG
give a
that
shit.
This is where the spike is intended to rest. Dash
Wow,
forward,
he
he's trying
just
to
dashed through
disrespect
that.
This salvo. He eats an immense amount of damage for that. Well, flashed out.
Come on,
Swing Rocket will
Scuba.
be able to strike him down. But loses his life as Kiko again able to find another elimination. They are just running all over them.
Ah, he sucks
NRG
ass.
just sprint their way back into the site, and suddenly it's Happy Way, and he just doesn't have the health nor the
Okay,
shots
both
to make
pistols,
it
you should
happen.
never lose a
NRG
game. If you win both
earning
pistols,
themselves another pistol win,
it
and they
just
move up
if you win
8-5.
both pistols and
This
you
just
lose
felt
the
a
match,
little
it means
too
you're an
slow
ass
from
rifler.
XLG. I think if they're a little bit more pacey with this B hit behind the fake cell from Leo on the other side of the map here, I think they
That's
can
so
actually
big.
get into a plant situation, maybe even get into a post plant, but this takes so long to formulate that NRG goes, no one's coming behind Leo. I think we start rotating the other way pretty quickly, and like you said, they get a visual confirmation as well, and they're very fast to move to that B site and bail out Scuba, and they do. And their crossfires, their entries, that's where NRG is at their best, man. They're so well disciplined.
Huge shock dart.
Let's see if they can work some of that
Never
Thrifty
mind.
magic
Yes.
again to try to jumpstart the second half. Rock just trying to get these kills through. Will still find plenty of damage dealt. Dashboard, the spam back in, and Rock are going to be caught as he's able to find one. No man will be able to get the kill, but cannot collect a weapon.
Oh, they
Immediately
full
will be
invested
taken down.
French. I've been liking going to
Play,
pistol
just
more often
classics to try to make a go of this, and Mata
on
clearing
Convergence.
this angle, anticipating the position, and locks onto that second shot. Happy Way now down.
Bro.
Spraying
What
right
is
through it.
Astra
Lysor
doing?
gets spotted, and he's lucky to be alive. Might not last too much longer, though. Does manage to find a timing, making this a little bit more costly. It's okay, Brock. Bit over-eager there. Jumps forward.
Did
That
he
will
buy
be 3
Judge
players
post
dead,
Neon
but the round
patch?
still goes the way of NRG.
Yeah, maybe, again, a little bit shaky here for NRG despite the round win. You're pretty happy with that damage as XLG. You took 3 guns
Tack.
away. You're able to do a little bit of damage. I mean, this is pretty good
That was
stuff.
huge
Caught
because of the
NRG on
flash.
some really awkward timings with those pops out of the smoke up towards Art. And eventually, sure, NRG gets there. Kiko with another multi-kill round. He is going absolutely berserk. 20 and 10 right now.
If you
But it still feels a
die,
little off kilter for NRG. It just doesn't feel like they're quite comfortable in some of their
if you die on
decision-making and some of
Convergence,
their
you're buying
coordination
light
between
armor
their players.
pistol.
At times they look great. At other times
Walla.
it feels like they're not all on the same page just yet.
And this is a really weak bonus, just the 2 Guardians. The Sheriff and a Ghost to try to get a little bit more oomph there, but they're going to have their work cut out for them if they want to try to convert this one. As Rocket just going to be playing Orb Collection, 1 away from that run it back. They're drifting away. This is the lighter side, but no real
Drifting
scouting done on this A side of the
away,
map. So now they're gonna be
wave after
rewrapping back
wave,
across, but it looks like
wave
NRG are
after
making a call
wave.
for a pivot as again.
I'm slowly
Here's Leo
drifting,
sending that Prowler forward.
drifting
Gets NRG
away.
interested.
They're going to have a pretty good read on this here pretty shortly. Ethan saw enough. They kind of understand that there could be Art pressure. So NRG lining up to try to defend the A site. Trying to keep XLG corralled on that side of the map as best as they can. Lysor, though, he still hasn't seen anything, but they're confident to make this rotate. This is a crazy read from XLG.
Might just be rewarded, but we do have that final boss on the other side, Kiko. He's been holding his own this entire map, and now Mata looking to play intercept this WS Leo. He's making all the noise in the world. Mata just trying to find this timing. Will trip the wall.
What a timing.
And it's a shot right to the back of the head. Leo dropped. Attack now committed to the up and over. They look to try to take this whole position. Kiko,
Holy.
however, lying in wait is still able to find one. He's in with this one, but Rocket push forward over towards that street side, is able to intercept, finding a kill on Amana. Spike now committed to is Ethan. Straight big
Holy
arrow, gets
shit.
right on top of that Molly, it looked like, and still is able to find the shot of the Rocket. Scuba.
How did they win that? How did they win? He sprinted through Phoenix Molly and killed Phoenix.
Damned NRG once again coming out on top. Completely unfavored going into this. They will hit double digits as they convert the bonus.
That could be the nail in the coffin here.
So disgusting.
Map 1 of Masters London. Just a nice read from
Oh,
Mata.
he wasn't in it.
Tuck himself into the window. Wait the players of XLG out. Catches the rotate. It's similar to the
Who is
pistol round here
blood?
for XLG, and NRG has a suspicion of it where it's going to be WS Leo all on his own.
They've been trying to sell some fakes, but the thing about XLG is they like to play a lot of 4-1. It's not always
they're
the
so
same
cooked.
players in that 1-4. That's kind of the trickery they're going to try to impose on you. But if you can get the read early
Invest
on
the
where that
full
1 is,
armor.
you know where the 4 is, and you can make good ideas, good reads.
Rarja.
rotate off of that. That's exactly what NRG's been doing here.
And now you've got that outlaw back in the hand here from Mata. Looking to give them fits as it's a couple sheriffs, some bandits, and a stinger for XLG to try to pull off what now starts to feel like a miracle.
To make matters worse, you used your first Phoenix all to the half there in that previous round as well for XLG, so now you're back to trying to accumulate orbs for Rarga. Overstacking in towards
I don't know
mid.
how you pronounce
Ethan
it.
gonna be just doing a little bit of check of that, but it's just gonna come down to timing and some shots here for XLG if they can clear some space.
Pop flash out, Ethan. Just trying to layer in that stun, has the salvo as well to intercept them and hold them at bay at stairs. So this sees Molly getting committed over towards dugout, but no one at home for that to connect onto. Still slowing this approach, a spray and pray from Ethan through that Nebula is able to find no man, so Jet now eliminated. Stinger will get recollected, Rarga has that in hand.
I need to
Looks like they wanna
settle.
try to fight forward over towards Secret Side, but won't be able to really get a go of that. Meanwhile, Happyway.
The
unknown
timing
so
here is
far.
excellent.
Eventually have some damage, but the rest of his team is getting picked to pieces as Rarga gets taken down here on the site. Leo tagged up low. Swing in the corner. Second shot will be able to find the elimination on Kiko, but there's a lineup as Mana gets a collat. And now it is just Happyway, and he cannot do a damn thing about it. A 3K
11.
for Mana, 11 rounds for NRG.
Love some of the wrinkles in the defensive setups we're seeing here from NRG, in particular in how they're rotating to counter XLG when they're going for their plants, and it's Mata who's kind of all over the map here. You're setting players, you know, that are trailing behind the XLG players as they're going for flanks, so they have kind of counter moves already built in. They're doing a really good job of tracking those extra players of XLG to make sure that they're accounted for. So far, a flawless defender's half. Now you're into the Odin, now you're into the Op, now you're into ults for NRG to make matters worse here for XLG. Challenging round. If they can get this one, it's going to take a while to get there, but I start to feel like maybe they can rattle something together. They're going to get underneath Mata's nose.
There's the spot out, and there's the kill, Rarga.
This is my position right here.
Early shutdown found, but Scuba be the real one to try to spring this trap, but strips back a recheck on this long position. Not going to be rewarded with a sightline. Very much anticipating this position though from No Man. Plays the anti-flash. Just waiting for that peek. And there it is, but what a shot. Quick clearance, No Man.
Shit, that happens to me.
Now the tailwind forward, Kiko still going to be fighting back. However, as Rarga's going to be taken down, re-swings back through halls, but No Man flushes him out. Now just Brock and Ethan. Ladder Witch does have this read on the flank. Will be able to intercept and get the kill here on the Happyway. Now that it's brought into a 2v3, Ethan says no, re-wrap back towards B site. We can get this retake going.
Got plenty of cash. I think this is well worth a
If
try
someone
at
turned
this
on
point.
the fucking dryer and something's banging in there again.
That's done. A shock dart and a recon available now that Brock arrives on the scene.
Because all the towels are in my room, I guarantee it.
Just be the clear of that
So they
dart.
put in like one towel and it's banging everywhere. I'm sitting on like 16 towels on my bed.
It's taken low, but
I messed
XLG
it up.
gonna be able to clean things up. A massive round from No Man gets himself to 3K and keeps XLG afloat.
This is really solid stuff. Again, they're using that little timing window they have off the back of the smoke to get underneath Mata. And this is a huge win for XLG because, again, going back to their domestic, kind of appearances that they had, the operator was often where they started to stumble on their attacker side. Going up against it seemed to cause them problems. Here, they had a game plan early to shut it down. Now, yes, there's enough money, again, for NRG to buy
He spent
into it.
7K this
Signs
round?
of life. And a few ults to toy around with as well here. XLG.
Get very messy very quickly. They run it back nearly there. Lysor as well. One charge off having that Cosmic Divide available.
Drone is down.
And here's 7 ults.
Does the drone suppress you? I don't care.
Forward into this round.
It's going to be a bit dicey. They're gonna make sure that
Yeah, I
they
can never
get
be a pro player. Holy shiz.
last
Imagine going all the way.
out of it as they squeeze through. Arga Gonna be taking
Is it going all the
run it
way
back
up
over
long,
now
and then
the
just
other
to
side of the
rotate
map.
all the way here, and then to go back?
So deep with that operator.
This is allowing for all of NRG to continue to lean towards B.
So now you got to make
the
a
right
decision.
position, and it looks like Leo again is going to be trying to just maybe sell this fake, but it might just end up costing him his life. Haunt out should be able to tuck away from this one. There's the peak, but no, Mana going to be delayed on the shot. And in fact, eats an immense amount of damage. Will away at down to 39. And now he's got to be suspicious. This flank is going to be coming through from that art side. Drone from Brock, however, will be able to find a good timing, getting the spot out as there's the ult commit from Raga. Reveal coming through, and it's going to be the Thorns actually to be able to snap him back. Meanwhile, Steel Garden going to be traded out here.
10 seconds.
Stalemate, but Blazewall set up as Raga tries to escort them forward. They're trying to get this spike in play. It's 12 seconds remaining. They cannot lose this one to the clock. No man able to find that knife through. Ethan gonna be.
Hello! Plant the bomb!
Continuing to try to hold this. The time isn't
It's
there.
so close.
Trying to commit to it now. A Shockdev's gonna go layered in. Will be able to try to get that in play, but it's just not there. They waited way too long. XLG have absolutely shipped it up the river. They just sink.
I think everyone's confused.
Oh my.
No paddles, no flotation, no life vests, and no round win.
Yeah, the boat's full of holes. Just barely, but
But I deadass thought they got it.
that one's incredible.
Look at this blood. He speaks fluent Chinese,
They
you're
had a
telling
pretty
me?
good chance there to at least get the plant through and force NRG into a bad situation. Instead,
they committed so many ultimates.
Yeah.
Everything other than this Cosmic Divide used to no avail. That is a heartbreaker of a round here. It's XLG. They need 6 in a row to try to take this into overtime. Otherwise, I think it's best to just start focusing forward on your
I
map pick of
guarantee
Lotus
the
that's coming
washing
up next.
machine. The washing machine be like when it's draining the water.
NRG just
Fucking hate that washer.
spreads out, gives him a little bit of space. Happy wait.
Could be the dishwasher too.
Oh, he can't get the kill.
And that could be a critical miss.
I don't know why every appliance in this
Staying
fucking
alive means he's gonna be able to
shithole
offer up
is
that
so
after
loud.
util, and then he can still absolutely find
Nice
damage.
shot.
At the
And
same
that's
time,
cooked.
Nomad Lysor are now going to be picked to pieces. A 3v5 to try to hold out, to keep this map going.
GG.
It's gonna be happy
What do
way
we
eliminating
do?
Scuba will be finished off as Amali's able to find him. Mana up and over the top, maybe getting the spun of his players here at backside. But Ethan just puts his life on the line, sets it up for Kiko.
Nice.
Who will be able to
Lotus
collect
next. Very good
Team
map.
6 NRG.
What is that haircut, bro?
Over XLG here at Masters London.
First half looked a little bit shaky for NRG, but they came back with a vengeance on their defender's side.
I don't know who these XLG guys are, but they kind of suck dick.
And off the back of a
We can check on the major, CS major, because that's always cool to see how they're doing.
beautiful stuff from him. 26 kills.
I don't think my friend Gizmo has played anything.
A massive performance from
We
them,
can't
but
play
that's
anything.
Exactly what XLG need. They're going back to more familiar territory with Lotus next. Will it be enough? We'll find out after the break.
GG. I didn't even show. What do we do?
Here we go again.
What the fudge am I watching? Is that James Franco? There's a Coinbase ad. Ooh. Rapid trigger, of course. I hate how when like companies make keyboards and then they put their dog shiz mouse next to it. Like, brother, everyone's using Logitech. Maybe they use some crazy Chinese mouse or something.
And they fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Insane. January 9th. Fucking EWC? Say what you want, bro. Great ass tournament for a lot of like just games to show up. Big ass prize pool. That shit is crazy good. So did they announce something at a major again? Or a master? Sorry, I'm on CS terms still. They announced something, right? Like a new map, a new agent, a rework. So it's probably a Sage rework, right? Rumors was like she can no longer res, which makes her completely dog shiz. It might not be complete dog shiz. Depends how they go with it. Yeah, EWC Valorant is in Paris. I forget the reason why. Maybe because Dubai is at war or something. In the Middle East where it takes place. Wait, Akiman has no picture. Are they with a sub? That would suck ass for them. That guy's Vodka Ashu? I would do something, but I'm like completely stuffed, bro. We still gotta be Kingdom Come Deliverance too, man. Yeah, if you go 0-1 at the start, you're one game off elimination.
A clean win for Energy on map of Pearl now. Bonker,
So they
you
did
guys are
prepare
1
Pearl.
and 3 on Pearl in
They did very
America,
good shutting down
but
the
one
op.
win really stood out. With
It's like
some
one
people
round that
still being
random
surprised
guy
at the
had.
fact that you picked
The
Pearl.
defense was good.
What gave you the comfortability
Double
picking it
pistol
today?
instantly win them out.
We've liked the map for a long time now. It works against certain opponents, and when we feel like we want to play Pearl, then we're just gonna play Pearl, and it's a lot easier now with no Neon on the server.
Okay, thank you. And
That was the
Sentinels
reason
might be a
why.
potential pick from your opponent's next map. Are you guys ready for that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's gonna be fun. We played Lev again. We played against Lev in Americas when I played Triple Senti. We got some good information on them, so it's gonna be a good match.
Why are you running triple Senti, bro? Gonna sleep. That's insane.
Very first map of VCT London complete. We asked why Pearl and Energy answered on the server.
Yeah,
Well,
but I think the
Kiko did.
translation there from Bunker is, we didn't think XLG were that great at Pro, so that's why we picked it. Not because they were so confident in them themselves. That's my translation of that coach interview anyway.
He said certain teams, and this is a certain
Well,
team.
Yeah,
It was
a
more-
certain team, but not a
What?
very good Pro team is what he was saying. It
was more
I'm gonna, if I lay down, I'll
I think
fall
he was like,
asleep.
oh yeah, we woke up today and decided
140
that we wanted to play Pearl,
CS?
which is the kind of confidence you need coming into a
ACS.
global event.
I'm just saying, that's the coach brain. I know that wavelength. I know what he's doing.
All right, okay. You guys
ADR.
can tell us what you think there. But we were looking a little bit at round 8. XLG looked like they were struggling a bit. They were giving a lot of space to NRG there in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think one that we wanted to speak about was round 8 because we were kind of discussing like how are XLG going to play this map in particular, and one of the things that we wanted to highlight here was the fact that Noman was getting such deep positionings with
What are
that
you
all-air
talking
on the
about,
jet.
bro?
We see it in round 8, we saw it in round 9 as well, except it was the A main positioning. But Mini, it was actually the resistance coming out from XLG not actually wanting to play forward and kind of conceding all of that space to NRG's site execs.
Yeah, like here XLG had full information on the map. They stacked the A side of the map very passively, concede all that space, and NRG are able to just walk onto the side. And that was the theme of the day, was that NRG were, I think, quite obvious in their intentions, and it didn't matter because XLG weren't battling them at all. They let the red carpet roll out for NRG, and when you do that with a team like NRG, they're just going to take it every single day.
And not only that, I mean, sometimes you make
It's
small
a
mistakes
dishwasher,
like
I know.
that, but they
Makes that
compound, and on
dumbass my
top
brain
of that,
sound.
Kiko, absolutely on fire. There is definitely a hometown buff going on.
Yeah, on fire, but we didn't get to see him on the Phoenix this time around. It was, of course, that Vise, and I think, as you kind of mentioned, being here
I don't think
on
the
home
crowd
soil,
was
being
behind
able
him
to have
at all.
that home buff as well, I think that considering the numbers that he was being able
I'm
to
not
put
gonna
up,
lie, I
considering we
think the
didn't even get to
Chinese
see that
bought all the
defensive setup,
tickets.
he was doing a lot of this on the attack, Mini.
Yeah, on the attack side, you can see there with the space that XLG are giving, Kiko is in those sites just cleaning up those floods coming in. And when you give a player like Kiko with these mechanics, that room and that comfortability to just do his thing, he is going to deliver 350 ACS for his debut at London.
That's double
That
what
is
I
a
usually
great
get.
sign for this team.
Yeah, lots of high hopes for Kiko and NRG right now. This is a really good trajectory, but give us some hope for XLG.
For
No.
XLG, we're going on to their favored map. Like, I think that should be enough, no? I think that, domestically, they were super dominant on this map, and I think that going into this, that's good. I think I'm a little bit worried because, of course, Americas do play a very good Lotus as well, but I think my hope is that, XLG will be able to come into this one with a bit of confidence.
I think all the analysts I've spoken to are the ones rubbing their hands at this matchup. The
They're
idea
coming
of
back.
XLG's Lotus, when we talk
They're
about
interviewing
map
or
pool,
putting
I
on
think
makeup or
Lotus,
something. I don't really
XLG,
know.
they just go together right now. I have similar worries that I do really like NRG's Lotus as well, but I think that what that's going to provide is a much higher standard of play on this map. And Pearl was okay. I think Lotus now is where we ramp into some really world-class Valorant.
Well, just now, Jen was having a chat with the coach there, and he didn't seem too flustered or bothered at all, going into the triple Senti comp of XLG.
Yeah, I think that was something that I flagged
What
when
did
we
I
saw the
just
map,
read?
was how often do you actually get reps
We're
against
laying
the
down and
compositions
we're
such
risk
as
falling
this,
asleep.
considering it's something that's a little more unfamiliar, and yes, we do see teams pick it up a couple here and there across different regions, and I mean, he seems as though he feels pretty confident going up against that.
So XLG's composition, Triple Senti, it's a checkmate type of composition. It is going to checkmate teams that don't have good theory on the map. But NRG do.
I'm gonna lose
And what
it
I mean
on
by
this
that is they
chase.
have the Sage wall, they have the Deadlock wall on that defense. They're going to put them down in the mid-round. If you don't do your due diligence of breaking
That's
those walls,
fine.
then they're going to stack sites. On attack side, lots of post-plant utility.
Ah.
So if you don't fight them early,
Rough ass
or if
day,
you
bro.
don't hold the
Finally,
sites very
32
well,
hour week
then
done.
the
I
post-plant
asked
is
me
where
to work
XLG is gonna
48, bro.
shine.
Fudge you, man.
Well, I'm definitely curious what XLG thinks, so let's hear what Havoya has to say
I'm
ahead
under
of
all
map
my
2.
clothes right now.
Here with Havoya of XLG. Havoya, we see you guys sticking to that aggressive play style with high
Gotta
tempo.
piss, sit down, yeah, lay down.
Can you quickly tell us about the decision behind putting Rarga on the Phoenix and Noman on the Jet?
Actually, after the meta change, because Riot has fixed Neon and Whaley, we decided to stick to double duelist because we are very comfortable with
Yeah,
that
double
playstyle,
duelist is fine.
and
No
we
one's
let
doubting
our
your
players
double
choose the roles
duelist.
they want. So I think
Check my
Noman
messages.
and
None
Rarga
good, thank
feels
God,
fine
leave
on
me
Phoenix
alone.
and Jet, sorry. So that's why we choose it.
We could see that Rarga and also Noman were warming up to the stage towards the end of the game as well. You guys talked about the importance of confidence. Lotus is coming up next. It's been a strong map for you with triple
They should do
Sentinels.
fine on
What are your
Lotus.
expectations?
Energy on Lotus, I don't know.
To be
Didn't they
honest,
run like the
Lotus
weird ass
is the map that
Sage?
we are more confident
The
than
Sage
others.
comp?
So
It
hope
was
it's gonna
fine,
be
I
a
guess.
different result, and
Or
just
someone
want
check
to show our real
G2 when they
potential
played
this
against G2.
Thank you so much and best of luck.
Hey, what do you guys thinking
Opita.GG.
about that there?
Well,
Especially the
interesting that it
duelist.
was like they gave the option to the players
Yeah.
themselves to choose that. Very interesting. I think that it's I personally would have expected the other way around, but I think that having No Man as that
Against
pure entry and
G2,
then
they
the
played
kind of Raga to
Lotus
clean things up
first.
makes a lot of sense. It just didn't work
Lost,
today.
they
Yeah,
played
I think it's nice because something that you'd highlighted at the start,
Vise,
Company, was that
double
you wanna see
controller
these
with the
players
Neon,
loosening
so we'll
up
see
and
what they
being
do.
able to just go in and take those gunfights. And
Let's
I
see
think
if they swap to the
allowing them
Raze or the
slot onto
Waylay.
agents that they feel most comfortable on and being able to give
What
them
is
that
with these
freedom and that choice
these
to do so,
ZLI gaming fans? I know they're an Ascension team, but
This
still.
is not the first time XLG is here on the global stage. They are an Ascension team, but they've
I
worked
told
on
you.
a lot of things now, so you can see how they're changing things up.
Probably the
giving
Raze or
players a little
Waylay.
bit more
We predicted
flexibility,
it.
And they are going to be going into a very...
Oh, what is that
Yes,
shit?
very standard
What
approach
is that
for both these
shit
teams, what
on
we
my screen?
expected. Mada on the Raze now on Lotus, but the key thing here is XLG's triple sentinel composition. As I said before, on the defense side, weirdly not as strong. If NRG do their homework and are going around the map slowly breaking all this utility, I think XLG will struggle. But on the attack side is where the composition
Then why not go Sova?
If XLG are able to get onto sites, they got all these walls,
Ah,
slows,
yes,
they
she's
got
just too
tripwires,
strong
they
with
got
her
everything to
lineups
stop the
now.
retakes. And the question is, will NRG
Oh, I
be
twitched
able
my
to
back. I
disrupt
forgot about that.
XLG, or are they going to bring the fight to XLG?
Yeah, I think the key thing here as well is XLG sticking with the composition that they played regionally. I think for NRG, they've decided to swap out that Neon for the Raze here from Mada. I'm intrigued to see how they utilize the kind of utility that Raze has to help break out that utility that XLG will have when we're speaking about the Sentinels.
The key player for me in this game is going to be Scuba. I think on this attack side, with the Viper, it's a lot easier now with the new Lotus to lurk out on that route. I want to see him being more confident in his individual form to be able to go out and break some of this utility. And when it flips on defense, he's going to have a big job of holding that C site down with that Vice utility and Viper Orb. He's struggling a little bit in Americas right now with that hold, and it's a crucial hold against this XLG composition. He's going to have weird Sage rules being kind of used against him, against his utility, and he's going to have to have done his homework and be very confident in that C hold.
Well, speaking of confidence, this is what we're going to be needing from XLG, that mental reset going into map 2 here. Of course, they want to push the series here to the next map, but can they actually do it at this point, or will they crumble once more, Billy?
I don't want them to be able to crumble right here, right now, right? Obviously, it's first series into your global event, but I think that they can definitely have a lot of confidence coming into this, knowing that it's a great map for them regionally, knowing that they are so great with this composition. And I think as well, it's just needing to see that excitement, that confidence coming through on the stage, not letting those nerves get to you. I think that we already kind of highlighted how good their composition is going to be if they manage to get into those post-plant situations as well. Raga, we already highlighted as well. Doesn't matter what agent you put him on. Yes, he might have had a quieter first map, but I think coming into this second one, we need to see that coming through.
We definitely want to see it. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm right there with you. I want to see XLG rally back into this and push this to a map 3. London, what do you think? Do you want to see this go to map 3? Let's see if they can deliver on that. NRG thus far dominant in these pistol rounds.
Playing it really close to the vest here. Our XLG haven't given up. They haven't fought for much of the space, I should say. They're just kind of playing like they did on Pearl here a bit. They're absorbing some of the pressure. They still have a lot of util in the back pocket. They still have the Sage wall. They still have the Deadlock wall.
Plenty of util going to be exchanged here on either side. As Mada just getting spammed down. Taken low, the jump peek, and yep, US Leo going to be able to find that opening kill.
Oh, love this wall.
Holding him in place, the net as well, getting a massive grab, swinging the corner, WS Leo able to find a second now, and Raga getting involved. The cleanup is swift, and that is a flawless pistol for XLG to kick off their map pick.
This is absolutely beautiful. They've got so many layers behind this that NRG is just struggling to try to piece together as this goes through. Nice hold by Leo. He has been stellar on this map. Had one of the nastiest 2Ks against DRG here in the lower finals, but him and Raga gonna combine, but it's all off the back of No Man's Deadlock wall. That sealed the deal. That sealed NRG's fate. And that sealed the first round win for XLG, who now are gonna commit a little bit more earlier here. A lot of trips over on the B site. A deeper trip gonna be placed here by Happyway. Mada right around the corner, just waiting this through. The one-way setup for him by Lysor, and NRG just gonna try to brute force their way through.
Just trying to get those taps going through. Tripwire will get cleared out. Quick pivot's going to be made from XLG as they shift 2 more players over to this C side of the map. Cage going to be disrespected. The wall now going to go up, though, and that completely separates a lot of the players here from NRG. Trying to slide their way forward into this one, but it's going to be Brock and Ethan taken down. Scuba unable to find anything at all as Noman just sprays and prays with that Spectre. And Point Blank is going to be favored every single day of the week. They're looking for back-to-back flawlesses. Won't be able to get it. Kiko will find one, but that's a 2-0 start for XLG.
You gotta like what you're seeing so far. These reactive plays that XLG has here. You know, Happy Way not going to stick around too long. Doesn't give up his life early. Waits for the reinforcements. Confirms that they're going to be coming his direction. The quick rotates come through. The wall comes in to cut apart NRG. And then XLG going to combine forces to seal the deal on that one. You only lose 1 player there. Just Noman in the round. So you're going to be coming through with a couple Bulldogs, a Spectre, a Marshall. Sheriff for Happy Way. There's that Odin early for Brock. Could be a big difference maker here for NRG as this goes through. Going to be able to break some of those walls a little bit quicker. And with that heavy artillery, that is a really high trip.
That's a raise catcher right there.
Cage triggered.
For now, just a little bit of poke and prod, but no real commitment. Will just be the orb taken by Mata. Well over halfway towards that showstopper. Meanwhile, WS Leo, the lurk forward, the swing in the corner. He's able to find one. He gets some damage on the Scuba. He gets himself a second kill as Mana cannot stay alive. With the help of the blind, they will finally take him down, but that is an immense amount of damage as WS Leo looking alive and well on this map compared to the first. Now suddenly NRG very much at risk of giving over this bonus conversion.
And these walls are always a little tricky. You got to be careful. Arga's not on top of him, so Kiko going to be double checking just to make sure there's no possibility. We're going to have another flank coming through. They're going to clear the wall as well to put some question marks into XLG's minds. The problem is they have a ton of question marks themselves on the map. NRG has no idea what's going on.
But also look at the setup on B. They can just completely leave that side alone. Tripwire into the double sonic sensors. Meanwhile, Lysor ready to try to shut this down. At the Paranoia will be sent out. Kiko up and over the top, trying to get the spot out here, but Lysor has the read, has the shot, has the kill. And Kiko has absolutely nothing. The round is already over. Raga just going to be trying to get a couple little extra charges here. Will get shut down, but that is a 3-0 start for XLG.
There's the crowd so
And you're gonna
silent.
get the Odin. That's huge. That's huge value. Oh my.
A monstrous way to convert the bonus. XLG looking right as rain and right at home on Lotus. And NRG gonna have to start questioning whether they want to commit a very early timeout into this one. And I think if you drop the next round, yep, we'll probably will be able to see it ahead of the bye. It's just that one Phantom being carried over in the hands of Scuba.
And it's awesome to see XLG here just giving you so many problems on the map in terms of not only do you have to try to fight your way through some of this Sentinel util, but they're going to start pushing the map. They're going to start taking some of that extra space to try to understand what's going on. And I'm also trying to understand what's going on.
Well, it was a matter of time. Okay, never mind. This is actually a delayed timeout call.
Okay. Whew. We're safe.
No need to panic. Pansy's not here yet. We can't be having tech issues, so will be that timeout committed going into what is going to be a massive thrifty attempt for NRG.
We got to make sure she's banned from London until, you know,
until we're gone.
Yes.
Now, once we're out of here, then you guys are on your own.
Well, I mean, I get this timeout very much. You really got to kind of figure out how you want to work the map a little bit. Are there ways you can break some util, create some problems for XLG and their setups? But XLG so far has been pretty comfy, pretty well able to shut down NRG whenever they've been making any kind of hit. So I think the thing here for me is NRG, I feel like, should have an advantage in terms of taking some early A space and then trying to work the map off of that. I don't know if that's what they talked about in that timeout because this is the eco, but I think as the rifle rounds start to come through again, you might be able to use that to create some more pressure and maybe, you know, have that B swing available from the baby door side instead of just trying to brute force your way up the gut. Instead,
Nothing
they're going to
spotted quite yet. Cam is still going to be situated. Prowler scouting forward.
not going to be many question marks about this. It trips back up there again.
Last round saw the TP up and wasn't there, so this might catch NRG a little off guard.
Orb gets taken. There's the up and over. There's that ping reveal, and Lysor from down below is able to find that elimination. Scuba going to be able to find one, but Noman quickly will trade him out. Solid shot from Kiko. Gets rid of Lysor and brings it back into a 3v3 with some guns to be collected. Trades going to be found. Spam on that Spectre, not going to be too significant for damage, but does delay going for this plant. So for now, XLG have boxed in NRG. As Brock taking this fight, narrowly will lose it. Raga with the outlaw finds Kiko. Now it is down to Ethan, and he won't be able to get it started. A second for Raga, a fourth for XLG.
This one felt a little bit more uncomfortable because even though Lysor's got that anti-raise spot, he gets kind of stuck in no man's land underneath all these smokes. Trying to find a way to get involved because his teammates are there, but then they're able to get a pause on the round, able to get their pieces into place. And eventually, XLG fights their way through. WS Leo continues to thrive, as he always seems to on this map on the Fade. Now, look at it, but XLG is expecting what I was thinking about. This A fight that maybe it was going to be NRG trying to create pressure that way. Instead, they're going to keep trying to test Happyway over here on C. This time, Happyway, no choice but to back through. This was not in their kind of mindset for the call for this round. Odin in play again for Brock on that Vice.
Just the res available for XLG at the moment. If Leo is able to find an elimination, we'll give him that Nightfall. As Spike going to be committed to, and the spam out. That's going to be the kill found. Ethan going to be taken down. Showstopper is there, but it will not fly. Happyway has the shutdown, and look at where the Spike is. I think Mata had collected it off the corpse, and he just absolutely shipped it into no man's land. XLG once again shutting down NRG, who cannot even buy a round win thus far on Lotus.
Well, and it's a beautiful little setup they have here because they're going to get the information onto the players that are on top. The Showstopper gets ripped, and the Lysor Paranoia is perfect. It hits Mata so he doesn't see Happyway up on the Raptors. Beautiful coordination from XLG. They look so comfy with this comp on this map. And NRG just going to continue to dig into this C well, seemingly. It's been thwarted time and time again, and XLG can start. I know.
Surely this is the one.
Fool me once.
Happyway just looking to try to slow them up on this approach, but ultimately we'll have to give up some space. Just pulling back, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Meanwhile, Mata going to be spotted out by that dart. He's trying to take a timing, but he's just going to be met with death as Happyway again is able to find Ethan. He has sight lines on your plant spot. You cannot commit. It is a flawless round as XLG move up 6-0.
Now you start to wonder if we're going to see both NRG timeouts in this first half. Oh, the wall too to tee him up. You know, you think about some of these Rarga walls on this map, like Minnie was talking about at the desk, a lot of it's these like kind of cheeky C-hit walls where is he going to come up with it? Is he not? Will he, won't he? But then they've got some of these backside walls that are going to give you that height, to give you that extra little bit of vision. They're continuing to set this 4-1. I mean, they're happy to play this game. Go ahead, NRG. Happyway isn't giving anything up on the
He's been
the
good
C
for
side.
2 every single time at least.
He's playing it perfectly. So this time appears to be a little bit more of a fake, but a little bit of a test here for Scuba. WS Leo is going to throw the Prowler and back off.
You still have this barrier mesh set up on the exit from A, so that allows you to lean in towards B a little bit more as that gets ready to time out and get cleared. Will just be the repivot. So WS Leo getting into position, riding along this wall. Clears the haunt. The wall will fall, and so too shall WS Leo. As ult going to be invested, is able to find one, but the cleanup can be there as they will break Mata out of jail. Two-player advantage, but Lysor is in spawn. He has killed one. The Spike is now on the floor. The Paranoia is going to go through. It connects onto at least 2 players. And answering Paranoia back, he tries to TP out, repositions beautifully. Gets himself up to do another corner. He is buying so much time and attention at the moment as NRG, they have to flush him out. They finally will be able to do so, but at cost, players get taken low. Didn't connecting, the kill not found. Scuba does manage to stay alive, but it's 24 seconds remaining as they frantically push their way back towards C.
There's a res available here for Arga, so they can get another player into this.
The Steel Garden even going to be invested into this, as there is the res. That gives information over to NRG. They know where WS Leo died. They know that it's going to be a little while until these players are able to join in. Brock to watch around the back towards that flank. Still has his Vice Wall situated and in position. Leo gets out in front of this one, but Happyway trying to get the retake started. Pushing forward to the spot of the one, the spray down, gets the kill, but cannot find Brock, and it seems like NRG at long last may have just been able to find their round to win, but Leo has other ideas. Shots going through, the time starting to dwindle, and there you go. Kiko will be able to find it as NRG at long last get on the board.
Yeah, and I think you're going to need to see more of this from NRG. You're going to have to force the hand of XLG. Don't let them get comfy in these setups. Ping pong around the map, clear out some of this util, and still XLG happy to throw caution to the wind. But this time, NRG able to fight their way through it. Everybody gets involved, and a little relief there for the IGL of NRG. A lot of ults there for them as well. If they can get into the post plant, they have the Viper's Pit. They have the Nightfall as well here for Ethan. On there early just to check. Nobody actually trying to take contact. That's all a bit of a fake here from XLG. Look at them, they're lined up.
About to be cleared. Prowler at the ready. Quick clear, they know that they've scaled forward quite deep here. Net NSC is going to be committed to this one, and that's going to be a kill found, and Scuba gets taken down. The Paranoia going to be lobbed in. They're trying to prevent that further scale forward, but XLG are still able to get a kill, get damage onto Ethan, and get out scot-free.
And get a wall up. Get a little bit of confirmation if they try to re-hit. Instead, NRG doesn't want to clear it. They want to try a different part of the map, and look at No Man and Lysor. They're already up at stairs.
TP outside the door for Kiko. Cover going out.
This is pretty well read, though, by XLG.
Plenty of info spotted on that jump peak. The Nightfall to lead the way forward, and Raga to try to lock them out, but the wall not going to last too long as the Odin will be able to burn it down. No Man, however, tucking it into the corner. He's just not quite ready. He gets picked apart. Now it's going to be Lysor up and over the top. Only able to find a smattering of damage. It's the player advantage for NRG. Slide down to drop. Kiko prepared. Gets rid of Lysor, and NRG now looking well slated to win back-to-back rounds unless Happyway can come away with a massive Red Bull clutch. Looking for the shots, finishes the first, but falls down to one as the decay comes in. This would be a miraculous spray transfer as both players just play together, but he isolates! A swap of the guns. Spam the box. The damage not found, and Kiko to come out on top, but narrowly so. 3 kills for him and a second round win for NRG.
And even in these rounds where NRG is able to make some headway to be able to deal with the walls quick enough that they're able to get into some post plants, XLG still making them earn it. And it's so close for Happyway. 10-4, him and WS Leo topping the charts right now. Operator available for Rarga. And that Odin, I'd like to see more of this used to keep XLG's Sentinel util guessing. But Rarga trying to play the tight angle, and he's just done.
It's completely unread, no credence lent to that rewrap from Rubble. As Happyway now to try to hold the line. Opts to go for the clear on the Haunt. Re-swinging around, but NRG are just kind of dancing around this and able to avoid capture until Brock gets caught. Happyway able to find a second, finally will be felled. Scuba comes away with that elimination, but the pit now going to be committed to. NRG know that they need to claw back every single round that they could possibly get, but for now, the spike plant going to be interrupted as Ethan will fall. Kiko keeps it in with a 2v2. Players look to just try to poke and prod. The pit will get dropped. Kiko is more than prepared, finds that elimination, and now it is all on Lysor to try to clutch this in a 1v2 scenario. 45 seconds remaining, and NRG silently look to just make their exit. They take the rope. Now rotating through the defender's spawn, but Lysor, damn close. Has the right idea, but will he be able to take them both down? Gets some damage through. Kiko surviving with 2 HP. The spike will get shipped all the way over to the C site.
Well, there's a real good chance for Lysor now. This could very easily turn into a 1v1. Kiko being so weak. No util here to speak of, other than when Kiko's smoke refreshes.
Hilo situated around the corner. Kiko being as low as he is, still very risky. TP up and over the top, the tap. The spam now coming through. Lysor wheeled away at and on the peak will finish the job, but cannot get the round win. Scuba comes out on top. And that's going to be NRG starting to claw this back now 3 rounds in a row.
Now you kind of got to wonder, maybe there's going to be timeout called from, I mean, that is ridiculous stuff there, Happyweight. At the end of the day, they're able to hold firm, and Havoya will be looking to maybe take that timeout, I think, because it looks so good for them early. They were doing such a great job of just countering NRG. To be fair, I think NRG maybe a little static in their decision-making with C, go C. It just really wasn't, I think, necessarily the game plan you want to play against this composition, because if you're just going to be hit and go on, you know, when you're thinking about this through the Coinbase win condition here on the timeout, you gotta create confusion, because you have all kinds of information gathering available as XLG, whereas NRG, you don't have that same luxury, so you have to be the one creating question marks. The impetus is on you to use that raise util to maybe clear a little bit, ping around the map, use some of that extra layers of deeper utility you have to gain some A control perhaps. Things like that is what I'd like to see.
Yeah, I mean, Minnie was talking about on the analyst desk before we got into this one. He wanted to see a lot from Scuba on this Viper. Like you said, you don't have a ton of util to gather information, so you just kind of have to put bodies on the line. And we haven't really been seeing too many of those lurks enacted by him. So curious to see if that will come to fruition a little bit more. 3 more rounds to be played out in this half. XLG still in a fairly comfortable lead, but that could turn around very swiftly. NRG look to try to go 4 rounds in a row. Happyway immediately just backpedaling. He's like, okay, I know this song and dance. You guys come towards C site, I back up, I kill 2 of you. But instead it's gonna be Kiko getting things started. It's WS Leo gonna be taken down. Big peek in, and Lysor none the wiser. Doesn't anticipate this at all. Now the paranoia's in, and Kiko is tearing them limb from limb.
There he goes again. Just crazy work by him. Get in there, clear some of that util. I like this, though, from NRG. Be a little bit more proactive. Will be a quick trade on the Happyway. I don't know if No Man, given the economy here of XLG, given that they've lost about 4 in a row, he should be saving. Would have liked to have maybe seen Happyway save too, but it is what it is. But now you're going to have that showstopper going into the next round. It's starting to unravel for XLG, who looks so in control, but little nice micro adjustment here out of the timeout. Bunkar getting into Kiko's head saying, get onto that B site. I think they're leaving it kind of open because they're relying on the util. Go clear it out and see what you can do. And he did quite a lot.
Yeah, pretty big round from him yet again. 14-8-2. Kiko back here at home is looking incredible for the team. Still more work to be done for NRG to rescue this half, but XLG faltering now 4 rounds in a row. This is the kind of thing that you cannot allow to happen when you're going up against a team the caliber of NRG. They are world champions for a reason.
And the other scary thing is, yes, Kiko's playing amazing right now, 14-8, but behind him, nobody's really picking up the slack. I mean, 5-3-3-1 is the kill count for the players behind him. They don't even add up to what he has.
Sound sensor up.
So you would expect that eventually, you know, Brock, that superstar for this team, Mata, an incredible duelist, they're going to start picking up in that kill count department. So XLG really needs to tighten the screws. This is that A control. Boombot as well, not going to check Leo.
Goes on red for now. Sage Wall going to be situated. It's up and over the top, and this time Mata's able to find one. Rarga will fall, but WS Leo quickly trades it back. Looks for a little bit more, but will backpedal through the stairs, sending out the Nightfall. connections here onto the players, but it looks like NRG want to go for this pivot. They had this lurk forward, and Brock trying to bring them up into the B site and will be able to do so. Then again, now the full pivot. Happy Way here behind them. Start to get this confirmation on the spike plant on this C site. Meanwhile, Nomad taking point, is able to find one, but Kiko shuts him down. Back into a 3v3, and Happy Way looking to be rerouted. Will just push up, join in alongside WS Leo towards this waterfall side.
Well, Lysor's paranoias have been really good. Gonna have to hit another big one.
NRG trying to fight forward. Leo holding his own for one, but cannot find the aim reset. And now it is down to Happy Way, gets into a 1v1, spots out Ethan. As he frantically backpedals away. Slides out around the corner of the cam, not gonna be able to spot him. The time is starting to bleed away. Happy Way needs to find this kill sooner rather than later. Haunt goes out, just eats that. Jump peeking coming through. Ethan just trying to buy the time. As his head continues to just pop out from behind the wall. Happy Way will claim his life, but he cannot claim the round win. NRG one away from completely running back this half.
Miraculous stuff, but able to Rarga trying to hide behind the wall. They do set up there nicely for WS Leo to at least get the trade, to at least confuse NRG enough, but those walls now not keeping NRG at bay.
Now
they've started to storm over them.
This goes here.
The siege is on. XLG would love to get this last round to set themselves up for that potentially fearsome attacker side. I'm pretty curious to see how it goes for them when we get there. Ethan does get a nightfall off that.
Happy Way again, backpedaling, quick rotation in from Nomad arriving on the scene. Will BDK down. Top of those tracers, but counter spray out. Nomad is able to find one, so Ethan gonna be eliminated. Happy Way holding his own. Shuts down Kiko on the aggressive push forward, and NRG know that they need to flush this guy out, and they will be able to do so as Mana gets Lysor behind him. Ulti invested. Brock will get caught by the Annihilation. They just don't have the angle to really try to clear this one out, but Mana is still fighting. He's looking for a little bit more. So it's a back away. What is that shot? The Reds now bringing Lysor back into the fold, and NRG have had the door slammed in their faces. Good God, Leo.
I don't know what it is about him on this map, but he hits some of the craziest shots you'll ever see. Oh my goodness. Job's not done yet.
30 seconds left.
Still
nothing
in with
but
a shout.
Guardians.
3 Guardians. Leo low on HP. Lysor just gonna go TPing over, gets himself a bit closer, now arriving in the spawn. One set out, checking towards that rubble side. Nothing gonna be spotted yet. Leo waiting it out, the heal coming through, just jiggling on that corner. Before that kill, Mata tagged up but not taken down. Still alive into the mix and just trying to sell this as Scuba lurks forward. Is able to find the transfer. Gets himself a 3K, but now into the 1v1. The paranoia gonna be sent. It's Johnny on the spot. Scuba completely blinded up.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke cycled in and Lysor trying to get this hold to hap, but Scuba is so damn fast to rotate around the back. He's just gonna be sticking forward. And he should be served up on his own. No! He just holds it! An unbelievable Red Bull clutch! As Lysor says, I do not fake!
That is stellar thinking with the smokes there.
Absolute insanity.
Woo, that shot, oh my goodness.
Kong-Kong-esque. Going back on split, good lord. Well, 7-5. XLG staving off NRG, but they are still so very close. Anything can happen in the second half.
Who you think is gonna win? Is it gonna be XLG? You're on camera. Point to XLG or NRG, depending on who you think is gonna win. There we are. I love all these signs. So, what we want you to do is point to the logo of the team that you think is going to win. When you see yourself on camera, this lady's pointing at herself. She is the winner today. Hello, guys. Yes. Hi. Do you guys think XLG is going to win? Yeah, you guys. Do you think? Yes. This guy in the purple t-shirt. Is that a Clove t-shirt? Is saying XLG. And the guy underneath, I don't want to break your heart about Fnatic. I think we've got some fans. Oh, hang on, is that a Cat's Eye fan? Yeah, it's Cat's Eye also not playing. Guys, who do you think is going to win? Yes, Pink Hair Lady Fnatic fan, now switch to XLG, I like it. Guys, who have you got? XLG 2-1 prediction. I like how you changed your prediction from 2-0 to 2-1. She brought her own pen. All right, guys. Let's make some noise for your teams.
Here we go, XLG. Fans wanting to see this push to that third and final map. They have a 2-round lead at the half. NRG though with a pistol win. Right there behind him is a massive 5-round win streak recovery for them. And a hero defuse from Lysor to secure the lead at the half.
Quite curious here. NRG, at least initially, thinking about some kind of B hit early from XLG. Do see early pistol scrapes in China over that space, but XLG slow to it this time. They took a little bit of a longer pause than normal. Start making their way forward. A little bit of a confirmation. The thing you're really looking for a lot here going up against this XLG comp is where is WS Leo? Because that Prowler and the Haunt and those kind of things are some of the best abilities that XLG is going to have in their kit with this composition to create that space, to create that pressure to get into post plants.
Sussing this out pretty correctly here. Just the A side of the map that is very stacked up. Everything else widely empty. NRG's defenses. Another tap of that door. To join in, Happyway gonna try to squeeze through the gap. Won't be able to do so. Oh no, he does. Okay, barely. Gets through. Wall forward. Raga ready to swing out.
30 seconds left.
With elevation on that. It's going to be a three-player approach around the back. Tripwire going to be found to start things off.
Well, this is exactly what you don't want as NRG. It's trying to fight your way through all this util. They're going to try to overstack the flank to deal with it.
Yeah, so find out towards that CT side. The jump peek out. Yep, no man able to find that kill. Absolutely destroyed. C's connecting. Leo just going to try to hold it down and will be good for one. Finds a ton of damage as well as Mana. Whittling away out down to 10 HP. Lysor at the same time able to find 2 as Kiko and Brock all eliminated. Mana to fall and XLG to get themselves another pistol win. Once again, a 3-round lead established.
This is exactly what this comp is designed to do. Give you bad choices. Oh my! Whoa! Okay. Yeah, but you are limited in the angles you can come from, and that allows XLG to react with the crossfires and other things so quickly. And another pistol lost, both of them here on Lotus. So XLG on their map pick, looking to send this to Fracture. TP up. Sees nade attempted, but XLG not far enough forward.
Oh, Lysor was really trying to get on that angle, but can't quite get the sight lines. Meanwhile, Happyway's just sprinting up into A.
Yeah, you know.
Gets a deep cage situated, and this has all of NRG's attention tied towards this side of the map.
Just trying to sell a little bit of a fake, and it's worked well enough. Just using those sound cues to create some attention on the other side of the map, and just slowly but surely work your way forward. But again, for XLG on this attacker's side, a lot of it's going to be 4-1s or just straight up deathballs. They love to deathball with this composition because they just need to create that extra little gap in front of them so they could start throwing walls up, so they could start using some of that util to scale forward. And then the post plants are just a nightmare. So I'd like to see NRG in the coming rounds, once we get into rifles, to fight for some of that early space, fight for Mound, fight for long A.
Ethan is just getting tripped up the whole way throughout. Happyway has plenty of backup here. Scuba will force him to get off this angle. Just a quick tap at the door, and NRG, it does look like they want to try to play for some blood here. Time it dwindling, and with the util just being thrown at them, probably wise is to just stay tucked back, go down to the spike, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So XLG move it up 9-5 in flawless fashion. NRG, can they break the pace? Can they stop another bonus being converted? Or will this map just wither away out of their grasp?
We'll have to see. I'm just very curious about this round, how they're going to approach it. You know, how aggressive do they want to get? What's going to be some of their protocols? Because playing for retake, yes, you have a little bit of extra kind of, I'd say, layers of utility and other options available as NRG versus a lot of what, you know, XLG would have been facing in China. A lot of neon, not a ton of rays being played there. So you're going to have a little bit, and you have the Odin, of course, with Brock, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I like what Kiko's doing here.
Playing forward, but Paranoia out will force him to retreat. Safe enough to just back away from that haunt.
And he knows he has the Vice util here to give him a little bit of backup if they do commit to this. So Brock slides in.
Thorns pop, sees not getting the grab. Go at the ready. Paranoia out, trying to find a target. Will be able to do so. No man's going to be struck down. Well, Rarga still situated on top of the wall, but now you've got this 50-50 angle situated with an Odin on the other side. Should not be able to find any entry whatsoever onto this C site now.
See if Happyway can create a plan B. Not going to be given the opportunity just yet.
Ooh, spot out on the one, but it's going to be Kiko coming away with that one. Rarga just a little bit too late to try to join the fray. Does manage to get the finishing shot, but cannot keep his teammate alive. Tap on that door. Camera situated forward, clears the flash at the same time. C is going to be taken, but Brock nearby enough does have that Odin to try to spam them off the plant angle. Is it Leo will be able to commit to this one.
Spike planted.
3v4 now. Those plants situated, no deep flank coming through. Door again going to be tapped. Scuba able to find a little bit of early damage. Kills for now going to be eluding XLG. As NRG just get closer and closer to trying to retake this site. Happyway with a shot, and now Rarga able to find another. Brings it back into a 2v2. Ethan trying to strafe his way in, but Leo has him outdone, and Brock cannot take down Rarga. A 3K for the Sage, another bonus converted, and double digits hit for XLG.
Even without the comfort of some of that deep post-plant utility with the deadlock already being out of the round, it's just the discipline here for XLG. And it's Rarga with the 3K. That has to feel good. No man trying to pump up the troops. Just a great piece there from XLG. I like the way that NRG plays it as they're going to take their Coinbase win condition timeout. They spread the map a little bit. I like the way Kiko plays it early. He gets pretty deep on Mound, has an exit strategy, has the Vice util there to stall out XLG so they can't get into that post plant nearly as comfortably. You're allowed to set up that crossfire, but Rarga just waits him out on top of the wall. He just stays there for forever. And they don't anticipate that he would be that patient in that position. And it's those little things like that that XLG does on this map that's so hard to kind of mentally keep track of.
Well, the final timeout call and just a couple seconds remaining to try to rally back into this one, but a 5-round deficit, just 3 away from extending this over to the Fracture. XLG, it feels like they have everything in hand at the moment. As long as they can maintain their grasp, we should be seeing that Fracture coming up pretty damn soon. NRG just continue to not really be able to catch a break. You look at the score lines here. I mean, Ethan, 13-5. Very close to putting up a pie performance.
I've heard they like pies here.
They do indeed. this is not the good kind.
Oh. All right. SLG waiting this out. They love to do this against Ecos. They just sit and spawn.
Scuba is getting antsy. White swings in. Raga going to be able to find one, but gets taken down. Net now on the corner as well as that sees. Went away without a catch. In the end, a 1-for-1. Weapon's going to be juggled away. Likely check off the side of the map, not allowing for NRG to get anything for free into this.
Honestly, you'll kind of take that as NRG. You're at least able to do some damage here.
Oh, for sure.
You gave more than you took. You still have the Vice Util on seat.
I'll find you.
XLG is trying to angle for B. I love this fake from
Oh,
Leo.
but Brock.
But this has bought all the attention.
He's just itchy on that trigger finger. Ends up firing off a little bit too early, and now the wall going to be popped. Brock could go for reposition, but we'll just wait this one out at the same time. The scale forward into the B site is there. XLG finding that no one's home.
It's a beautiful call.
30 seconds left.
Spike now to be planted. Sonic sensor going to be set up. One at upper, one at back site. Trying to make this unassailable. And impossible for NRG to get their way back into this and pull off the Thrifty. Sensor cleared. Paranoia still held. That gets invested. Mana going to be taken low. The Nightfall now having to be avoided. More space and time bought here for XLG on this post plant. And Kiko, statuesque, is waiting to try to see if the rest of his teammates can find any kind of point of entry back into this one. But now checks the corner. Happy Way have the back pedal. Is going to be low on HP, but the smoke will fall. And NRG doing very much the same. Kiko gets it into a 1v1, but the time is just not there. Noman will take the fight, wins it, and gets XLG up 11-5.
And I really like this round from XLG because it shows that they're aware of some of their own tendencies and how they can use that against their opponents, because they're going to sell a little bit of a fake with WS Leo. Talked about the key role that he plays here with the fade in this composition. And even though they played the beginning of this round like they almost always do against Ecos on this map, they just sit and spawn and wait you out. Having a little fun there. There's No Man. But then they're selling fakes and going in different directions. It's like a completely different team. They feel so comfortable with this composition. The Duelist list. Lotus, Triple Sentinel. And they are putting on a show right now.
They're the architects of this composition. They know how to run it. And hearing from Wonkar before going into this map, he felt confident. They, of course, have an immense amount of tape on this, but they just have not really been able to pick it apart. Now Mata bringing up that shot again with the operator. Jump peek, able to spot a little bit. Will get grabbed by the net. Will get revealed by the Haunt. He's still able to quickly bounce his way out towards safety. Not to connect. Ethan now to be spotted. The scale forward continues from XLG. Should be able to get their way forward into this A site. Thorns quickly cleared. Brock considering that peek out. They will be able to quickly dispatch that wall. Oh my God, No Man. A bold push forward. Still is able to find that headshot before getting taken down, but WS Leo eliminated at the same time off screen. Kiko immediately scaling forward, is already arrived at the spike. The spam through the box is trying to flush out Lysor, but will not be able to get that wall bang. And now NRG in pole position and get this retake. His Happy Way is completely zoned out, will eventually fall. And NRG deny map point from XLG's hands.
So this is generally where this comp does start to struggle a little bit for XLG, is when you start running into those operators and things like that, because you don't have a ton to break them off of the angle. So you saw very early in this round that XLG had to commit a lot of their throwables to keep Mata off that early angle at rubble. That kind of makes things really awkward, because then you don't have a ton of it to clear that extra space, set up for that post plant, plus that Odin still there for Brock. A long road to go for NRG to try to claw back into this one. Plus, you got to go against a couple ops. Yes, it is, or excuse me, ults, but it is going to be a weaker buy. Only Lysor with the rifle.
Kiko having to use both teleports just to get out to safety. Camera, same time, going to be situated quite far forward. Mata has the retreat path covered here, but Happy Way is just scaling. He's just completely pushed past this, and now he's in behind Ethan, who is none the wiser.
Go for the knife.
Here comes the shots, and no, knife be damned. He just wants the kill, he wants the gun, and he's got it. What a timing, what a gap found. And that could be potentially their undoing. But Kiko at the same time, he's massacring too. Happyway's not turning back. The shots will come in and he cannot find the kill. Scuba able to flush him out. Brock will hold the door. What started off looking like an absolute catastrophe will be stabilized as Leo able to get some damage but cannot find that elimination. Just Ethan dead. As NRG continue to try to get themselves back into this. 4 rounds to go to tie it up.
Having a bit of a laugh about it. For a moment there, you start to think that maybe Happyway is going to pull off the play of the tournament here on day 1, but Scuba able to suss it out. You can see there he's looking below him. He's like, he's not on sight. He must have gone into spawn, and it's great heads-up play there from the Viper. Brock's ult in play. XLG gonna have 3 available, 1 away from Happyway, 2 away from Leos.
That stacked deck. As Ethan having to back away. It's getting caught by that Z's, but the Annihilation gonna be committed to, but Kiko peeking in as the door gets tapped, and he is able to get the shutdown on the Nomad. Rez is in, Raga. Sure that they are still 5 players strong in this round as Mod is trying to catch a glimpse with anything that he possibly can. The Paranoid's gonna be flying, but it's gonna be NRG coming away with all the eliminations. As NRG look to make this a flawless, and they will. Kiko gets himself another 3K. He's 3 away from dropping a 30 bomb in this. And a flawless round win is exactly what the doctor ordered as NRG have continued to amass their economy.
Well, I tell you what, if this goes to a map 3, Kiko's very much on pace to set the best of 3 record. He's going absolutely crazy right now.
He's just an absolute menace. I mean, regardless of the result after this one, I mean, get him an ibuprofen, get him a back brace, he needs it. Putting up incredible figures. All that key weaponry continuing to be held on to. XLG, no real way to try to put a dent into this economy from this point.
Now you're gonna have to get a little bit more creative here as XLG. Trying to scope out what's going on different parts of the map. Again, looking for some of that aggression early from NRG. Was starting to find some success from taking some of that early space, especially over at A, but so they get the deeper camera. Nobody at all on NRG has even thought about that direction, but they have a couple players at stairs. Gonna try to sneak No Man over there with that Marshall. The rest of the team gonna feel comfortable enough to try for the execute. It's gonna be thwarted. Yeah. Mata found No Man on the other side.
Just trying to make something, trying to create some pressure on that side of the map, and ends up being punished for it. Very nice shot from Raga, just strafing forward, is able to get rid of Kiko. But look at the HP bars at the moment. Some of this decay, yes, but a lot of it permanent. As the neural depth is going to be invested into this one. XLG, they want to try to pull off this Thrifty, but Happyway offers himself up, and the kill is going to be found. Leo trying to poke and prod, but he's just eating the brunt of this damage. As the Odin will eventually find him. Shift the depth over to the side. Lysor going to be good for 1 more, but the time is going to be gone. Ethan, finding his footing a bit more, gets himself a 3-piece, and NRG are 2 rounds away from tying this up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be the timeout for XLG. You would assume you got to talk about ways to deal with this operator. Again, this comp is not super well suited to deal with that aspect of it. And that's why you're going to see them want to end up on C or B a lot. Why A is very challenging, because it's so easy for an operator to just lock that space down and either force them to commit a ton of util or throw bodies at the problem and, you know, try to go for a trade, little things like that. But it's going to be Hiboya talking things over with his squad, seeing if they can muster out the win here. It felt like a guarantee, 4 in a row to start the attacker's side, and you're like, yes, we're going to Fracture, let's go. Now it's 4 in a row for NRG once again, who just like on the other side of the map are stringing rounds together.
Well, maybe the light's shining a little bit brighter in Ethan's face these last couple rounds. He's starting to find his footing, starting to put up some numbers. He was 3 and 15, now he's 8 and 15. Has that Nightfall ready to go. So matched ultimates on either side. XLG wanting at least to try to find the comfort of that map point. get that runway to try to close things out. Feels like if this run back continues, if NRG are able to find their way up to 11 before XLG can get 12, they might just take the map from out under their feet.
I'm right there with you. It's starting to get a little too close for comfort. Both teams gonna have matching ults with their fades and omens. It's just, is XLG gonna be able to convert? They're gonna try something quite different than usual. 2-2-1, trying to keep NRG guessing a little bit. And maybe open the door here on Kiko.
Rysor trying to create that pressure, the paranoia. Lob through. Rysor does not get caught by that one in Kiko. They're just going to be using that ult to get out to safety.
Yep, Brock there for cover. That was a nice little setup for NRG, but still XLG scaling forward. NRG has committed the bulk of their forces towards B. XLG doesn't feel comfortable with the amount of pressure with what they've seen from those two sites. They know there's at least 3 over there. So do the math, maybe try a different side.
Age up,
oh my
timing
God.
shot attempt, but will not be rewarded with a kill nor damage. Nightfall, however, going to be immediately invested. Ethan wanting to shove these players back. It's the mark on the 2. WS Leo, Nightfall of his own. Sent through, Mana gonna get caught by that. Prowler ends up being cleared. Smoke's obfuscating for now as they look for this pivot into the B side. Happyway already gonna be forward, gets a backstep kill onto Ethan, but not before Raga is dead, and then Kiko arrives on the scene, gets himself a second. Finishes into a meat grinder here from XLG. Immediately dispatched, and now WS Leo, a 1v4 to try to take this up to map point. Otherwise, NRG one away from tying it up. Immediately forward, and he cannot find that kill. Kiko cleans it up. He hits 30, and NRG just have one more to go. They look to steal this map away from XLG.
It's just great understanding here. Love Ethan's little micro positioning. When you give XLG that space where they can pivot into B through the breakable door, they love to throw that grab net in there to clear that space, and he's just far enough back where he doesn't get caught by it. And he's able to at least get that one little kill. There's little micro things that NRG is doing here on the map that are really impressive, really show the thought and effort that they put into this. Kiko up to 30, but for me, the real story is XLG right now. Can you muster the strength here to take this to a map 3? Can you right the ship? Everything looked so good. They looked so confident. They looked like the team that we had hoped they could be. And NRG has won a championship. And they're showing you, even when maybe they don't have their best stuff, they're still going to give you fits.
At this point, across the series, he's got 54 kills. Not much further to go to claim that best of 3 kill record for his own, taking it out of the hands of Aspas.
Got to get to map 3, though.
A couple aces around this one out.
Or just a really long overtime? Is that?
Yeah, could be the case. For now, XLG just trying to find any gap in the defenses here, but they're coming up shy. Mata again on a deep line. Model of the camera, not able to find the spot, but they will be able to force him back. Shifts over onto the side itself. Well, double drift around the back of Rubble. Jump peek out. He's been spotted, and surely you just do not give this guy the angle. TP forward, going to be committed to. Mata have to backpedal away. Early shot, not going to be connecting. Blinded up, swings out to his demise. His Happyway is able to find that elimination. Scuba now to try to hold his own, but he's been spotted, walled off on the one side, and Happyway is out for blood. He wants his elimination, and he will find it. TP up and over the top from Kiko. Happyway considering that ride of that rope, but does decide to dip back. Kiko out with another kill. Slicewar will fall, brings it back into a 3v3. We're just playing that anti-flash, but Ethan, the 1-2-3 swing from NRG is looking too damn clean. They get themselves back into the player advantage position. But no tap of the defuse. Time still going to be bought. WS Leo on that swing is able to find one. But Kiko continues to dominate. The defuse to be stuck in NRG. Tie it up 11-11.
He is just single-handedly dismantling XLG. This is a great look from them. They're able to back Mata off those lines. They're able to get that operator out of play. They're able to get into those post plants, but it doesn't matter. Kiko's just too good.
Here.
That's it.
Here.
That's all that is. It is just madness what he's putting together today.
Lysor forced to reposition. Still eats a good amount of damage though. Mata again looking to try to set up that shot, but won't be able to find the connection. Boombot scouting this forward push. He's got the weapons to swap over. Immediately looks to just break down the segments of this wall. Will be able to do so. And all of XLG now routed through tree. Happyway still a world away. No man not reading Brock's position whatsoever. He was completely unread. Immediately finds some kills. The steel card going to be invested. Doesn't even need it. He's got the Odin in hand, and he is right at home. NRG will continue to run this back as they run themselves into the lead and up to match point.
Just a matter of time, it feels like, before Brock just puts that Odin to great use, puts his opponent in the grave.
Well, good luck, Happyway. You are a player of class, but this is an impossible task. Is able to find the one, but of course it's Kiko to claim another victim. 34 kills found. And NRG now one round away from securing this series as their own, from taking this Lotus out of the hands of XLG. We're gonna feel like they got robbed in broad daylight. They want to see Fracture. They have to get it done in overtime.
Little bit to work with. Ethan gonna be close to his ult. Happyway, need that kill. Oh my God, Kiko, he gets taken down.
Red ball's down. A lifeline offered over to XLG. But even still, there's no way to feel comfortable, even in this position, even with this advantage. Annihilation gonna be online again for Nomad.
It's a huge gut check for XLG. This is one of those moments where you want to see them take that step forward, to be able to force this OT, to force that map 3. To show that they in their region,
I know exactly where you are.
can still do some damage.
Well, the neural theft telling all. Annihilation gonna be set up, trying to bank it off the wall, and will be able to get the grab. Pulling a player forward to their demise, and rushes in. There's no way to rescue it. Decay, however, is gonna be in. Raga able to find Brock. Lysor gonna be traded back, and Scuba trades it up. No man eliminated now, a 3v3. NRG still in a position to get this round corralled back through. The nade able to find an immense amount of damage, and Ethan is able to find Happyway. The door now swinging shut. As Leo is just down to a sliver, 22 health on him, 55 on Lysor.
Time.
They have to go for it. The tap's just a hair off. He's just painting an outline around it, but it's gonna be Mata able to find Raga. Leo down to 1. Mata collects a second. And it's gotta be a 1 HP clutch that he cannot find. NRG! They are world champions for a reason. They rally back into Lotus. And they take down XLG 13-11.
Time and time again, this team shows you that they have the best mental, the best resilience on the planet. Doesn't matter what the score line is, it doesn't matter where they're at in the event, they are always a threat. And they come back with a big one today.
Revenge not to be found on this day for XLG. London calling when they couldn't make it to the phone in time. NRG will continue to dominate, will continue to deny them these victories here on the biggest stages. That Lotus still looks damn scary. Teams moving down into the 0-1 bracket. Gonna have to be concerned about that from XLG for certain, but for NRG, I mean, what are you meant to do when they have Kiko on their squad? 34 kills on Lotus, 26 on Pearl. An insane run as he makes his way out onto the home stage. What a performance.
Just incredible. I mean, what a statement he's made here in his home country. He has absolutely shut the door on XLG. Tough run of it. You gotta like what they've got cooking on Lotus, but it's still just not quite enough.
An insane run here for NRG to come out on top. Let's go ahead and send it down and hear from Mada in the Verizon post-match interview.
I'm running in. I feel so awful about this, Mada. I know, let's take this photo. I'm so sorry, I'm photo bombing there. And turn around and talk to me, please, Mada. So, tell me about that first map, going back to Pearl. Do you think maybe at times you gave XLG a little bit too much space?
Honestly, I don't remember about Pearl. I'm only thinking about Kiko's performance today. Like, wow, he's London's savior.
Yeah, I mean, dropping over a 30 bomb before you guys had even taken the lead on Lotus, that was insane. He must have been feeling himself on voice comms too.
I mean, clearly, he was different today. I don't know. He's something special.
And how did you feel not going to the neon on those maps today?
It felt good. I like when there's no neon. I like raids. I like waylay. It's a lot of fun.
I do want to ask you a bit about Lotus though, because normally we're used to Ethan changing things up and finding the solution very quickly. At some points it looked like we were going to a full 3 maps today. Why did you need to change things up? What wasn't working?
We just had to adjust to what they were doing. We couldn't really get a read on it the first few rounds, and then I feel like once we got that, we had no problem with the rest of the half.
Was it also hard knowing there are so many incredible XLG fans in this crowd? Do you want to say some words to the NRG fans and get them hyped up?
Yeah, thank you for all the support. We hear you guys on stage, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mada. Please go meet your fans. Let's head over to our coverage.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the Valorant Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA Ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Baby, I know you hear me. 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 Baby, I know you hear me.
Hello everyone, I am joined by Vitality's Yampy and Derka for a special edition of Duo Q. We have the fish and chips, or as what these boys dipped it, what was it before we went live? French fries?
Yes,
French
I'm
fries.
French fries.
French fries.
Yes.
Okay, do you know what? You got to keep the fans happy, so
Yes.
I appreciate it, Yampy. Listen,
Love
we're
it.
going to play a little game of whether you guys know each other well or not. So I'm going to ask you some questions, some like who's most likely to and things like that. And then I want you to put the sign up whether you think it's Derka or whether you think it's Yampy.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Always ready.
Yes.
You want to try and be on the same page here as well, to be
Okay.
clear.
Yes.
Okay, and no
Okay.
cheating. No cheating. No trying to look at each other's
Yeah.
answers. Right. First off, who has the funnier jokes?
I hate this. I hate this.
Why do you hate it, Darka?
1 point.
Why do you hate it?
Because he only does dad jokes, that's it.
Can you tell us any that have been the most memorable? Because I feel like we have heard some of them in the voice
No,
comms.
every time someone asks, like, we're finished, and he's like, yes, we're finished. And yeah,
That's a
Yes.
dad joke.
That's the best.
yes.
Okay. Speaking of Finnish, who talks about how much better Finland is the most? Still Yampy.
Still Yampy.
Okay. Tell us a little bit, Yampy. What's your favorite Finnish fact?
That in our hotel we have also Finnish elevators, and we love sauna.
Okay, nice. I wanted to ask you both, who do you think rage baits Pal the best?
I'll take it today.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys are 3 for 3 so far. What
I
kind of
think
things do you say, Darka, to kind of rage
Huh?
bait him?
I don't know if I can say on camera, just because.
I mean, the best rage bait
Yeah.
is that it's like very easy to be with him here in London because he's a local.
Yeah, he's a local, and yeah.
Because he's English, right? No, English speaking.
Fish and chips in the Berlin airport is the best, and he gets really tilted at that.
Just to set the record straight, Pal is Scottish, as much
but
as he
English
sounds
speaking,
like
I
he's
said-
English.
I said English
okay,
speaking.
okay,
Yeah, English
okay.
speaking.
You're trying to rage bait me here now, boys, but it's okay. Who is the better driver in Berlin?
I mean,
Sorry,
I
Darka.
don't,
I feel
don't have a
like
license yet.
but do you guys
yeah,
know
I was-
who has license but cannot drive? Derka.
Who?
Avocado.
Okay. It's getting there though, right, Darka? It's getting
Yeah,
there. Okay, that's all that matters. Who is the better photographer?
Bro, easy.
Easy.
I heard that Yampy is more of a vlogger, Darka is more of a
Yes.
photographer.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
He's very good at photographing, actually. So
Sometimes.
easy.
What kind of things do you like to take photographs of, Darka?
Just cool buildings in the city.
Okay.
That's why in Berlin I don't get much. In London I got a lot.
Okay, a little flame towards Yampy there, but we'll allow it. Who is the most likely to win a clutch out of the two of you? Okay.
My reasoning is that he's entry fragger, so he's most likely to die than be in a clutch.
I think that's
yeah.
fair.
And in the last match I think I lost 6 clutches in a row. So
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Who is the loudest after winning a round? I wonder
after
who that
winning a
could
round.
be.
Which one could it be? I'm not sure, but let's play for the points.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of already knew the
Okay.
answer.
He's the loudest when we win. I'm the loudest when we lose, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What kind of things are you shouting when you lose, Darka? Like, what is it that's making you so loud when you lose?
This was the worst call I've ever heard. What
Nice
is this
flash.
flash?
Yes.
What is this flash?
That's my favorite. What is this
Yeah.
flash?
And who is most likely to whiff when you're trying to shoot at someone?
Ooh. To be fair.
Recency bias, I would say me.
Recency bias.
Just because on that Pearl game on the final or whatever, where I was on street, do you remember that?
Yeah,
On
okay.
Pearl. I would
Yeah, I
so
remember.
badly. I
To be
would
fair, like we need another side of Profek when he had that moment.
so badly.
Okay, last question that I have for both of you. Who is the better duelist?
Duelist.
Yeah.
Do we play for a percentage or do we play current form?
Get the points in.
Get the points. Okay, we get the points.
Okay, do you want to tell people why you were thinking about going for yourself, Yampi? Is it the kickoff performance or is it the early career performance?
Yeah.
Because he has the biggest ego on the server.
Because all I'm saying that I play one time Yoru in my career Duelist and it insta get nerfed. I can't remember Dirk playing Duelist and it getting insta nerfed, so...
I think I got Jet nerfed a few times.
That's true also.
Yeah.
I got Judge nerfed. People don't remember that, but remember the Judge is
They
nerfed.
Ascent Judge on the first ever international on Ascent.
Listen.
Against who was it?
Vikings.
Nice. Good job.
Speak your truth, Kings. Either way, I think you scored all of the points, 9 for 9, I think that was. That was pretty good going. Thank you so much for joining me.
Bravo.
And if you ever want to find a duo and play along, maybe you can play this game too.
Yes. French fries and fish. Unbelievable
Yes.
duo.
Thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Durka and Yampi there, and that's the weirdest looking fish and chips I've ever seen. It looks more like a chicken nugget. But I have to ask you, Minnie, you know, Billy asked about rage baiting Pal and Durka, you know, they both picked Durka. Was that the same for you?
A little bit, but he rage bait me more with his like play and practice rather than his actual, you know, the way he spoke to me.
Yeah.
A little bit of trolling
Okay,
practice sometimes.
okay. I mean, it looked like a lot of fun, Billy.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and you're not the first person to say that the fish looked like a chicken nugget. Darko might have also made that comment. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to hang out with the boys.
Well, those two are part of Vitality's super team, and they are here in London after missing out on Santiago. So there's lots of experience on this team, but the thing about super teams is that expectations are always very high, Minnie.
Well, yeah, but I think a lot of people are kind of doubting them a lot right now, and I'm keeping my expectations extremely high. When I'm looking at a roster like this, it has players like Chronicle On, players like Durka, Yampi, Sayonara, the rookie coming in. Like, I still expect them to be doing what they built this team for, and that is winning, going deep into tournaments at minimum.
For sure. I think that we can definitely look at this roster and discuss how they have a wealth of experience, but I think just to recap how their year has been so far, they played kickoff with a substitute because Sayonara wasn't quite eligible to play with the roster just yet, which meant that, yeah, they had an okay performance in kickoff, but they actually ended up dropping through each final and didn't make it to that first global event. They come in here after some crazy things happened back in EMEA where they didn't even have the power to make it to playoffs through themselves. They had to rely on an Eternal Fire win against Giant X, I believe it was, in the very last week. So that power almost kind of went out of their control, and now they find themselves here at the global event after looking like a completely different team by the time we got to playoffs and compared it to how they were in that group stage.
Yeah, the Vitality in the group stage was the one that everyone was memeing on, everyone was laughing at, and then it got to playoffs, so they locked in, they started listening to Pau, listening to Yampi, they started adding some structure, all the stuff that I wanted to do at the start of the stage. It took them a little bit of time, and hopefully they've had time now to build on that, add some layers, and I think if they do, then they could be meeting those expectations that they had at the start of the year, which, again, deep tournament play.
Yeah, that's right. I think listening to Yampi and kind of collectively getting that communication in order was a large part of the success we saw from this team as they moved through stage 1. In fact, we got to hear from Yampi together with Jen Lee, so let's see what he had to say.
Jen here with Yampi of Vitality. Did you get taller?
Yeah, probably, you know, every centimeter that I didn't make it to Masters, you know, the stress, you know, need to eat a lot.
Okay. So you shot up with all the food and the calories. Well, yeah. Speaking of how you guys did in EMEA, you know, Shut Up and Yampi basically just got you guys here. You guys really found the stride that you guys needed by listening to you and also sticking to the plan. Is that something you guys are actively working on still, or is it basically just kind of drilled into your game plan at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit drilled, but, you know, sometimes in practice we kind of fade away of that, and then we don't start playing good, so we need to remind ourselves that, you know, it's my role to put the team together, I will say, because we have very good individuals, of course, but if we are not on the same page, it's chaos on the server. So that's my role, to make sure that we are on the same page. So we should do it more.
Okay, well, hear that, everybody? Shut up and listen to Yampy.
Yep, good to hear from the taller Yampy, but they are facing against DRG today, and DRG are no stranger to globals, but they did get grouped last time at Champs 2025, and you know, they're going to be facing against the super team today.
Yeah, I think that the strength that DRG have is being that underdog. I think they need to embrace that today. They saw their brothers today in XLG losing in the first game, and they're coming in as the third seeded China. I think that it's a contrast between Vitality's high expectations, a lot of pressure on them. DRG, I think that they got nothing to lose here and need to play like that.
Yeah, I think that when we think back to China and the kind of group of death coming in here, right? They were in that group of death, and so they've made it here. And they had one of the longer kind of runs as well, right? When we think about teams that had to make it through the lower bracket, DRG were one of those teams that had to do that. And I agree with you, Minnie. They're one of those teams where no one's really expecting much from their region coming into this event. So I think that actually they need to use that as a strength and come out swinging.
Well, can I make a small case for DRG here? I know expectations are low, but the last time they were on a global stage at Champs, they had a sub. It was Demon1. And imagine if the V-God was on that roster while they had 0 match wins. It was really, really close against T1 and Heretics.
Yeah, the aura there with the Brody, you could feel it coming out. But yeah, of course, like the story of this team is Vukashu right now. He is the star player. He is dominating domestically right now. He is the question's not whether he is a great player, it's how great is he, and is he enough to push this team into this tournament past that group stage?
Well, that is the question. Let's see what Vukashu has to say. He has been a hard carry for DRG, like you were saying. We are definitely going to have a chat with him later on that. He's known as V-God over in China for a reason.
Definitely. I think that what we can say about him is he's so mechanically gifted, which in this meta is obviously super important because we aren't seeing much of that utility. And if you want a great site anchor, well, Vukashu quite literally is the answer to all of your questions. He is constantly being able to hold that site down, even when he's up against the Whaleys, the Neons that we're seeing so frequently in China. So yeah, I think the head-to-head as well, when we consider him going up against Chronicle, who's been debated as one of the GOATs in our game here in Valorant, I think for me, that's exciting to see these anchors going head-to-head today.
Yeah, and DRG themselves know how good he is. They are playing their game around him, and I think that for Vitality's prep today, they're going to have to look at Vukashu and create a game plan around him. I'd like to see them come out, do some fakes towards Vukashu, make them rotate towards him, and maybe go elsewhere. I think that whatever it is, Vitality need to have been studying him specifically.
Okay, in fact, let's see what the V-God had to say himself over with Jen Lee.
Here with Vukashu of DRG. Now, Vukashu, a strong start against a star-studded roster can and will set you up for a deep run here at Masters and any other global event. So against Vitality, is the feeling more pressure, or do you see this as a chance to kind of spark something in this team?
Hello, everyone. I think Vitality is for sure a strong team, and we all know that. They have like some big players with big titles. But in my opinion, they're afraid of losing more than we do. So that's, I think, I treat it like some kind of advantage for us. And I think we really motivated to show them that what is TCN capable of. So we're gonna do our best to prove them who we are. Jayo.
Jayo, okay. So the underdog mentality.
Underdog mentality.
Yeah, okay. Wise words from V-God. Preach.
So we're gonna conduct a map veto today, and Vitality has a higher C, so they're gonna pick their side. So let's start with that.
Start defense. Take Team B.
All right. Vitality picks Team B, so which means DRG is Team A, and DRG start banning first.
The first one is Pearl.
DRG banned Pearl, and now Vitality is banning.
We ban Ascent.
All right, Ascent is banned. Now DRG is picking their first map.
The first map pick Lotus.
Lotus is picked, and Vitality picks their side on Lotus.
Start defense.
Alright, defense it is. And your map pick, Vitality?
Breeze.
Breeze. And side for Breeze, please.
Defense.
Defense. Alright, so DRG is banning.
The second ban is Split.
Split. Split is banned. Last two maps are Fracture and Haven. Vitality is banning.
We ban Fracture.
Okay, Fracture is banned. The Cider map is Haven and DRG picking their side.
Attack.
Attack. All right. I will give you a quick recap. We start with Lotus, Vitality defense. Then we have Breeze, DRG defense. And if we have the Decider map, Haven, DRG attacks. Everything correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
All the best. All the best. Good luck.
This is going to be an exciting one. Guys, real quick, your predictions.
2-1 Vitality, but ready for an upset from DRG.
2-0 Vitality, but the map pool for DRG, they're not looking too bad.
All right, well, I think it's going to be DRG's day today, but who knows? It's EMEA Super Team against China's Dark Horse. We have Vitality arriving in London with reputations to restore, but DRG is here with a point to prove. Guys, please welcome both teams to the stage.
It's DRG and Team Vitality.
Super Team versus the Ascension Team. All eyes are on Vitality with such a strong and stacked roster. But DRG, last time they were here, they didn't have Bukashu, they didn't have V-God, and things could be a little bit different today.
Yeah, and I think as well, people will be underestimating how good Spirits is, and maybe Life going back to that Jet maybe, or some of those comfortable agents away from that Neon. There is potential here in this team to have players step up around Bukashu.
Yeah, and I think when we look back at the map veto here, what I expected coming into this event is I know that EMEA are dipped as this region that shouldn't play Pearl, but actually China probably should be banning the Pearl against a team such as Vitality. They have looked so strong on that when we think about their performance domestically. I think Lotus for DRG is interesting here, but I think also Vitality picking into that Breeze. When we get to that point, I think for DRG it's a question of what composition do they go to, because in my opinion, it feels as though they haven't been able to figure out their identity on that map just yet.
Yeah, DRG love to play the Waylay right now, and the question is, are they going to move away from that? I quite like it, especially on that Haven of the third map, and on Lotus early on. We're going to see a Skydog coming out, and the Waylay is going to be following it, dashing into these sites deep, and that Spirit's there. That is the player to watch on these maps.
And something that's a little bit different from Vitality this time is the addition of Sayonara.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of touched on the rookies of Vitality, but we've also got Profek here, and as much as you can look at the numbers and argue that maybe they're not quite up to par, he was in some of those pivotal moments when I think about the later stages of their playoffs run to be able to make it here in the first place. It's definitely a big adjustment for both of these rookies coming into this event, but man, what a roster to be on.
Yeah, I think to me, Sayonara is the player here trying to show who he is at a global stage. If you don't know who this guy is, he is one of the best players in our region. He is flexing across multiple roles. It doesn't matter what agent he is on. He is a mechanical god. He has great comms, and his decision-making is pristine. He's going to be, this man on your screen right now, he's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, Vitality, I think there were some question marks if the wait was worth it, but it's definitely, you know, been proven to here. And another player, Profek, he has some words to say about DRG, didn't he?
What did he say, Billy?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think he said something like,
he was
DRG stand no chance. There's no upset happening at all. He had some big words for them.
Well, I think that's crazy because Ascension teams, there's also a good track record here. Not too long ago in Santiago, it was Pacific's Ascension team winning that trophy. This could be DRG's time to shine. And, you know, we were talking about the meta changes coming into London. Let's see what these guys are going to be pulling out for the first map.
Okay.
Ooh, Chamber and Cypher.
Yep.
That's a little bit crazy. I'm quite liking the Chamber. I think this is a bit kooky. It's the kind of thing as a big underdog team, in my opinion, that you need to bring out. Something a little bit strange here. I think the Chamber is very strong in this meta. A very strange composition, though.
I mean, if you want to talk about strange, DRG were playing mix on this map when you look at their first games in groups. So yeah, I think that they definitely want to come in and try and surprise Vitality, and I think coming out with this composition is definitely being able to do that. I think one of the things I want to point out for Vitality starting on this defense is watching how much of a great site anchor Sayonara is. He's usually playing around about that C site, and the things that he's been able to do, he's never been getting overwhelmed.
And the question is, DRG starting on that attack, how are they going to attack some of these defenses? defensive structures from Vitality. They don't have the double duelists anymore. It's just going to be Spirits by himself with that Skydog going in. This attack side might be a little bit rough to start off with DRG, but once they flip things around, that's where the composition might find some power.
Now, both of you guys gave a 2-1 prediction. Just
2-0.
Oh, 2-0 for you. Oh, Minnie, harsh. And maybe a little bit of bias there. But Billy, do you think which way is this going in the 2-1 situation?
I tried to give a bit of grace. I did try and give a bit of grace, but I think, yeah, after seeing this composition, I'm excited to see what DRG are cooking with this.
One thing from Yampy in his inexperience with IGLing is that sometimes he doesn't have the best reads on compositions, in my opinion. Some of the game plans do break down a little bit. So my question is here, is he going to be able to identify the weaknesses of that chamber Cypher composition, or is he going to just go back to his default playstyle?
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. We got DRG facing Vitality up next on Lotus, and to take us through that, we got Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, no doubt Vitality came here today expecting to be the hometown heroes, EMEA bias perhaps. But I've seen a lot of love for VGod and DRG in that crowd. I don't know that they're going to have them by their side.
No, honestly, it's going to be incredibly exciting, of course, for Vitality, their first outing away from Berlin as a core. And on the other side of things, they've been going on those road shows. They've been moving away from maybe just a home center. But the question is, can they do it on a cold, rainy night in London? We'll have to wait and see. London, are you ready?
It certainly sounds like they are. Vitality starting on defense as they planned, and it's an immediate pickup. Durka goes looking on C and finds an easy pickup onto Flexen, forcing back that control on A as well. It's a very strong start for Vitality. A pick on C and control on A.
That's not what you're looking for. Losing that controller early. It's going to make things that much more difficult. Trying to reaggress, pop flash ready, does blind up Durka, but of course there's two players on that site. He can just tuck back in, and the Thorns, they're looking for them. They're hunting for where that utility is to be found, and Spirit Z1 almost playing with fire a little bit. Of course the goal is to try and bait the utility. Instead he's baited Durka and lost his life.
Picks after picks for Vitality and options becoming limited. DRG though, 2 pickups, it is still a trade, and a C site still defended with Chronicle. Doubling, tripling down on that angle. It's only going to be the VGod himself left in a 1v3. The world his oyster, and the A site, where he seems to be targeting, is wide open. But a post planned against Chronicle, Yampy, and Profek will be far from an easy task.
Yeah, this was the man that many have hyped up coming into this matchup. Can he truly go head-to-head with some of the best players we've seen in EMEA, as a man that has started there
10 seconds
in
left.
that tier 2, already kind of trapped in the corner. He's going to be seized, no chance. Yampy makes sure that this round doesn't get dangerous, and Vitality have their pistol.
Yeah, the crux of this for DRG, it's a tough round anyways when you lose Flex, and any re-aggression towards that A site, you're going to need those smokes. But this pick completely removed them, and as you can see, it's not like Durka could see a damn thing different on the second pickup. And from there, you're left to scatter and play the map, which isn't always a death sentence, but for Vitality, having full control over A at that point, that's what really turns this game. Life being forced off the early fight, and they had nothing to get them back into it. Vitality rotate to C, and the numbers are enough to secure a 1-0 lead. Now they come in with actually a pretty heavy investment. 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs. This should be one that they take relatively cleanly, but Vukashu, he loves this outlaw. It's being pulled in again on the attack. It will be the death ball from DRG, and some serious potential for that outlaw. Obviously 2 players on light shields, but with pistols backing him up, 1 shot from him will be enough to make it an easy convert.
Yeah, good opportunity, but the favor sitting with Vitality, of course, coming in. I think expectations were that they were a fairly heavy favorite, but looking at the maps, especially map 1 and map 3, I think DRG would be quite happy with how the veto played out. I think they got the maps they would have been looking for. In fact, I could have even seen the switch of which one was picked. I think Haven has looked decent, and I don't think that Lotus has necessarily been the strongest map for Vitality. I do, though, look at this comp and think, okay, defensive side, I see where they're going. But how can Life play anywhere near how he played before while running a chamber instead?
To be honest, it might almost be a benefit. Hold on, this creep up from Flex, and it looked like he had perfect timing. He certainly thought he did, but yeah, Sayonara was tucked in. Yumpy dropping Nick makes this a lot easier. Not having that flash to break out of a smoke, and they are falling like flies. Expected with the weaponry so stacked in favor of Vitality. The Headhunter and that Outlaw do pose danger. And already we said Vitality, they come in with 2 rifles and 2 Bulldogs. At least one of those is lost already. 12 seconds left. Finally, life will be put to bed. Profek will be able to recover a Bulldog, but there was a chance for that to get a lot more risky for Vitality.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a good idea as well, that there could be some more dangerous weaponry coming up on the other side. The fact that they do go heavier into those rifles, making sure that second round is converted. But as you said, it will still leave a hole or 2 for this round. I am, however, looking at Durka. 2 away from having that showstopper available. It's going to put them in a pretty good position. And of course, for Ukashu, buying in the last round means he only has a pistol, but this guy has been pretty nasty with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I wouldn't be counting him out, that's for sure, especially on the attack. It's not like he's playing the solo anchor right now. Profek up on top. It's a nasty spot. Life's looking for space, but finds himself down and out of the round. Rifle makes its way into Vukashu's hands. But a man down already in the full buy. And it's not like Vitality have that many weaknesses. Sayonara and Yumpy having to play the pistols, of course, but the numbers on this A site stacked up, and it's the wrong read for Vitality. That C site defender Chronicle could have some trouble coming his way, and it looks like he will.
Yeah, the benefit, though, is potentially, if there was any weaponry, that was what they were hoping to hunt. But obviously, with Vukashu not having a gun to begin with, they can now transfer that rifle to him. Here comes Spirit Z1. He's the man to watch in these entries into the site. Dives over all of the utility, but they're a little bit more passive. Almost holding onto that cross, waiting as Chronicle. And that's another pick coming in for Vitality. This bonus round is getting more and more dangerous as the seconds go on. And in fact, it is easy for the side of Vitality. Flawless for them in round number 3.
Yeah, I guess everything lost in the previous round didn't make that much of a difference. They come in with 2 pistols, out with 5 rifles, and a 3-0 start. Gloriously done. This here looked like they were trying to, on DRG side, give themselves an option to go back towards that door, play into the B site, trying to get a reaction on the other side. But as soon as they see Chronicle, they see their teammates' perspective as they're sent to spectate. A 3-0 start is good, but it looks like it's about to get better as DRG are forced down to pistols.
Yeah, also, Durka didn't get any kills, so he can now look to farm up that ult. Other players have now started to build up theirs, so even coming into the next purchase for DRG, there might be a lot of ultimates for their opponent. Little bit aggressive, though, from Durka. A rifle on the deck, that was completely solo, and now Profek's gone up as well. A double entry for this side of DRG, and at least one of those weapons has been recovered already.
2 pushes. Up against the eco, it's a bold play, Tom, and well, bravery not rewarded this time. Yumpy alone on the A site. They've decided to reinforce Chronicle. The Sayonara sits by his side. It leaves this man, the leader, all alone, and he's hearing lots of noise. The door's open. You can see him just backing up, giving that space, acknowledging already the retake's gonna have to come through. But 2 rifles now for DRG. They've recovered what was lost, and it looks like they'll get a plant out of this. For Yumpy, it might even be better for him. If he can get a pick, great. But I don't think he can get involved until the others are here.
There's no way out now other than through.
Spike planted.
So many players locked in on the angle, but a decent start from Sayonara. Even still, the trade is immediate, and both players have been spotted. That's good. Makes things difficult, but they line up for Sayonara. He now needs an ace on his debut on the international stage. 2 players stand ahead of him. The first already falls. The youngster looks to take over, and it is only 4 rounds in, and Sayonara already enters the international stage.
We talked about pressure for this man, and that was on the regional stage. Imagine how much more is in play here. In a round where everyone else made mistakes, they threw it away, but my God, he ran after it. Unreal play for Sayonara, and of course, in a round that DRG should have lost from the get-go. But it then looks like they have it locked in, and a timeout has to be called here. That's gonna need some serious settling of the emotions from the coach. This is where they make their money. What a play We're 4 rounds in, Tom.
To be honest, I genuinely think you could have called one for the Vitality side just to let him cool down a little bit. That's got to have him sweating off rip. You come in, that young superstar, and 4 rounds in already. And on the other side of things, it's been spoken about a lot. That Coinbase win condition of Bukashu, a man that, we said it, like we've seen over in China, he can be that #1 player. He can be the guy that takes over games. He can be the guy that almost drags DRG here at times. The fact is though, he opened up that round brilliantly.
Yeah,
he got a
great
rifle
job
for his troubles. They get into a post plant, and then they get wrecked by Sayonara. And I can completely understand why we've seen Nathan call a pause there, because okay, the first few rounds, they can slip away from you. That one's got to hurt.
Definitely. You saw Sayonara swing in, and look, it's hard to lose a round like that against the numbers. He did start it with a collateral, which definitely gave him a leg up. But for DRG, sitting in the coach booth, it's never going to be something that you just let slide when you lose an advantage like that. This round where they can fight back, op in play for life, shot fired, nothing found. Vitality playing much more passive in this early round now. Not as many aggressive stances taken, but showing that op early might deter them from pushing up on A. And that has been a lot of what's been working for Vitality, getting that early information. You can see A is much more turtled now, and they're probably thinking when they hit the C site on DRG's camp that this is going to be much easier now. They won't have info on A. They should still be leaving just Chronicle alone, and although he is tagged, he's not alone.
No, they could even just pop the Viper's Pit off contact if they wanted to. Of course, Sayonara's got that line. You remember what happened last round. With the wall still in play, they can make that decision. Of course, it's going to be expected by the opponents. Baiting out that wall is always going to be important, but it can just fall for the rotation. Instead, they go through it. They go swinging off, but Sayonara still stays alive. And they've managed to lock out everybody else. Spirit Z1, it's damage, but no reward just yet.
There's been no rewards for him. And it looks like they're going to commit to this C site. Vitality now having even more numbers here, protecting the door for the rotate back as well. DRG are locked in. And they're having to fight their way back out. 20 seconds on the clock, and the spike not planted, not even attempted just yet. Time ticks away, and there's the pick. That could get them towards the site. That could get the plant in. That could get the advantage in their court. They could finally see a round fall to DRG. Durka, though, with the showstopper fired in. It's got Flexen, but the number's still even, and the HP so desperately low. Chronicle holding on for dear life. This is his site. Often he'll be the first to fall, but now he looks to reclaim it, but Nick stands in his way. DRG finally on the board.
I really like the patience in this round. Like, I think you can easily get that little bit of space into the site, overphase, try and rush the plant, and then it can all slip away from you. Instead, they expect the flank to come in. They expect somebody to be behind, and they just wait. They just watch, and they clear out both players. A good round from DRG.
I think that's it.
And even with the showstopper being expended for the other side, the fact is, though, Vitality will still have a buy. They're going to be able to purchase back into this one. The credits haven't run dry just yet, and they now have an operator of their own in position, but again, it's expected.
Yeah, we saw in the last round as well, no doubt DRG are ready for that. Profex taking a lot of risks on that long fight, knowing that that op could swing back in any moment, and that's why he finally gives it up. Seeing a lot more of a fight for A main. A little bit deeper into the round, Vitality get the read that it is the majority of the forces coming here late. It's the right read, and the op is holding the right angle. A good call on those rotations, but they seem to think that might have been a fake. Look at the exodus of the A site. Profex alone here, and despite going a man down, DRG have made this a little bit easier to take the site.
Oh, again, a complete reposition from Durka. A second pick already in the round. That operator is going to cause trouble, and even Flexen, who's trying to make a play through the smoke, has been spotted. Spoke about the rotation prior, but now Yumpy is back in position. Profex still waiting, though. There is potential for him to be isolated. His utility has been expended other than his ability to teleport out of there, which is exactly what he'll do. They're hunting him down, though, and Spirit Z1 will find him.
Great paranoia from Flexen, making that an impossible fight, but the numbers still stand against them. The ultimate being primed by Spirit Z1 could make a difference, but look how far back Yumpy was. He can't be punished. It dodges it, in fact, and uses that ult as a signal to just stand and wait, but now an ult of his own. Info there. Spirit Z1! A triple kill in this round. That double might just have given them another round. Sayonara again to try to clutch back, but the flash may not have been perfect, but it's definitely good enough. 4-2, DRG keep climbing back.
Hey, you know, if you blind the other guy more than you blind yourself, that's absolutely fine. But this was the moment from Spirit Z1. This is what he has kind of been doing throughout his time in China as well, just being that little bit more aggressive, being a disruptor. And sure, a lot of the time with Waylay, you can have that little get out jail free. He didn't have any get out. It was, I need to make a play ahead of the utility. And he does it perfectly. I like that he was highlighted on the desk as well, because I think it's easy to get lost in the brilliance of Vukasu. I think there's no doubt that this man can have impact. And the fact is, on the other side, I think that's one of the head-to-heads we're talking about. Him versus Chronicle. Obviously a man with a fair few trophies to his name, maybe more than
1 or 2, yeah,
anyone else. But even still, for Vukasu, this is a chance to, again, sort of raise the stocks of China, because I think this has been a running theme that, okay, maybe at times you'll get an EDG in form, but can another squad come in? And even for DRG, can they win a map? Like, that hasn't been something that has happened before. Obviously, last time out, I think they had Demon 1 standing in for Vukasu, unfortunately, but hopefully this is the time. And we're already seeing those glimpses of individual brilliance. But on their map choice, you feel like that might be necessary. I think Breeze will be much tougher, and if they go in with a deficit, it might be another 0-2 start.
Well, one of the things we were talking about behind the scenes was for DRG, making changes, especially with this veto, it seems necessary. Vitality have the ability to play their comp here, maybe even on Breeze as well, but DRG had to make that change, and I love what they've done with Life here. Defensive side is where you get a lot of the benefit in terms of those rotations, but here on attack as well, having him with a bit more of a leash, aside from the early A fight, has been great to see.
Yeah, I was about to say, what leash? This guy is just swinging.
The early fights, first 30 seconds, yeah, he'll fight for space. But honestly, if I've got a Chamber not doing that, especially when he's not the solo Sentinel, then we probably do have some issues.
Well, they're almost playing off of each other as a Sentinel duo, like for that early fight. Like, you're just putting the guys who can win a lot of those Angels, like swing out with the Operator. If he misses, Vukashu's there to try and just almost one-tap the guy instead. It's a lot of contact plays, which can be quite scary, but I think at least for now, Vitality are shying away from that fight just a little bit. Of course, in this round, weaponry is just not there for them.
Yeah, you really don't want to see them taking those A main fights in a round like this, and DRG know they get free space as a result. Play towards A slowed slightly by a C's, and Yumpy tries to split the attack into two, but that's not worked out. Running right into Vukasu. He gets what was coming to him, and it looks very clean for DRG across the board. They seize that early space for free, utility for the push on site, and almost no fight where trades aren't possible, and no fights where trades were needed. Vitality with 2 left, it's not going to be a save in this situation, is it? Those weapons aren't really worth holding on to, but they're going to play for the exits, and presumably run right into that spike if no one comes their way.
Yeah, I think especially with how Spirit Z1 has been playing so aggressively in the post plant, you don't want to give him extra orbs for a potential convergence path later. They will just look to run into the spike. So a decent recovery. I think there was a definite reality, especially after you have that sort of 4th round crazy clutch ace out from Sayonara, that this game just starts to dwindle, slip, and maybe even start to panic. But it seems like after the pause, DRG have already readied and steadied that ship. And now we look to see if the pause on the other side is going to have the same sort of impact. Because we didn't expect much in that round, but this is the round that the pause was for.
Well, the reality is what's been working for Vitality is disruption, whether it's that early A play to get the information around Rubble to contain late, whether it was Profex standing up on top of the box, catching Life on the cross. There's been some surprises there for them. Chronicle having a second player in Sayonara on the C side. But once the surprise is out of the way and DRG get to actually play their game from the get-go, they look much more comfortable and certainly more successful. 4-3, a chance to equalize, but the full buy comes back up for Vitality. The AWP and 2 more sent towards A. Again, A main control's been working. Why not look for it? A 4th player comes to join the fight. But there is no fight. DRG have left. They're moving towards the C site again, and Chronicle will once more be called on.
Looked like the goal this round from Vitality was to try and punish that walkout that we've seen in the last couple of rounds. This time, though, a much more direct hit, and Sayonara has already taken out Spirit Z1. He's the guy who can kind of get past a lot of this utility early. The rest have to be a little bit more careful walking through. Sayonara are well aware of the cross, but it's Chronicle and this deadly duo has started strong, and they can't quite trade out. Again, two players incredibly low, but not a single kill coming through.
Yeah, 7 HP between them, but all 5 still standing for Vitality. It makes this evidently an impossible task. Fukashu not going to even come close. It's Chronicle with a 4K, and perhaps a lesson of pushing his site. A flawless round for Vitality. And this man standing strong has put them right back on the map, an end to the 3-round streak out of the attackers.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see that shot's so important because you got the flash behind it. Again, if that
they'd be dead.
Isn't landed, yeah, you get Spirit Z1 with at least an opener, and then the others can come in a little bit more easily, but...
And the opener would have probably been onto Kron, so you lose all that utility. It could have been a big... But you also lose Kron. That's probably the bigger deal out of that. But now DRG need a reset, get back to winning ways. Again, I do think this comp is going to give them a little bit of a leg up when it comes to that defensive side. Life especially, doing things like this. Durka doesn't have as much of a get-out-of-jail-free card. Oh, he's a second late.
Gotta thank your lucky stars. But Durka has been playing that rotational operator, constantly re-aggressing. They've spotted out Life as well. He can't get back to his TP. In fact, he can't get back at all. An immediate decision to go in the other direction. They know that Durka is going to be posted up on this A side of the map. They know as well that Yumpy, in the form of Fade, has pushed this position. They're hoping that means there's more of a gap. Will it work out this time? Paranoia again has caught onto the back player, but although they've got rid of a lot of that utility, they haven't got into the site.
Sayonara being here as well, just not accounted for. The snakebite goes down. It costs more time. 30 on the clock, and they'll go back towards the B side. What's left of the will? Sayonara's taken 2 through the smoke, and the spike's being left behind now. DRG in a 2v5, and well, the road to recovery looking long and perilous. That C site doesn't seem like they'll have any way into it. Every time they lose A main, they've been coming back here, Tom, and I think that's going to change soon.
Yeah, it is starting to get worrying that each time now they've gone into, or the last couple of times they've gone into C, they've had a flash setup. The flash has caught at least one of the players, but there has been no entry. I think even this time, it was just the call was made that Spirit Z1 just has to get out of there. Like, just immediately
they couldn't
refracts back. Yeah, because the rest of the players are trapped. So
the orb, the snakebite, and then the spam, like, what is Sayonara doing here? It's crazy impact for a guy that shouldn't even be on that side at that point. It's an early rotation from Vitality that got him in.
But they have been doubling up there a lot. I think they've realized that this is going to be the commitment, especially once they get that A control.
100%.
I want to see if there's going to be a split back towards the B side. Very common on this map to at least set up that opportunity, and maybe even a gap that's being left. This time, though, the defenders are pushing up on C, taking full control. And a much more all-in A-site hit looking likely from DRG.
Well, they've been losing this A main control, and the C-site hits haven't worked, but Vitality made that same read. More of a fight now for A main. That was the adjustment DRG needed, but Durka, the man who pushed up B against Eniko, got shut down. Well, now he's made the push at the right time, the right place. Fukashu right around the corner, but not for long. And now the flank is wide open. DRG have almost no choice but to go.
It either needs to be a fast hit towards A or back to B very quickly, but with a flank, a problem. That's well done, though, by Flexin. He's had a rough start, but, well, you kill one controller and the second is still standing. A pop flash out might help a little bit, but no, never mind. Yumpy and Durka clean up the 2 Finns to give them a minimum of a lead at the half. And that initial climb back from 4-0 down, well, that extension has been built back up.
I don't think we got one out of DRG, but I was waiting for a pause. This is somewhere that we just got they just called a pause. All right, it makes sense because again, they made the right read here. Every time that they go towards the site, there's more players than there should be. This time,
Come on,
not only was it true that there were more players ahead of them than there should be, there were certainly more players behind them than there should be. And a timeout is needed here because the game plan from Vitality is working too often.
Well, this is both pauses, right? The first one after 4-0 down, second already. They're clearly feeling like they need to try and build up some of those rounds on the attack side. We said that the switch should help them out at least a little bit.
I think so.
On the defense, but you look back to their old composition and it could be a little bit hit and miss. Obviously, the last time they played versus that XLG comp, they got obliterated, but we've already seen teams struggle versus that comp. It took a massive performance earlier in the day from Kiko to sort of keep them in that map altogether for NRG. Other than that, though, some fairly stellar attack sides. So the fact that this isn't working out, the fact that this is their map choice, I think DRG are gunning to try and get towards 5 rounds, but considering I think in that round was Flexen's first kill, there's a lot to be desired.
It's definitely been a tough attack side so far, but remember last time DRG called a pause, it was 3 rounds in a row right after. You have to hope it's going to be the same here, and B has been an underexplored territory in fighting for A main, resetting to C almost every round, except the last where they fought A main and went into A. This time, exploring some new territory with 2 rounds left, and it starts with 2 pistols. Certainly some weaknesses there for the attacking side. And look at Vitality already making an adjustment. They've taken C main, opened the door to re-clear B, and I think, again, DRG have been figured out. Vitality are making the read, and if the attackers don't hurry up, they could be walking into numbers. Well, Vitality actually stopped. They're just setting a trap on B for now.
Oh, yeah, they don't necessarily need to be too aggressive with the ultimates they have available. Showstopper, Steel Garden. Could put them in a great position on the retake if they get there. That's why we are seeing a bit of a fallback, just trying to hold on to some of the ground, but especially versus some weaker weapons, maybe not worth getting too far forward.
Paranoia to go out here for Profek, and it's landed just in time. Stops any convert on that dash in, and the spam in the smoke is good, but now he's under pressure, trapped in a corner. The smoke goes down to make it tougher to push, to let him spam through. He's not finding too much, a bit of damage here or there, but a plant now for DRG. Still holding on to hope, and a lot of that seems to rest on the shoulders of life. The showstopper would have taken him out, but Profek got ahead of it. And now Durka alone after that trade. 8 bullets, 2 players swinging him, and DRG, they get right back to winning ways. Again, the pause seems to course correct.
Yeah, the more direct take in towards this A side of the map. Life also looking like he's having a stellar game over on the chamber. Ends up being caught out, but then it is just the solid fundamentals from the remaining 2. And now,
This is a nice spot. Okay.
both teams still coming in with a 4-by. A very different look. Dependent on who wins this round, DRG could bring it back to 5. A pistol would put them level. But now we start to see a couple of those ultimates expended, though they do have some of their own.
Oh, nice opening by Durka. It's a risky peek through that smoke, especially with how much DRG have been fighting for A main. But the reward, undeniable. A man advantage now for Vitality, and Profek spams in the smokes have been dangerous. They're lucky to avoid them. The problem is when they move to this C site, if this Seeker doesn't manage to give them the kill, doesn't manage to direct them, they could be in trouble. Chronicle's known to be in the corner, but the spam from Sayonara, good enough. And there's Kron protecting him. The pit stays up as players' HP plummets. And soon the pit will fall too. That's Sayonara's plan, to fight them through it, fight them around it. And Nick's all alone, a sliver of help. And with a 3K from Sayonara, the lead 8-4 at the halftime. This has been a great debut for that man.
Oh no, he's playing fantastically well. One thing you always talk about with youngsters, especially someone that's just 18 years of age, you go like, okay, when they get to the bigger crowd, when they get to the master stage, are they gonna crumble under that pressure? And it hasn't been the case here.
Oh, we'll find out if they can keep this going after the break. Triple! Live, he's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they They fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park. They shall be engraved alongside the greats. Well, DRG, 4 rounds on the board after that first half. It could be enough, but the questions here, they sit around this new composition. We thought it could provide value on the defense. Well, Tom, after that first half, it certainly has to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that little bit easier having the option for Vukashu as that site anchor. It's where we've sort of talked about him being a true threat to any opposition, and of course for Life now having that sort of get out of jail free card with a slightly more aggressive stance. Even still though, a pistol for Vitality might just put this to bed. And with their map choice coming up next, you have to hope for DRG's sake that if they are going to find a path back into this map, it will start here.
It starts with the pistol indeed. Vitality on the attack side seem to be taking a nice passive approach. My eyes will be on Life, the man with a bandit right now. Yeah, the weapon they're talking about buffing, he prefers it to the Headhunter for a round like this. Nice early fight by Spirit C1. Flash there to support him, but he's already bailed out. Happy with the man advantage, and of course he should be. They'll look to refight towards C as well. The door open as they swing through. Durka stands there waiting. Flexen was reloading, he couldn't help out, and now he'll be dropped as well. Such a good start for DRG, but they forced the issue, and now Vitality are miles ahead.
God, it looked like that trap was gonna put them in prime position.
Spike planted.
But now they only have one lifeline left. Man, to try and fight in an awkward spot as well. The second he plays through the smoke, you have to feel like Prophet will turn, and he didn't even land the first shots anyway. It goes the way of Chronicle, the pistol goes the way of Vitality, and this map now starting to look a little bit out of their hands.
It definitely does, Tom. You had those two pauses. The first one with a nice resurgence from DRG. They got close within punching distance, 4-3. And since then, it's been Vitality running away with it. Some tight rounds, but
we didn't need this.
The shots just aren't landing on the other side.
Nice shots.
I think we might have muted the wrong bit there.
The mute was a little late there, but that's okay. 9-4. That pistol
good
round.
emphasis.
The spike, the spam through the box. He's trying to flush out Lysor, but will not be able to get that wall bang. And now NRG in pole position. At this point.
That's it. That's all that is.
7 in a row.
It is just madness what he's putting.
Lysor.
No way.
Time.
They have to go for it. The tap's just a hair off. He's just painting an outline around him, but it's going to be Mata able to find Rarga. Leo down to 1. Mata collects a second. And it's got to be a 1 HP clutch that he cannot find. NRG. They are world champions for a reason. They rally back into Lotus. And they take down XLG 13-11.
How much do you want?
Spike planted.
Okay.
One tries to bait it. Spirit's like, nah, man. Just run through it.
Yeah, the problem is they now know what direction they're coming from, or at least one of them, so they're going to go and try and farm up the orbs. I'd say of all the players, Prophet might not be the ult you never So they're going to go and try and farm up the orbs. I'd say of all the players, Prophet might not be the ult you necessarily want, but okay, that's a bit messy. Dirk has gone down. Bear in mind, they bought quite a few rifles into this round, but for Prophet, I was going to say no opportunity for the ace, but maybe it will be a second ace for the side. Vitality, I don't think Flexen's going to give them anything here. Doesn't want to add another death to his tally. He's going to try and bait them in. Maybe make them question that he had enough time to defuse that, but not quite. We'll go down to the spike, 10-4. A hefty lead for Vitality. And for DRG,
I was in
this next round, it's win it or bust.
I'll be honest, man, down on that stage, the white noise pumped into your ears, it can be tough. Sometimes you doubt yourself. Look how composed Vitality were there. He taps that spike and I reckon someone... No, it's not even close, bro. It's not even close. No mistakes made, and what it leads to is just one extra rifle carried forward. It's a little bit of an extra safety net for Vitality to fall through if DRG do start to climb back up. With this being DRG's map pick, albeit,
is what's going on through their head, and they can hear the calls.
He's this dominant.
So they can't hear the crowd.
It's certainly not a good sign.
That's what it means to be
life
pro
there.
player.
Dodging the flash from Kron, taking the pick on A, and with all that space still in their hands, now the C site remains well and truly reinforced.
Nice shot.
What a shot from Spirit Z1. And now there's 3 attackers about to run into 3 defenders.
Yeah, they've got the read, they've got the openings. Everything's looking good in this round. Early damage to Vukashu. Second player actually dropped instead. The Yumpy in position, and they're still trying to catch them from behind, but again, maybe a little bit nervy, not wanting to overface, not wanting to give anything over. Vukashu has to be very careful. He's kind of not being. The early contact being taken by him, flexing at the back of the site. The wraparound now coming in from Life. They've got them completely boxed in, but Vitality have that info. Prophet, though, wanted that 1v1, and he's lost it.
3v4, someone's got to take a risk, but Life does really well to shut that down. Plan's going to at least be secured for Vitality, but they are surrounded. All DRG need to do is push at the same call. And a great stun on backside already. Seems to lock it in. Yumpy, the only one left to deal with. Low HP on Vukashu. It does get a little bit spooky. They want to push him together, but time is ticking. It could force a mistake, and Yumpy's timing around the back seems so good. Dodging that peek as it comes in, running the clock ever lower, bringing it to a 1v1. Yumpy so close to the ace, and he'll get it, burying DRG deeper and deeper by the round.
Two aces already. He talked early in the day about the fact that he was excited to be back on this stage. Jem was asking if he's grown taller. He's definitely looking bigger in this match. A crazy clutch. In a position that it almost felt like it wasn't necessary. Like they are so far ahead, but it's no surprise the coaching staff are over the moon with that one.
Oh, you've got to be.
If the game wasn't already dead and buried, it certainly is now.
11-4, 2 aces for Vitality, and the map pick of DRG. It's not a pretty painting for the picture we're going to see on Breeze, on Haven, and you have to hope for a bounce back. And the best place for that to start is here and now. For DRG to feel like they competed. Right now, they've been shut down. And this round, let me be clear, is not the round I was talking about. Saying they want to start the comeback on this map. Too many weaknesses, surely.
Wait, what?
Sayonara will slip out of here. No punish on him. Probably sticking around a little bit more than I'd like to see. And because of that, Spirit Z1's wrapped up right behind him. We could see something around slim back down.
It's felt like in this match.
Carrying in taking a little bit seems to push at the same
You're
call.
shitting me.
And a great stun on backside already. Seems to lock it in. Yumpy, the only one left to deal with. Low HP on Vukashu. It does get a little bit spooky. They want to push him together, but time is ticking. It could force a mistake, and Yumpy's timing around the back seems so good. Dodging that peek as it comes in, running the clock ever lower, bringing it to a 1v1. Yumpy so close to the ace, and he'll get it, burying DRG.
You're telling me I went to piss for that?
Deeper and deeper by the round.
Two aces already. He talked early in the day about the fact that he was excited to be back on this stage. Jem was asking if he's grown taller. He's definitely looking bigger in this match. A crazy clutch. In a position that it almost felt like it wasn't necessary. Like they are so far ahead, but it's no surprise the coaching staff are over the moon with that one.
Oh, you've got to be.
If the game wasn't already dead and buried, it certainly is now.
11-4, 2 ace. Could see for Spirit Z1. It had
Get that rifle, but an opportunity for damage.
Showstopper.
Showstopper should be able to eliminate him, and while it left all onto Vukachu, but he's not going to be able to get anything. The last man trapped in the back, of course, the spike already being planted. Durka looking to try and clutch this out around that should have been easier.
Nice shot.
It won't be around for them. Needed to really balance, so definitely a start.
Are we not live?
And also for Flexin, it has
Speaking
been
of live.
a map to forget,
How much
no
space
doubt.
do I have?
There's still an opportunity to at least make this one a little bit more competitive. As you can see, though, there is no real trouble other than the light shields, but no outlaw in hand.
This is what we talked about. Oh my goodness. Life having that angle, and he's got backup, and the blast pack just eliminates Nick. This is unreal. Vitality run into the A site. It's free as can be. Ults expanded as not even they can believe the success they've had. And what's that last round? Just a flash in the pan. It's a 3v5 that they have to fight back into. The economy's even in a rough state. In a normal round, you'd save, but Vitality are so close to victory now. You have to fight tooth and nail. Ult's committed. The fight back through, labored as Chronicle and Durka, but bodies on the floor. And Flexin, it's been a tough game for him. He'd more than double his kills to even come close. 12-5, locked in, and Vitality, they're dominating DRG's map pick.
Yeah, at this point, that was mostly just them winning opening duels. The easy fight for Sayonara, blast back across, easy fight for Durka. Like, they're just aim diffing their opponents at this point. Chronicle, I think, through the majority of this round was just spamming, knowing that they're in that sort of position, and the fact that they can't weed him out just makes things look very, very easy in the end. Those ults, or at least the ult in the convergence path, expended for nothing. Now the tour de force, at least in play for this round. Maybe life can give them something once again.
The smoke is cruel. He's blocked out of it. I'm not sure if the TP on that range even lets him walk through. Instead, he's just gonna sit shorty in hand, but teammates ready to fight Flash. And that's their signal to walk on in, but the shots don't land. Nick, oh, he is a faint glimmer of hope, but with bodies dropping all around him, the ult is, it's not gonna help. It's gonna tell you they are exactly where you thought they were. Some shots needed from Nick. His teammate miles away on the A site in the plant. Soon to come in on B. Vukachu, Veen got himself. Well, this is going to have to be a divine clutch for a 1v4.
Seems they know exactly where he is, and he was hoping to find out where they are. But that corpse a little further away. Okay. Mistake from Chronicle. Now he has that information, but all three players grouped up. Paranoia just waiting to be thrown out. All that needs to happen from Vitality is buy time. They don't need to face him. They don't need to be aggressive. And he is still hunting and looking for just a single fight, and he will find it. The opponent's map choice dominated by Vitality. And for DRG, it is looking like more of the same at international events. They need to bounce back on the next one.
Big bounce back needed indeed. A 13-5 masterclass and a debut on the international stage for Sayonara, looking sublime. Will Vitality be running away with this series? We'll find out after the break.
Hello guys, hello. Hey, a nice shot, brother, nice shot. Finish duo, me and Yampi got 5 kills.
home. Push. Oh shit, Koi's playing. Shout out Keijo.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their
Trying out his ultimate just as Mewin used his stun. He only got to 2 stacks.
Super doesn't have a big one anymore. Boostio doesn't have the ulti, but MKoi unable to punish.
And this is double Ignite solo lanes from MKoi, who have both died now, which is a tragic start when you can clearly see that both of them had in mind that they wanted to try to bully in this early game, get a lead for themselves, really utilize this Ignite, because you're giving up a lot when you choose to not go for this teleport, like Vedi said earlier. The side lanes, especially the fact that they have the TF ult on top of the double TP, will be really, really difficult for MKoi to navigate in a normal macro situation.
So in terms of the game state, 8 minutes in, the game is already looking very good for KC.
Yeah.
They've successfully found a kill onto the Annie, they've found a kill onto the Yasuo, the bot lane 2 versus 2 is going well, and Yike has been able to build an individual advantage. Even though everyone's kind of behind in farm on the side of KC, they're all ahead in gold. First Dragon has gone the way of Koi. We're likely going to see that early swap that we've been seeing a lot this series in order to contest the grubs. Look at the minimap, and I actually see Yunara going back towards bot, so it's not going to be a super early swap at the very least. After Super will get the push, and it looks like Elioya
MSI match, MSI match.
objectives for himself.
Yikes on the opposite side of the map would be
Why did I
spotted
piss
by
before?
a ward.
What's wrong
That'll
with me?
keep Super safe, but again MKoi find themselves in front of grubs with a bit of success. Little lands just to spot out as well. Avro responds with that trade as Jojo gets pushed in mid. So as grubs go down, notice that Yike is once again just opposite side of the map to where Elioya is.
Yeah, we'll see if KC can try to get something on both side here. Maybe just a plate for Kalist. But a pretty good play by MKoi, just using Alvar's move to get the grubs there and not really giving anything up in return. But it is just 3 grubs. They do also have the dragon, so objective-wise, it's still a good start for them, despite the fact that their lanes hasn't gone how they would have wanted it. But now Yike is looking for the invade.
Elioya's going to come around the corner on a control ward. Aqua Prison doesn't find Yike as he runs out. Elioya going to reclaim his Gromp, while also pings are going down that Jojo was on the move. So respect given over as KC also back off their bot lane.
Reminder to the viewers at home that in this series it is a qualification for MSI. G2 have already taken 1 spot, but it is between KC and Koi who will take the second. The winner of this series will also move on to face G2 tomorrow in the Spring Finals, which will be obviously for the Spring Championship, but also for that first seed spot at MSI, which is dodges the play-ins. Which, if I understand the format correctly, you want to dodge.
Yeah. There's 1 spot. One team in the world goes through play-ins.
Yeah, so it is it's a big deal. It is a very, very big deal winning Spring. So far, KC leads the series 2-0, and Koi looking, I wouldn't say dire straits just yet. They are behind.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned earlier, the lack of teleports does mean that Koi's side lane ability is going to be trepidatious, to say the least. As okay, a fight over the Raptors.
Yike is a level down, doesn't care. When comes Lightning Tidal Wave Flash, and there it is, last breath coming in from Jojo. Slicing Maelstrom though on everyone. Carter with the shotgun has changed the fight. He will go down, but yeah, who's there to match? What a slicing Maelstrom from that man.
Magically, it was a 2 for 2. What felt like a one-sided fight for KC ends up being an equal trade. Crazy skirmish, huge ultimate from Kana, but MKoi do fight back.
And Kana just slightly didn't have the damage to finish off all the targets. MKOI decided to go all in on Yike, but Yike has time to activate the ultimate of his own before he gets CC chain and a huge slicing Maelstrom. But you see the low HP bars. Kana can't finish Mir when he can't finish Elyoya, and it's not until Ye who flashes in that he gets the double kill.
They're loving it. They're loving it in this Kika Meadow. Are losing their mind.
You saw the moment they realized as well, wait, this isn't a stop.
Oh, that's what is happening.
You know what I've also noticed is usually when Kennon's on the Rift, there is an exhaust.
Why is it
There's
just
no
black?
exhaust for this Kennon,
That's
so
a good
Kana
point.
gets access to the fight,
That is a
and
great
the fight
point.
can be over.
Yeah, actually, I think exhaust for Yasuo is something very common. Okay, Buzio walks forward past the bubble. Now trading against Alvaro, it seems like a very even trade, but it's opening up for Yike to steal away this crop. Something that we've pretty consistently
Holy
seen throughout
shit,
the
man.
series is that utilization of pressure in order to
Oh, I can't believe I
focus
missed
on
that
this
energy
camp,
series.
steal them away from both sides. Yike can grab that one for himself as Elyoya gets back out.
8-round comeback is insane, man.
So, Trinity Force going to be enough. Elyoya is passing through mid. 2v2 is going to begin onto Super. Bit of damage down. Booster gives shielding, but it's not really enough. Super's going to clear the wave while Dragon's still being done. Jojo and Elyoya moving into position.
They want to try to play for the Drake themselves, but they're going to have to fight for it if they want to.
True.
Elyoya is hesitating if he wants to start it or not here. He's waiting for the bot lane to get pushed, while Casey want to streamline and just get this crab before.
I'm sorry, I'm just so out of it. Holy shit.
Yeah, who? Ghosting.
1 hour sleep with the PC on. If you know, never slept in a room with PC on, you know the air is different.
Yike's gonna die to Jojo though, who's just sitting there now with the last breath. Going through, finally, running through everyone. Boots flushes, Jojo's there to match. The Yasuo unleashed, and while the focus was on Elyoya, Jojo kept sweeping the blade.
And MKOI find the fight. It looked dire in the beginning as Alvaro and Supa wasn't there, but Elyoya lives long enough to buy them time to actually play it out. I at first thought he was going in a
KCG2
bit too
rematch
deep
would be
with the follow-up
crazy.
with the CC, but he lives on 200 HP, sets up Jojo for the
But
ultimate,
how many
and
times have they
Alvaro
faced
there
the
with
KC
healing
loss,
and
bro?
the CC, and Supa
Everyone
comes in for
hates
the cleanup
KC
as well.
fans because they're genuinely
Arrival
awful.
of Alvaro really was the difference maker. No involvement of Kalist meant that with the numbers,
I think the
Koi
players are fine.
find a much needed fight. The early game was looking dire, but
Oh my
Koi
gosh.
now back. The gold gap has shrunk significantly. Blade of the Ruin King finished for Jojo. It is a huge item spike for the Yasuo, and he's very close to level 11 as well. So now the map will start to open up. Role quest completed. We find ourselves with a very even game state 14 minutes in.
And the first time I think a positive KDA has been there. Super gonna have to Valkyrie away. Kalist doing a bit of damage now. I wanted to come back and say that for the first time in the series, we're upping Jojo. The first time here today, the Akali game 1 wasn't the best showing. He got bullied. Game 2, the Anivia got bullied again. Now there's 2v2. Speaker bullying onto Buzio. Crosses bomb. Polymorph. So broken. Super about to die. Arclight of Ruin flash. No. A little bit to the left. Kalist flash over the wall, but it meant the Arclight of Ruin was a touch off.
A trade of flashes, heals used as well, but all summoners gone for the bottom lane of Koi. An individual misplay comes through that Kalist tries to pounce on. Doesn't quite come to fruition.
Apparently G2 wanted to sign Kalist. He re-signed with KC to like 28 or 29, which is just insane to think about. But you sign your... You guys can commit yourself to something for 3 years is insane, man.
They just completely lose the 2v2, while Supa has the idea of I just want to poke them and then get out with the W.
But it wasn't like Kalist was in free agency yet. So his KC had a chance to go to him first, obviously. That's how it
I'm
works.
just in a state of awe because it looks like for MKOI, decent position here in this game. This
We'll see.
series, we've had the first game where MKOI couldn't win the 5v5s, but this game...
I mean, still we need to see that it's about the team fights.
I know. Oh. And maybe about Elyoya not getting caught out. He's going to run away into the clone. Kana's just going to take this directional path and cut off any resistance here from MKOI's mid lane while Herald has just spawned. So you're not convinced yet?
I'm not convinced yet because it's really the later game team fights that I feel like Casey has impressed me so much. While Koi has had great skirmishes throughout the series, it's been these slower, more tactical fights where I feel like the rest of Casey has just played so much more coordinated and so much more patient than we've seen from MKOI.
Look at Kana finding the flank. No flash available onto Mir, and he used that in the top lane.
And he's stunned Kana again, but he found out no last breath. But Kana flashes in anyway again, slicing Maelstrom onto 2, means the bot lane of MKOI can't play rather Jojo and Alvaro, but hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Even with Elyoya down and Alvaro down, I thought maybe
Let's go
this would turn back.
to KC.
I was wrong. KC just found all angles of the fight.
And KC split them apart time and time again. You see it
Dude,
happening
MKOI
so
lost
often.
6
This is
matches
how
in a
they
row.
out-team fight MKOI.
Reverse sweep
They
by
don't give
G2
them that
and then
great
3-0'd.
one-more combo, that Yasuo ultimate. They just make them and pick them off one at a time. But Jojo
Oh,
wants to go
what the
for
fudge is he doing?
Find the solo kill just about. Booster can't save him. Jojo's on a killing spree, and then finally was that ulti.
Koi gets something back, but we look at the team fight and you can see Koi being shepherded. The flank comes through, but the ulti, no vision, means that the Yasuo can't connect his ult. The Wukong goes in very deep, but he can't really threaten.
Yeah, there's a
Kalist.
split
The
here.
coordination from Koi, they don't know which side of the fight to focus on, and KC take advantage.
And I feel like I gave a lot of props to KC in this fight, but watching it back, it feels like mostly a huge mistake from Elyoya. They seem to know that Kana was flanking around due to the Yasuo tornado and everything. If they just turn
Did you
on
guys
him
see me
as a
sleeping?
fireman,
Did I say my mic was still on? Did I say anything
played
weird?
the fight after, but you see these moments of
Or I say some
going
sexual
too deep
thing in my
from
sleep, I'm
Elyoya
not
this
gonna lie.
series that is costing them so much.
I think it's indecisiveness, to be honest with you. He saw an angle to get an engage, setting up for the Yasuo, and if they'd had a ward in that brush behind them, I imagine Jojo would have immediately ulted onto Kana.
Yeah.
That would have been the focus.
Defense is going to be strong for them. I think once they flip the attack
Holy
side,
shit,
not
how did I
having
look,
that
bro?
double dive might not punish them as much, but if they are going to play
Did I
this,
say my
I just need
forehead?
to see them getting to the face of Vitality a little bit more. I just need to see them making Durka sweat a little bit and not just kind of methodically trying to wait and play individually.
I wonder if this life on Chamber is going to be a consistent theme across
I can't
the
cut
board
my
for
hair for
DRG,
shiz,
because
man.
Of course, he was on that Perma Neon, and of course, we kind of touched about the nerfs
Who
that are coming
flew
into this
all
stage,
these
so I'm wondering if
Chinese
this is gonna
fans
be a
in?
theme throughout
This is
their map
insane.
build here,
Like
as
we've
see
had
Vitality London. But I think
we have
for Vitality, yeah,
Yampy.
they are sticking with that same composition.
Or is
DRG
Yampy
opting to
from
go for the
London?
Astra with the
Oh,
Viper. I
definitely
quite like the
Kiko
Astra
is
on
from
this map,
London.
especially when you think about the delay that they're going to be able to have.
I think the Harbor is the best smoker on this map. The pair of that Viper, I love Vitality's composition here. I'm hoping that
I
they've
hate.
taken some
I'm so sorry for
inspiration from other
burping. I
teams around
hate
the
that.
road. And on this attack side, once they've taken those sites, pushing deeper into those post plants and making the retakes very difficult.
The
for
Knicks are
DRG.
2-0 up, sadly.
Well, this is going to be
Some
a
bad-
big
that's some
one
bad
on
closing
Breeze.
out games.
Vitality has never looked better than this, I have to say, and bringing it here on the London stage is huge. DRG, they will have to bring
I
it
don't know
to
what
the
Finland.
map where we're
So
gonna have a lot of
Yampy is
question marks going through the
European, I
rest of
guess.
the Swiss stage. All right,
It's not like
gonna be
Kiko, though.
Breeze. We're going to be sending it back to Mitch and Tom.
Kiko's from the UK.
Vitality climbed over some giants
And they
to
were
be here today,
quiet
and
for
now
him,
standing
by the
tall
way.
after that first
Like, they
round,
gotta get these
13
Chinese
to
fans
5
out of here. I'm sorry to say, but
on the
what the
pick
fudge's
of
happening?
DRG, and now we move to Breeze, somewhere that they wanted to fight here today.
This is why I
One
said
upside I'll give you,
the Chinese teams
DRG
are gonna
got
get
to choose
killed. But
to
like,
start
what
with
is this
defense. And if they
fan?
can get this rolling,
I didn't expect
show
like
us
every
what
time a
is behind
Chinese
life
dude
on
gets a
Chamber
kill.
and how this can work
What?
defensively, 'cause it wasn't really there
It's
on
like the
Lotus. Well, then we could have
the
again
Fudging
match, but
GX
definitely
fans, man.
expectation here sitting towards a strong start for Vitality in Masters London.
Yeah, for sure. I think that going into a very strong map for them, aggression can be immediately read by the knife from KO as well. So they're going to get a lot of information. They're going to deny the deep
Shit.
attack. Well, in this case, even the dash.
This is
was
Durka's
gone
map, if you didn't
immediately.
know.
A great start to the round from Durka. And already looking to put pressure on. The dart is good. It gives Nick an opportunity, but he hasn't managed to find a kill.
A good amount of damage, and Flexen's got a double. DRG not going to let this pistol slip without a fight. The Vitality are spreading the net. They're playing it slow as Profek wraps around the back. The spike is fleeing the site. Profek is a fake in this moment. Fading
Oh, he has
from
a
his
third.
site, and he's demolished DRG.
Perfect is showing up.
Chronicle and Durka
That's what I was scared
open
about
B
going
site.
into London,
Planting
if he would
found
show
and a
up.
snake in the grass in the form
Because
of Chronicle. He's about
Sayonara
to go
developed
running
in
into
playoffs.
Pikachu. The 1v1
Durka's always been good.
by Chronicle.
Chronicle's always been
And a
good.
1-0
Yampy's always been
start
bad.
for Vitality as a result.
It was just
I'll
on
be honest with
Perfect,
you,
and
that made me
Perfect kind of
very
heated up in
nervous.
the end.
The splitting up and looking for clues in the 1v2, but it seems like there's definitely some competitiveness between these two players. I think Bukashi with a point to prove on the international stage.
Like, were they silent during
One
that?
thing that's always quite funny is
Or that baby ass flick by one of the Chinese dudes? They were like, "What?" Like, they gotta get these dudes out of here.
because he wasn't able to get the stats. So that is one hell of a way to start. 3-1 for him, and 1-0 for Vitality. But as
Can
you
bring
can
up
see,
the Twitch again.
stage has gone red.
Time is wasting. You like that song? I completely am lost, bro. I am a lost boy. I can't find the LEC.
They're going deep. Valkyrie's into Yahoo. Good kiting away. Exhausted down is Jojo. Polyball maybe too far. Tidal Wave is saving the play. Crescent Guard
Looks
from
good
Yike
for
though.
Koi.
Sends MKoi to the L. They're away. They're gone for now. Yike again for an angle. MKoi almost overstay as Kana looks for plating in the bottom side.
MKoi, they don't think they can go for the Nash. They want to try to make a mid play, but it's a little bit indecisive. The rest of the team was not prepared to try to go to Yahoo, so they were not able to take him down. And even though they get a great pick onto Kalist, it doesn't really convert into much. It's only going to be a little bit of gold for them. As we see here, Mirwin finds a really, really good Tibbers onto Kalist, and Kalist holds his flash for a long, long
That
time,
was crazy
which allows
play.
them to just one-shot him. But in the end, it is flash burn from Kalist and flash burn from Yahoo, but not much else.
The gold is minimized. And Soul we're still talking about. Now, whether that moves us to an early Elder,
Soul for
that could be
Koisama.
beneficial or worse, MKoi we'll find out later, I'm sure. But a minute until we have to question that possibility. Third item for Kalist. Where are we at? BF Sword, Cloak of Agility. I'm seeing Super quite a bit behind there in regards to that, but I wonder if he's got gold to base on. For now, bases have to come through soon, because 45 seconds of the Drake. It looks obvious that MKoi are trying to find a pick before set objective.
KC don't want to give this.
Yeah, the main fight is over the mid wave, and it's Koi that have the pressure for now. I don't know if this is going to work, though. They are respecting it, KC.
Well, they want a ward. Maybe it will. Cyclones early, though. Wild Growth, Tidal Wave might save the play, but it won't save
That's
it.
my Wukong right there.
He wasn't on top of everyone. And now, Yahoo has a gold card at the ready on to Alvaro. Win becomes lightning. A win more to save the day, but the Arclight ruin. And a Glitterland slowed down, knocked up. Big mistake from MKoi. KC take them down.
KC to MSI. If I was Koi, I would kill myself.
Captain goes down with his ship. It's a huge mistake from Elyoya. He overforces, and KC, they pounce on the opportunity. They're gonna get the Drake, and you have to feel they're gonna get the Nash as well.
I don't know why they went for Drake. I guess an asshole.
The engage
Look at
comes
this
through
dumbass.
from Elyoya. The
Why
knockup
didn't
just
he
doesn't
E?
happen. There's no Yasuo follow-up. The knockback from Yike is good. Polymorph into stun, into damage. KC
He would
take
just
Elyoya
ulted
out of the fight,
Yunar
and
instead
then
of
it's simply a
Lulu.
chase down.
And did you see Butio had lens up? He could see the Wukong coming in, so his timing could not be better. Expecting a flank, it really made the play. LZ is pissed. He's a bit annoyed. The whole MKoi camp, a little bit stressed right now.
I mean, I understand them.
Bro,
It's
you rarely
a
see
big
7
overforce from
people in
Elyoya.
there.
When you already have gotten that mid push in, you can just rotate to the dragon and wait for them to face check you.
Exactly. You
And it's
make
a
it
lot-
harder for them to do their job, right? Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's kind of been the story of the series for MKoi. Overforcing, silly mistakes, and KC have continued to demonstrate their strong team fighting capabilities.
Exactly.
Now, with the gold lead that they have, they
Mega
are
Blast
looking
Zone.
for a pick.
Jojo's found out this is an easy stun. Flashing Maelstrom comes in, even though it's only a one-man. Jojo last breath. Gonna try and take
Nice
cover, and he
zone,
goes golden. Wongo says his lifetime.
Oh, it's perfectly timed Nami ult. Wukong goes in. There's literally nothing there.
He's got the Crescent Guard up, and he's taking no damage. A double kill over. KC once again, no MKoi. A force with their backs against the wall.
KC keep their top laner alive, take out the mid laner, take out the jungler, and now the Baron is served on a silver platter.
You
It's
have no
only
Nami
Super
ult, you're gonna
and
do
Mirwin
shit there.
left to stop the Baron going
You could
down.
send a
Mirwin has
Tibbers.
flash, he has the ulti. He
There you
needs
go.
to make a miracle happen for MKoi here.
Did you just get cleansed
Yahoo saved
immediately?
up with the bell. There's no stun for Mew, and he's just used it. Yahoo with the chase up, the gold card incoming. Kana will chase him while Baron will go down. And Emkoi's chances in this series, much like
There
the
she go.
Baron, are dying
KC to
fast.
MSI. I'm so glad because I want to see more from KC in these internationals, man. Like G2 went to finals at first stand.
And he comes so close
It's
to
still
getting that
tech pause, by the
kill,
way.
but Busio with the ult keeps Kana alive. Great play from Jojo, does everything that he can, but then this is where Koi feel like, hey, we need to get something back. We've got to overforce.
Picking her
A
nose.
good flash from Kana, the rocket belt, and now they're too deep. The
Early
gold
my
card
email,
once
bro.
again seals Elyoya's demise.
Catch me in the server on
and
1.5.15.
KC secure the Baron, secure the fight, and they're looking to make this a 3-0 clean sweep.
No one had this on a bigger card. It's the first time ever a BO5 between these two would end in 3.
I think you see the desperation from Elyoya there in that play. He's not
We
willing
could
to
watch
accept that
G2
Jojo
versus
died.
KC. Like the last finals with them was actually bonkers, mate.
Is still a threat despite being 3,000 gold down in this specific one.
They need to find a huge play at this point. 9,000 gold lead for KC. I think a straight 5v5 is no longer feasible. It needs to be some sort of pick or one shot, which should be doable with the Annie. She has the flash, has the proto belt. I think that's really what they need to look for here if they're to
The
come
comps?
back in this game.
Yeah.
Cops on Koi side is very obvious. It's like single target burst. Like just R and like while all the CC's going Supa or Corki is trying to stack lethal tempo.
KC, they're demonstrating
But he has lethal tempo. Why wouldn't he?
Individual capabilities. And
Do they not
things
show the
are
runes
looking
anymore on
grim
them?
here for the Koi squad.
I know it's
Finish.
Conquerors.
This
Ah,
is the kind of
same thing.
KC that maybe
Forget what
chase
Conquerors
down
is.
G2. Maybe keep it
I know
back-to-back
PTA
spring
is the
finals where no matter
shortest.
the versus, that G2 struggled to face
Lethal
off
tempo
last
is like
split,
12.
last spring was
Conquerors
Emkoy
might be
3-1.
6.
This time
And
around, it'll be
KC's comp is kind of like you have your Sass on top.
Emkoy not getting anywhere
You have
near 9,000
how do you
gold
pronounce
down.
that? Kehu?
How the hell do you
Kehu kind of like
deflect
the
rest of
stun.
Baron
He
push
just runs
that
in
has
with
40
gold
seconds to
cards.
go?
Sets up the Yunara
Mirwin needs to
Xin
find
Zhao.
an angle here while they're
Lulu
trying to see
is like the
could be
anti-dive.
where KC overstep.
It's a very good pick,
Difficult. They
yeah.
might just have to give the mid an ep.
They need the Yasuo, I feel. Just come back.
Are they paranoid about a fight?
Maybe. There's pings missing. They're
Yeah,
saying maybe
look,
TP.
you can see the pings in the mid wave. There's question mark pings behind them. They're very paranoid about an Annie coming
What?
out from behind. They are respecting it.
Or it's a bad tech pause. They're going to like interviews
They
and
do have
shows.
it in the river. They haven't seen anyone go behind them yet. There's the Wukong now spotted. Very cautious play here from KC. Which again
They're holding up a
lends itself
ruler,
to
I
the
shit
fact
you
that
not. It's
KC
5 dudes,
yesterday
1 girl, and they're
haven't
holding
made
up a
mistakes
ruler.
in terms of running into Emkoy. Dragon's going to be started and taken. The objective taken as we expected.
This game will
Wait
end
it
on
out.
next
The
Baron.
next potential Baron. The next Dragon, maybe. I mean, it's time on Emkoy's side. It really has to be asked. Who does have IE?
Yeah, I think at this point, when you are 10,000 gold down nearly, time is always on your side because the longer the game goes, just the less that gold lead actually matters. But KC, they don't want to give them time. They're
Jojo
looking
low already. This Yasuo in trouble. Tidal Wave has to be used. Looking at Kana again. He's been pinged out, but he's angled perfect.
Kaihu will V, but he's getting so much poke there. Flash in. Like, Wukong's so dog shows, I'm not gonna lie. It's GG. But I hate Wukong so much.
Escaping the play. Meanwhile, Jojo flashes, but Kalisz will take that 1v1.
GG.
Emkoy routed, thwarted once again. There's no play here that would look good no matter how split up KC were. The Super tries to fire back. Yike awaits. Emkoy are used to feeling this out in 5, but KC are going to take it down.
Yep, blue
in
buff.
3.
Oh, he is red.
The rivalry
See how a lot of
is
dudes go
reduced
red. It
to
might
a
get nerfed,
showmatch
actually.
as KC make fun of Koi in this series. 17-8 the kill score, a 10k gold lead. 4 members, 4.
Oh, Shizzer.
Kill
Yeah,
after
this is
kill,
over,
fight
GG.
after fight. KC
I
simply
actually got to take a
dominant.
shiz, too.
course, that double initiator
Give me a second.
will help them out with
Do I have
being
my
that
phone?
little
Did I
bit more
lose it?
careful. The drone utilized to clear any of those close and dangerous angles. Allows Durka to take the space relatively for free, but that rotation has just got here in time.
Pistols up close with numbers. It gets dangerous, and already one found, but again, bailing them out versus the Pistols. Something just clicks in Sayonara. Oh my. Any danger seems to be averted, and a 1 versus 3 clutch needed. Only 2 shots in the headhunter. He's got himself a bandit as well. Let's see if he can steal this round away.
You call him an Eco Cobra? That sounded like a little bit toxic, I'm not gonna lie.
he's picked up a lot of kills on him.
Oh, okay, be a little bit careful here, guys. That's a lot of damage done. Not a bad round from the side of DRG, considering what was invested into this one.
2 Sheriffs and a couple of headhunter shots. That's a great round. I mean, if Sayonara doesn't hit this,
yeah,
your round is probably going your way. So I think DRG can be very happy with that as a second. And also Flexen, he's got 3 kills now. He had 3 kills last map. Not just saying that to rub it in, but it genuinely is something that picks you up. You believe that performance is behind me. And let's hope it is. DRG's first full buy. And a lot of weight sitting in this round, at least in my mind.
Yeah. Pieces missing for Vitality, but still multiple rifles to play with a fast uptick into middle. Gonna get caught out by the trap, and because of that, Life is able to catch the stalled out Durka. Good start to the round. Tapping the orb, and it even seemed like there was a potential attempt to try and sneak through. Instead, Yumpy's also been caught. 2 of the rifles in the dirt. Profek has taken space, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't get caught while utilizing his smoke. Nick is just around the corner, but Profek wins the fight.
That was a complete jump scare. You never expect someone to be hiding behind that box. Life inside the cove. Good work done. Trading out those numbers, leaving his teammates with a chance, but Lukashu needs to dig deep, and he won't land the shots. Vitality now with a plant. This round started so well for DRG. Life's control of the site was perfect, but Spirit C1, oh, he might be about to nail that shot. Sayonara! How has he gotten that? He was planting when that player peaked, and sure, he'll go down, but it's Flexen on 45 HP. No idea where Profek is. A 3-0 blowout start for Vitality. That one's got a sting.
It's looking like it's happening again. Mimicking the first map. And again, it started out strong. It's Sayonara that is saving them in so many occasions. Just let's go and instant.
What the hell?
Headshot. There might not be anybody quicker to get that connection. Sure, he goes down, but as you said, Profek's positioning it would have to go hunting the Warrior as well, as that Hunter's Fury it's been online for a few kills. But alongside it will be that reckoning. But of course, this round, expectation once again is not to need to use too much up against those Pistols.
Looks like DRG won a bit of aggression in A main. Stepping in to take that control. This is the round for risks. You've got that low buy when you've got the Pistols. There's still a good chance for Life with his Headhunter in that fight, but a clean pickup for Vitality and the patience on display here on the defense. Sitting back, waiting for the pushes. Even as Sayonara goes down, it's difficult to get that weapon. It's a risk to step forward, but Spirit Z1 takes that risk, and it's going to get him on the flank very early on, or at least with the rifle. Yeah, he just backs out. I like this choice from him.
Problem though is that now Lukashu needs to do an awful lot. Shots not connecting, bullets dwindling, and immediately removed. Nick in position, but sectioned off by the harbor wall, and they even used the knife just to make sure that back corner is already clear. Diligent stuff from Vitality. And okay, the rifle is now just making its way onto the seam, but how much damage can it realistically do? There's a first, but an immediate trade out once again. 3 players standing for Vitality, 4-0 up. And it feels like either a pause from the defensive side, or maybe they're gonna see if this one can go their way now that they have the operator in hand.
Yeah, it very much feels like deja vu going back to that previous map. A 4-0 start for Vitality with a big play by Sayonara in the anti-eco. to keep that win streak going. And then a pause from DRG. These are the same maps, essentially. And last time, DRG called this pause, and their Coinbase win condition was evidently communicated there. They had 3 rounds in a row, but they did finish 13-5. Let's hope for a streak here to get them back into this map.
Yeah, they've already had opportunities. Like, I think that Spirit Z1 flank, like the push all the way through the spawn, that was the best chance they had if he could get that kill onto Sayonara. But well, we've talked a lot of ifs and buts and maybes so far in this matchup, and well, you saw the last map go 13-5. And that's the terrifying thing. Like, this is a much better map for Vitality from what we've seen them play recently, and a much worse map for DRG regionally, losing 6-13 to XLG and 7-13 to EDG. So they are coming in to a weakness and having to try and turn this around. Otherwise, we will be in a similar case to what we've seen from them so far at international events, where winning a map has still managed to evade them. Obviously, tough opposition. G2 and T1 incredibly close versus T1 at Champs. It's not like they were dominated in that matchup, but it's safe to say Vitality have been doing that so far. That was almost an immediate kill onto Spirit Z1. In fact, they are just running it down.
They've taken so much space already. It's so pacey on the Vitality attack side. Push to the back side, see Spirit Z1 and Nick fall. And Durka immediately follows up with a second. With Flexen out of the round, this is looking like they were against an eco. They just ran over, washed away the A site. Spike is still in A main. There's a player in spawn. I mean, this was far too easy. And for DRG, this is devastating. Right after a pause into a full buy, big commitment. And you're, 10 seconds into the round, you're probably thinking about a save.
You want to know the worst thing? I think the player that did the most damage to Vitality players was Sayonara with his Hunter's Fury. I don't think anybody else even really landed anything. He was just trying to make sure he cleared the back side, but just a quick split. We've seen the same aggression from Spirit Z1 again, which hasn't really had too much to follow up off the back of it. And even when you've got Vukasu just trying to take an exit kill, which, I'll be honest, it's a bleak reality when you are trying to challenge players as they leave the site. It's not like it was going to do any damage to the economy of Vitality, who've just been sweeping through these rounds. The silver lining here is, can they hold the operator? It is absolutely not. A flawless round coming through from Vitality. That looked way too easy.
It's round 5 and Chronicle has 4 orbs. I found myself wondering, did he just use his Viper's Pit recently? It's rare to see that. The slack has been picked up across the board for Vitality. They're stepping up individually in moments like that where they're challenged deep into the round. The pushes look good. The pace is catching DRG way off guard. And with a 5-0 start and the timeout coming out of round 4 into their full buy, there's almost no contest in this round. DRG, they have to save up their credits for the next. It should be a 6-0 start on Vitality's map. And this is the side DRG wanted to start on.
Well, the good thing is, tour de force. Oh no! One of the rifles gone. I guess, why not? Spirit Z1 has been playing that same angle in most rounds.
It was 2 bullets, Tom! It was 2 bullets!
Yeah, it's pre-firing the same spot. Like, it's a nice shot, but if you stand in the same place, I think they're going to start shooting that. Well, now walking in, KO, they've revealed both the players at the backside as well. They know where everybody is. One player blinded as well. It really is just way too easy for Vitality. This is a stroll, a walk in the park, and an absolute nightmare for DRG. Vukasu has at least managed to find one, but just even look at the rotation coming in from Chronicle. He's just making it into mid, and there's still 2 players there in case they manage that cross. It still feels like it would need to be a massive blunder, and with Vukasu already low, he does manage to get one back, but that time has been ticking so long. They would need a very quick couple of kills. The tour de force has been removed as well, so he's just sat in a corner with the classic trying to survive. 6-0, and well, when do we see a second pause?
Maybe soon. Honestly, I mean, last time DRG on Lotus, they were keen to use those pauses super early when they saw those issues. Nah, it's disgusting, honestly. I get why he spams it, sure, but 2 shots. The first spam of the whole round, it's straight onto the head of Spirit Z1. You know, I would say that it feels like in these rounds, DRG's look is running out, but I haven't seen them get lucky once so far. This has felt like Fate had already chosen its champion before the
feel
series
like I don't
began.
know you
And Tom, you
anymore.
asked, when do we see the second timeout?
Now.
It's here and now.
Yeah.
Like, I come back
Well, they say
instant
life
timeout.
comes
Like,
at
I
you
hate this
fast,
game
but
so
it
much.
seems not as fast as Durka. Like the entries into that site are just brutal, and I think Spirit Z1 needs
Did
to
the
change up
Spurs
his
win?
game. Like
What?
they're trying to challenge for that A main control consistently, and he is getting killed consistently. So do something else. Try something different.
KC won, they're going to
Because it seems
MSI.
like Vitality are just very, very comfortable at this point. And as you saw mentioned, for the likes of Chronicle and Yumpy, they haven't even really had to do much so far. They're getting up to a point where they have enough credits to potentially even buy till the end of the half. So it really just comes down to, do you have something that can upset the rhythm of Vitality? And sure, you're coming in with
I'm sick of these timeouts, man.
ults. Bladestorm will pad the gap of the economy. You still have an operator, you still have Viper's Pit. You have everything you could possibly need other than maybe a few shields here
Let's
and there.
finish this. Finish on the Vitality.
If this round doesn't go their way, you almost feel like you have to chalk this map up.
It is still early days, but day turning to night for DRG as things start to look bleak. Viper's Pit put into play. If Durka killed him there, I think we just call it. But the one shot from the Sheriff won't land. And Vitality, without finding their free pick, they flee the A site. The thing is, this is exactly what DRG want to see. The drone just went out on elbow, though, and saw no one. Despite that, they're sticking with the numbers here. Durka's walked into Life's operator, and he's walked right out.
He's just looking unbeatable. There goes the Bladestorm, though. Yumpy eliminated. That's the flashes.
Oh, no.
Durka has got a lot of space in middle.
Here.
It's completely open. It's
Nice
not being watched
shot.
at all. There are no eyes on that position of the map. He can just walk in after getting a kill already in middle. And now the player at the back of the site in trouble. Hit by the Reckoning. Nick holding his ground. A first round seeming somewhat plausible, but they've still got to be careful of middle. Still players around
We're missing
that
a
position.
player.
Now Chronicle has gone walking all the way up. It is seemingly being watched to a degree, but Barrett might know they're going to walk backwards into the position.
He ducked
A
under them.
spot they know
He
was
actually
abandoned.
ducked under them.
A spot they
30
knew a
seconds
player
left.
was in. And now for Vukashu, well, a 1v3.
Hey guys, stack a B. I
On the
got a
other
Viper
side of
Pit
the
A.
map.
Okay. Why am I the last alive?
And an operator. Something tells me he might be saving.
That's a very good read you have there, Tom.
I'm very observant.
Yes, I like that. I'm not sure I'm 100% with you yet, but I'm starting to be convinced.
99.8?
I'll say 92. It's,
Oh, okay.
It is climbing slowly as he
Look at out at
sits in position.
85%.
But for
It's not
Vitality,
over
look,
yet.
great work as well by Durka and Sayonara, masking that flank around, just causing the distraction and letting Chronicle stab them in the back. But again, this wouldn't always work. It's DRG. They have this gap
mean?
in their knowledge
It's
at that point that they
DRG.
just
Who
lose
are
sight
these
of the-
people?
well, of the
Who
gap
are
that
these
they
people?
indeed left open.
They're the number
7-0,
3
as you
in
said,
China.
Tom, that round not going their way makes us more and more nervous.
Who
by the
is
second.
that?
We are both pauses down for DRG with no results.
No, and I can't imagine whatever was said in the coaching
Look at
group
this,
had
right under it.
anything like this in mind. Like that's an oversight of crazy proportion. The fact that a player gets killed from mid
Wait,
after Durka
how
got
did
an opener in
Vitality
mid,
pick the
and
map
then the
and
fact
have
that
attack
Chronicle was able
first?
to
What is
clear.
going
Sure,
on?
Durka went back around. Maybe you thought that they've just given that up, but it's such a huge gap to walk backwards into. This is looking like a nightmare for DRG and for Vitality. But this squad, as a whole, debuting together, I don't think they could have hoped for anything more.
Especially a young player like Sayonara. Confidence being something we talked about on the regional stage. We had to see him deal with that in the first couple of weeks and warm up, really heat up as the weeks went on. Getting a start like this on the international stage, I mean, it is impossible to overstate how important that can be for your run. For DRG, a start like this, impossible to overstate how devastating it is. An 8th round is what they're looking for, a full buy, and the A site is the target from Vitality. They take deep mid-space, feigning that B hit that they went for before, but now walking into flex and judging, and then he gets nothing! The op sees one, Life in there with the pick, and he survived as well, still
I
breathing
can't see
deep
shiz.
into the take. It's possibly the best DRG have looked so far after the first blow is dealt. 30 seconds as the spike is tapped. Vitality want that deep side control. It means challenging life. It means giving him a chance. He's been quiet so far. This is his opportunity. But Chronicle puts an end to that. And with
Haha.
the round goes with him.
It looked decent from DRG. I mean, he got timing on that one swing from a Chronicle, but he recovered on the KO. 100 Fury comes out, doesn't kill the Viper somehow.
But it just feels like there's levels on levels on levels to the depth of talent. I said it before, this man has stated
Oh, 'cause he
many a time he
swapped
doesn't like playing the Harbor, but the space
to-
he was able to get up close and then just obliterating them individually. 8-0.
Our qualifications?
The
Oh, they
streak
wouldn't be, sorry.
continues. Again, the pockets of DRG have run dry. Well, they definitely know where Spirit Z1 is. A hero rifle in the form of Vukashu, but being brutally honest, we haven't seen that hero level flare from him just yet. Whereas we've seen that in droves on the other side.
Oh, they're being played as well. The eco round from DRG, the idea to group up, leave life for mid control, and play this B side after they see that pressure. They think they've made the right read, and Vitality fake it out. It's nasty. Disguising their hand this time when it's not needed that so far. They've shown their cards and taken the dub anyways. Now Flexen stands in their way on this A site. A Sheriff in hand and teammates nowhere nearby that. They're starting to make it to the outskirts. But he's the one that's going to have to deal with it if push comes to shove. Life's looking the wrong way. Profek with a nasty hold on the door, and Flexen, oh, he's surrounded. It's looking so clean for Vitality. Vukashu could be that spark of hope that they need.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The swing's
Last
just too
player
good,
standing.
though. Chronicle was waiting for the contact.
First 13-0 of the Masters? That's insane.
Like, realistically. Maybe he gets Durka because he's low. No, never mind. No, even that's not going to happen. 9-0. All smiles, of course, on the Vitality side.
Thank you,
I
Vit, for
imagine
ending
they
it
came into
fast.
this game. Well, I know they came in very confident. We had the sort of tier list thrown together by Profek and Pau, and Profek immediately said they have no chance. But I'm not sure I thought that
Well,
it
they're
would
the
be
number
this
3
degree.
seed in
I don't think
China.
I would be sat here after a 13
What do you think chance they have?
and then a 9
They barely scrape by against all gamers.
At this point, like we saw earlier in the day, that the teaser, all we can really cling to at this point is curses. Can they get back to 9-3 and then maybe that will save them? I've got nothing
Curses.
else at this point.
You're going to have to start doing rituals, Tom. At this point, it's looking like...
Clinton was always good at those, you know, put the shot on the floor. He made some rituals in his time. He normally only did it for Pacific, though.
Yeah, but perhaps he won't be as keen to help other regions. Himself and Achilleos seem a little bit biased when we saw that prediction chart go up earlier on. They were quite pleased with themselves. I think 70% of people said this will be Pacific's event. And here, EMEA's number 2 certainly making some waves. DRG, once again, on that full buy, it's been a very, very slow round, and now they start to hear some noise. The KO flash thrown into A main, gets the rotation from 1. Vukashu, I don't think he's going to leave, but he's covering in that mid space now, leaving only Spirit Z1 holding up close in B main. Vitality have thinned the herd. And now for the reward.
Yeah, a tag here might even be a death sentence. There you go, Hunter's Fury thrown out, just trying to be disruptive. Dirk has managed to deal with one, but Spirit Z1 holding on the site, and the rotation has come in because of it.
There you go.
They might be able to deny the 13-0 at least, but Chronicles caught one. The problem, though, is the time. 15 seconds. Surely this one has to be theirs. The swing out from Spirit Z1 maybe a little risky, but he makes sure that that spike hasn't dissipated. He makes sure that they're at least not going home with 0 on the board for this one. It will be the first round coming up for DRG. They're on the board.
Well, the 9-3 curse still possible here, Tom. Don't give up hope
It's on.
just yet.
It's on.
Great round from Spirit Z1. Takes the first fight up close. Doesn't give them the opportunity to get any further space. Fights Durka right off rip and closes it out on Sayonara, the man who has been bailing Vitality out of some of the worst situations they've been in. It's a round win, but we need to see it repeated again and
Wish I
again.
could go back.
9-3. the best score DRG can walk out
Wish I
of this
could go
half
back,
in the half
man.
that they decided to start on the defensive side. Maybe if we could go back in time, some things would change, be it the side, be it the comp.
Maybe they banned this map.
Maybe the map, but we'll see if they can still pull this back.
Oh, this is so aggressive from Life, but a nice shot up top. Able to get another bite of the cherry, and the reveal is sublime. They know there's two players stuck in that corner. Flash over the top, and that's another shot for Life. Finally, starting to see some of the players. And that DRG side step up. Okay, the Viper's hit thrown in a 2 versus 5. And never mind. It'll be a flawless round coming through for DRG. All it took was one, a small spark. That 9-3 is still on.
Fanning it into a flame slowly. The Vipers pick commitment, I think, really a sign of the times now. There's no such thing as a one round until they're all dead or the timer is gone. Excellent work by Life. Both of those shots, the first a little more ridiculous than the second. That will be the round locked in. A second for DRG. It's not over yet. They need this third. They need that pistol. They are going to climb their way all the way back into this pressure onto Life right away. We've seen this fast hit from Vitality before, but this time Life has given the advantage to the defense.
There's a walkout of Main they have to be careful of. Decent position, but they're kind of stuck in the same angle. Nick has come in from behind though, looking like those last 3 rounds will be going their way unless Sayonara can add another incredible round. But look how many players are rounding in on him. The first goes his way, but the trade is immediate. The last 3 all go the way of DRG.
Now we gotta deal with these annoying Chinese bitches. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's a commanding lead for Vitality.
This dude's not even Chinese. What are we talking about? Just cut the play off to show this ugly ass bundle.
British player in the house. What's it like to have Valorant Masters?
No one knows who that is.
Amazing, honestly. I think it's deserved for it to be here. There's a lot of British fans, and the energy is always amazing. So, yeah, it's glad to be here.
We've got some British representation on the stage as well. We've got a few British players. Obviously, we're not seeing Benji Fishy for another week or so. Who do you think is going to be the strongest British player to step on that stage this week?
I mean, it's definitely going to be either Kiko or Benji, but I mean, after we've seen what Kiko do, I don't know, it's going to be hard to top that. He's definitely going to be up there.
Were you surprised how hard he went in his first game here?
Yeah, he had to chill a bit because he'll save it for the finals or something, but yeah.
I was going to say, maybe he's going to drop a 50 bomb in the finals. Who knows, Soulcast?
What does that even mean?
Tell me, when you look at the different regions represented
Does she watch the
here,
game? Cut
who
her
do you
ass
think
off.
is going to be taking it at the end of these 3 weeks?
Ooh, I mean, it's definitely, like, every Masters is always very competitive. It's like towards like the semis. It's like every region has at least one team in the
Stop
semis.
picking your nose.
I'm gonna go with my boy Yampy. I'm gonna root for Vitality.
What are you talking
my
about?
Ex-teammate, so I want him to go all the way up to the top.
Oh, he's being finals? Yeah, that would be cool to see Yampy in
Since
finals.
we first saw him stepping to that IGL role, he's sometimes having to tell his team to shut up and listen to him. But when they do, they're flying.
It's nice to see him a bit more authoritative. Yeah, when he first joined like Valorant many years ago,
Yo,
he
cut
was a
him
bit
off.
more, like,
Please
reserved, but
cut
you could
this
kind
man
of
off.
see like some kind of like hints of him being a caller. He always had like good ideas, and he played a lot better when he was talking. So it's nice to see him on a team like this and really shine.
It's fantastic to also see you here. Soulcast, free agent, by the way.
Soulcast. Name rings a bell. Dude, my room is full of shit. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Soon, so you might want to find another club rooting for your boy Yampy. That's what I love to see. There's always something special with an ex-teammate.
For sure. And, you know, it's been a great game for them so far. Of course, a creep back, 13-0 denied. But the question is there anything more that can come out of DRG? Of course, as said, it has always been a struggle for them to find themselves even getting a map for Vitality. It definitely seemed like towards the end, maybe they got a little bit overconfident. Viper's Pit in a 2v5 was one of the boldest choices I think I've ever seen, but you can understand why. It was so dominant for them for those first 9 rounds. But a pistol here at least gives DRG a chance to turn this back.
Chance indeed, as slim as it may be. Up close, Life's the one to open it up. A good start with Vukashu trading out. The B site seems to have fallen. Sayonara slips in behind the wall. Flexens lurk on the other side of the map. I don't know what they want to do with this. Spirit C1 going down sends the spike fleeing towards this A site. A confusing round for Vitality. And will they put the pieces together in time as Flexen? Here's the rotations in the spawn. He's got a free. Oh, he's been spotted! He's been taken down! That was the whole idea of this round. The spike could be on B right now. Instead, it's miles away, and in fact, there's going to be...
Bro's just getting the orb.
On the other side,
And he doesn't even get the kill.
He's got to challenge it. Well, he doesn't
Well,
know.
now both
But
know.
Nick is there. As I said, a confusing round from the Vitality side.
Oh,
They're left in the 2v2.
There's definitely no way that Sayonara thought that anybody would be there. Goes for the orb, ends up with 2, but not quite in the way that he would have hoped for. Perfect still hot on their heels, though.
They have
The
Cove.
defenders completely split. They're watching for that angle.
They had Cove.
And now Chronicle is all that stands in their way from a pistol round, a much-needed pistol round.
One shot.
But this man can be enough on almost any occasion. Nick is not going to be able to take this
The
one
GOAT.
home.
All right,
It's the
GG.
clutch coming through for the side of Vitality. And another pistol under their belt.
GG.
That feels like the death blow, Tom. This had to be where DRG found the round. You know the last time they won
Oh, I forgot to go.
side half
Ah.
this map? It was over 2 months ago, or just under 2 months ago, actually. It was the 9th. It's been a while. It's been a couple of games. That said,
I thought
think
they're
they
not
were
playing
30
together. It's
points in that
crazy.
game up against Wolves. It's a strong showing, but since then, nothing but.
Well, yeah, and the last thing you need right now is a Rebel clutch. The last thing you need is Chronicle going, okay, you finally had yourself an advantage, and I'm going to steal that away from you.
They need to win this.
Vukashu's going to go for this purchase once again.
I think it's Vakashu.
The Outlaw, and I'm almost surprised we don't just
There's
see them
an
gamble
A
all
in
in. Like,
Vaka,
I
I
understand
don't
you
drink.
want to make sure that you at least get a purchase, but they are so far behind at this point. Outlaw in for Durka as well. On this defensive side, he's only going to become more of a problem because he's no longer having to dive in first. And well, the lurker Flexen this time has been caught.
Flexen has to hate Chronicle at this point. Every time he tries to lurk, this guy just catches him. The second he's vulnerable, rounds the corner, top mid, immediately put in his place. DRG no space in that
Top
direction,
mid?
but they
Why is he
still
top
decide to
mid?
rotate around. Problem that we can see, Sayonara's holding that space, and it's an off angle. Be careful, or he could get one.
We gotta
get
beat
out of here for free
KCD
as
too.
well.
I'm telling you, we have to beat it.
First, the challenge seems to even be the spike. It could be huge information, but it looks like they might even be ready for it. Yes, they peek together. Nicely done. And that connection opens up B a little bit. Chronicle still stands in their way.
Isn't it insane how your dude gets picked off B and there's not a media rotate?
Extend in this moment. Doesn't want to be open to too many angles, but a post plant
Wow.
the hands of Vukashu. This is going to get more and more dangerous as the seconds tick on. Spirit Z1 trying to get aggressive. Vukashu, however, has been dropping his life instead. 2 quick kills. Profek a little labored.
Dom, is that you?
Into a 2v2. The close corner of Nick might not be expected, but now it comes down to just life.
Not planted for
man
him
to
with
maybe
Cove.
Give them that tiny little bit of hope, but instead they're just defusing. And yeah, he needs to try and run into this. They're now just waiting with it already halved. In the end, it comes down to nothing. Sure, they'll be able to go in with a decent purchase for the next one. But again,
Do you
look how
have
many rounds in a
Magnum
row they need to get off
sponsorship?
the back of this.
I really don't like their jersey
Odds
though.
are stacked against them. As we said, losing that pistol already puts you in a bad spot, and some great signs there of what can be in play for DRG on a good day, but this is anything but. Vitality with a huge lead, and as said, DRG need to make a recovery on a side that is very rarely kind to them. And up against a team like Vitality,
What?
we're
Did
gonna
you
be
just
more
say
than comfortable when it comes to
DRG
this map, when it
suck
comes to the
ass on
defense.
attack?
Individuals off the charts.
What are we
I mean,
talking
certainly in
about?
the first map, with a team aces here as well.
Huh?
More well-rounded
On
pack.
Breeze?
It does
On
start to
Haven?
feel like
Why the fuck are they in this tournament?
series end is close at hand.
Oh, my camera's way too high. Holy shit.
Start to believe, and that is not going to go any better. Of course,
My
Rukaki
bad.
was the player with the pistol, but even still,
I look shorter here.
losing the man that has been talked about so much coming into this tournament, being put in a fair few top 15 player lists, some even putting him at the top, which I wonder if it might be corrected after this game.
Look at the position.
Who are you talking to?
in right now. DRG are feeling that presence on A, even after
Who are
that
you
pick. I
talking
think that's
to?
going to spur them to go to the B site. They think the rotations have come in. They think they've left B. They have left B because they've taken your spawn instead. Sayonara!
My tongue hurts.
Hammering nail after nail into the coffin of DRG.
Dude, I find it funny though that all the China fans came out and just instantly they had no idea what other regions were doing. They wasted all that money just to come watch their teams get diddled.
12 looks locked in.
Oh, it definitely is. Look at the spike.
And like the
Unless they all
regions,
run at him,
there's
there is
actually a chance in 2 days. I'm not sure if the two O's play before the O2s, but there's a chance in the O2s both get eliminated. Because I'm pretty sure,
Now for
or
Nick,
sorry,
it really just
O1s.
is, can I hold on to a rifle?
Because
Can I at
I'm pretty
least
sure
bring something
same
into the
regions
next round?
can't
He's
match
been
up. So you have
hunted
like
by that
DRG,
young superstar,
and then
Sayonara. But honestly,
Zin.
he just doesn't
There's a
miss
T,
beat.
Tristan.
A 3 kill in the round, perfect
Jin
position,
Lai
all the information, and then
versus
9
like I don't know,
series points. For Vitality,
Foot.
I think for many it was a question of
Lev.
how much do they win by coming into today. Maybe
I think
hoping
that if
we
these
see
are
the best of
switched,
DRG.
maybe
I
Zin
definitely don't
stand a
think that we
chance.
have.
I haven't seen anything from
So
Lev, to
incredibly
be honest.
dominant. Great signs for them coming into the group stage, and I'm sure a very
I think they lost in the EWC
very big
qualifiers, which
momentum
tells you
boost.
everything.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's rough.
You hold your
GG.
breath, you wait to see what happens, and it's devastation
Look
every
at the
time.
HP.
The Outlaw ripping them to shreds, and Durka, he's going back for more. He's hungry, and he liked the last dish. Why not take another bite? Spirit C1 down and out, and Flexen's waiting his turn. Another for Durka, and you bet your ass they're gonna give him the chance to take them all. For Vitality, a team who we questioned if they could even make it here. But who amongst you doubts them now? Durka!
Durkee on Breeze. Told you these Chinese teams suck ass, man. Like, that's why I didn't watch the region. What the fuck is bro doing? He didn't watch LEC or whatever it's called, EMEA.
Oh, that was just so clean to end it.
Wow, their jerseys suck ass, man.
And a single series coming out with an ace. If there isn't a confidence boost for Vitality, I don't know what is. Such a comfortable looking squad. The issues that we saw earlier in the year seemingly being ironed out, and well, I am a little bit worried for maybe some of the other teams they'll have to
What
face
the fudge is
against them.
this?
For DRG on the other side, that is a brutal defeat to take. Your own map choice going badly, and that one,
Was
they barely got
what is it?
started
G
at
Light
all.
Gaming? I keep
When we
forgetting.
talk about debuts, we've had plenty at a regional level, but when it comes to the
G Light
international
Gaming
stage,
actually
that
took
first
NRG,
map
but
of
I was sleeping.
Sayonara is hard to forget, but this entire Vitality team showing us a clean game plan from start to finish.
They're one away,
This is not just another
one win
team
away from
at the
groups,
event.
or
This is a
holy shit,
top
it's playoffs.
contender.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works, but I don't know.
They look exactly like that. They look at home. They look comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how it will
Tomorrow,
go in their next
baby.
matchup, because it does feel like a Titan facing off against well, maybe someone not quite in contention at all. I think
Tomorrow,
DRG
9 a.m. on my birthday. Full Sense vs. Foot in an absolute screamer match. And then GA, GE. This is disgusting
as a
still.
day in the office as you're ever going to have. A walk in the park, an easy victory.
GE will never lose against Lev. If they
Now
do,
putting themselves, well, a singular game away
literally get
from
diddy
making
done.
it to the playoffs. Nonetheless, let's send it down to Frankie on the stage with Sayonara.
Oh, it's the 1-0 first.
Sayonara is just taking his first pictures, signing his first international autographs behind.
All right, what do we want to do? We gotta beat this game out. I'm so tired. Would you guys mind if I just chill for a bit? Anyway. I'ma chill. What happens if I do this? Infinite loop, okay. Anyway, I wanna chill. I just picked my nose. Birthday tomorrow. Gotta play a song. You know what song we're playing, bro. Oh. We had cake. We had a good meal. Our pick'ems are still going strong. Shit. Tomorrow, Full Sense Foot, 9 a.m. Alright, I'm gonna go chill for a bit. Sleep. We gotta wait for the beat drop, obviously. How long was I asleep for, to be honest? I'll have to watch it back. It's my man, it's a pepper spray. Alright, that's it for me. You gotta wait for the beat drop. I'm out.